What's up, everybody? Hey, welcome back to the Real ResQ Podcast, part of Vertical Helicast and the Vertical Podcast Network. I'm alongside the Hangar Z Podcast, the Helicopter Podcast, and Vertical MRO Podcast. To find all of these podcasts, all you need to do, verticalhelicast.com. Go check them out. Okay, now let's give a little shout out to our sponsors for this episode. We've got Axness. Their mission, wireless intercom. Check them out at axness.com. We've got Breeze Eastern, the world's only dedicated helicopter hoist and winch provider. Check them out at breeze-eastern.com. Blue Drop Training and Simulation, elevating training outcomes for high stakes environments. Check them out at bluedropusa.com or bluedropts.com. We've also got Spectrolab, a Boeing company. For over 50 years of high-intensity lighting solutions for airborne and land-based searchlight systems. Check them out at spectrolab.com. Ready Swimmer, training the body, sharpening the mind, building leaders. Our mission, to make you mission ready. Check them out today at readyswimmer.com. And finally, as always, please help support this podcast by going to therealrescuestore.com. Go get your shirt, your hat, your mug, your cup, and more at therealrescuestore.com. Now, coming up next in this episode, I am joined by another United States Coast Guard rescue swimmer brother. This is also the longest podcast that I've ever recorded. Throughout our conversation, we were having a blast. We actually took breaks throughout the entire day to get all of this in one session. You guys get to hear it all in one shot. Story after story, rescue after rescue, unit after unit, his entire career. These stories are incredible, and I'm so pumped that he was able to come on and join me to share this. To make this just a little more unique and a little more fun, his son is the one to introduce him. Take it away, man.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tony Puglia, and I have the honor of introducing our next guest, my father, the legendary Silverfin U.S. Coast Guard rescue swimmer number 499, Tony Puglia. You.
That was awesome, dude. Legit. Okay.
Let's go.
My name is Jason Quinn. I am United States Coast Guard rescue swimmer number 500. These are my rescues and rescues from those of us that put our lives on the line every day so others may live. This is the Real ResQ Podcast. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Real ResQ Podcast. Today, I've got a super special guest with me. He's been a brother of mine really since the beginning. So, United States Coast Guard rescue swimmer number 499, Mr. Tony Puglia. What's up, brother?
Hey, Jason.
Dude, what's up? It's good to see you.
Good to see you, too.
You too. We get to record at your house, man.
Yeah.
Pool in the backyard. Like, nice place, by the way.
Thank you.
Your lovely wife watching in the background.
Yep. Lori's back there.
Dude, this is great.
Yeah.
Dude, I love it. And what's that? Aloha.
Yep. There's our editorial advisor.
Love it.
There is a such thing.
Yeah, making sure we're doing this right. And we're going to give a couple shout outs. Right now, we're going to shout out to Mario Vitone because I've got a little something special here. And we're actually going to be drinking some Maker's Mark. Thank you, Mario. He did a special blend. This is, I'm going to shout out for John Gray and the Hangar Z podcast because he does Drink of the Day. And this is what we're doing. But this is a special one because, again, Mario made it. And he went to Maker's Mark and they did a Rescue Swimmer Select so others may live. This is bottle number 67 out of 252. Pretty legit. And you know what? I get to share this with you today.
Oh.
I know, right? It is good. So I appreciate you being here and coming on with me, brother.
Yeah, man.
Hey, cheers.
Boom. Here's to you.
Here's to you.
Mario.
Yeah.
Anybody else?
Everybody.
All
Like
right.
all our fellow brothers.
Yes. Here's to everybody. All
Right
the
on.
boys.
I like it. Oh, man, that was good. Ooh, that's nice.
Feels so good on my lips.
Right?
So good.
So here we are at your house, recording live. And I get to hear your whole Coast Guard story,
Sure.
which is pretty cool because like you and I met in swimmer school,
Mhm.
and that was in '99,
Yeah.
and we've pretty much been friends ever since.
And I joined in 97,
Yeah,
I think it was. Yeah.
so it's crazy.
Yeah.
You know, we've done so much. There's been so much that's happened between now and then, and but yeah,
All kinds of shit.
right, totally,
Mostly good.
mostly good. Yeah. And I finally get you on here. Like you're the second classmate that I've had on here. So Matt Thiessen, my first coming on, and now you get to join me, tell some stories.
Yeah. Stoked to be here, man.
It's about damn time. Is
I
all. That's
know.
all. I've only been
Yeah.
bugging you for like ever.
I know. It's just hard to come, it's hard to share experiences and talk about yourself sometimes,
That's why we're not.
I have an issue doing that.
Yeah, that's why you're not going to talk about yourself. You're going to tell a story.
Okay. I can do that. Tell some stories.
So the greatest part about this is that you and I sat here for literally like 3 hours before we even hit record, and we're just telling stories
Yeah.
about and catching up.
Uh-huh.
It's like we never missed a beat. We're
It was
just
quite a
catching up.
warm up. We
It
had
was
that was
awesome.
great. This is gonna be a piece of cake,
Ain't no problem. Easy, easy.
especially with this bourbon.
Yeah, right. It's going down so smooth.
Yeah.
Dude, Mario, nice job. I gave kudos to that guy.
Thanks again.
Yeah, buddy. All right. Well, let's talk about you, man.
What do you
so
want to know?
I want to know like where it began. So a little background about you, where you're from, and how did you end up joining the military service? And I say that because I know you were in the Army first.
Okay. So I'll take it from where I was born all the way up to the Coast Guard. When I
Yeah,
first started
but
in the Coast Guard.
not quite so many details. You don't have to give me like there I was in the hospital.
Of course not. Of course not. I was born. Asshole. Yeah, I was born in Dover, Delaware. I was a military brat. My dad was in the Air Force, and he just ended up settling down in Delaware, right outside of Dover Air Force Base, and kind of grew up there. Great place to grow up. Very agricultural. A lot of open space back then. Did a lot of fishing. We had the beach right there. I was a little sponger, boogie boarder growing up at Indian
Nice.
River Inlet. It was close by, all the beaches. So it was a really, really good childhood, man. I had great parents, awesome parents. Hats off to Vince and Becky, awesome people.
Aw, shout out to mom and dad.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I look back and I don't have one bad memory, man. They were just really good, Christian, wonderful people.
That's
So
cool.
I was truly blessed to be their child.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm gonna start tearing up in a minute.
Aw, buddy.
So
That's okay,
No, but
man.
yeah,
It's
so-
okay.
yeah, dude, great childhood. And then I got through high school and everything, and like Delaware was a great place to grow up, but once you become like an adolescent there, it can get a little bit boring.
Ooh.
Not much going on. So
Ooh.
I don't know. Once I was ready to graduate my senior year, my mom was like, "Well, are you going to go to the University of Delaware, or what do you want to do?" And I was like, "No, man, I got other plans. I'm gonna join the military. I need to get out of Delaware. Not that it was a bad place. I just needed some changes in my life.
Yeah.
At that age.
I get
so,
it.
Yeah.
Dude, I felt the same way. Like growing up. It was just time. It was 18.
I think a lot of people do, man.
Yeah.
Just started flapping those little chicken
Yeah,
wings.
yeah,
you know,
exactly.
To get out.
Yeah. You want to go on your adventure. It's time to your life.
Mm-hmm.
Let's open it up. I want to get out of this small town. I want to get out of where I'm from. I want to move on. I want to see things. I
Yeah.
want an adventure.
Yep.
Yeah,
Exactly.
word.
That's exactly how I felt.
That's awesome.
So yeah, I was just like, I'm going to join the military. And my dad, since he was in the Air Force, I was like, yeah, we'll just go try the Air Force out. So went and talked to a recruiter, took the ASVAB, did pretty good, passed it anyway. And, joined the Air Force, was getting all ready to go to boot camp. And I was 17, and then I got into just a little bit of trouble. Enough.
Oops.
I say a little bit, but it was enough to where the Air Force was like, you cannot join the Air Force.
Dude, that's
He said it just like that too. And my dad was already mad at me, for just being a dumbass.
So
and doing that.
that's like a double whammy.
Yeah, it was horrible.
Not only is your dad mad at you, your mom
Yeah.
is disappointed.
Yeah.
That's like a triple whammy.
Yeah.
And you can't get into the
And
service
then,
that you
yeah.
signed up for.
And then that was like a life-changing thing. And when you're
Yeah.
17, just getting started, and you already take a couple steps back like that.
Right.
It's just like, oh my God, I'm not starting out good. I got to turn this around. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you're like, son
Kind
of
of,
a
I was just like, what am I going to do now? And then I swear to God, dude, it was like in the movies or something. Like there was the Air Force recruiter, then right next door was the Army recruiter, and they were buddies. So the Army recruiter was already in the office. He was just leaning in the doorway. And he was just like, he heard the story and he was just like, oh, that's a shame. He's like, come next door. I got a perfect spot for you. And I was just like, I don't think I want to join the Army. And my dad was just like, you're going, you're doing something.
You have no
And I was
choice.
just like, fuck. So went next door, man, and signed right up.
I love
And
it.
the Air Force wouldn't guarantee me a job because I wanted to be like a first responder type, like in the medical field. The Army, they guaranteed me a job. They're like, yeah, dude, we'll make you a combat medic, whatever you want to do, you know?
That's cool.
Dietitian, yeah, we'll figure something out. We'll make you something. So signed up for the Army. Went to the MEPS station and actually got to choose my job there. It was 91 Alpha at the time. Now I think then it became a 91 Bravo, but it was a combat medic. And then they were just like, we're putting airborne in your contract. And I was like, what's that? He's like, you jump out of airplanes. And I'm like, with a parachute? He said, yeah, dumbass, with a parachute. I was like, all right, I'll take it. So, you know,
That's awesome.
I felt pretty good about that, you
Yeah.
know, on the drive home with my dad and everything. I was like, yeah, freaking airborne combat medic. You kidding me?
That's cool.
Yeah, I was stoked.
You
So
can totally pick up chicks with that.
yeah. So, and dude, like not long after that, I was like on my way to boot camp, dude, you know, and so I left Delaware en route to Fort Bliss, Texas. Just out in the middle of the desert, man. There's not much out there.
No.
And
Nothing.
I get to Fort Bliss. That's where I did my boot camp. Very physical. Actually had a lot of fun. Met a lot of really, really cool guys. Our whole boot camp class consisted of, we were all medics. We were all going to be medics. And it was a blast, man. I made a lot of like really, really good friends. After boot camp in Fort Bliss, we went to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas. And I think it was that. Well, boot camp, I think, was 70, like just shy of 3 months. And then the medical schooling was, I think it was what, 6 months? I can't even remember, but it felt long. It was, medical schooling was, and I thought we were going to get to the medical school and there weren't going to be drill sergeants. No. There were drill sergeants there at our schooling, our AIT,
Yeah.
and they were even meaner than the boot camp instructors. So I was just like, well, I can't get away from these guys. So we did my medical schooling. It was in the mornings we would do EMT training because they were trying to qualify us all as, you know, nationally registered EMTs. And then in the afternoons we would do like combat medicine, Army combat medicine, which was quite an eye opener. At that point in time, that was the end of the 80s. So we were like watching a lot of Vietnam footage of
yeah.
Vietnam injuries, like dudes like that got hit in the freaking thigh with an AK-47 round, like a
Yeah.
7.62, just like mushroomed their whole quad. And we'd watch the surgery to repair that.
Oh my
First, we'd
God.
watch how you dress that wound and then how you actually like do surgery on that and then post-op care, that kind of thing. We watched a lot of Vietnam era like trauma videos. It was gnarly.
Dude.
It was cool. I liked it. I thought it was cool as shit.
Yeah.
But there were a lot of people that were like walking out of the room, dude. Yeah, tripping. You know, and I was just like, I really hope I never have to deal with that, you know, but whatever. If I do, I do.
Yeah, right.
So finished that up right at the end of 1989, then went to airborne school and Fort Benning, Georgia. Actually got hurt in airborne school and hurt my ankle. And I wanted to stay there and finish it up. And they wouldn't let me. They wouldn't put me in the next class. Instead, they cut me orders to Schofield Barracks.
Okay.
But they didn't tell me where it was.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah.
And so I'm like, where the hell is this? So I'm in this barracks room. Actually, I was in the day room of this barracks in Fort Benning, Georgia, and there's TVs and pool tables and foosball tables, and there's this giant map of the United States on the wall, and it's got every single base on it. So I'm like looking at it and looking at the mainland, and I'm looking down the East Coast, up the Midwest, down the Midwest, and up the West Coast, and I'm like, where the fuck is Schofield? And this guy comes over, he's like, what are you looking for? I was like, I'm looking for Schofield, and he goes, way out here. I was like, Hawaii? And he's like, yep. I was like, holy shit.
I'm going
to Hawaii. So I was stoked because like you make a dream sheet.
Yeah.
Just like in the Coast Guard, that you make one in the Army too. But like I think it is a dream in the Army. Like you are not going where you want to go, dude. It's definitely like wherever there's a war or wherever Uncle Sam wants to put
That's
you.
right.
You know, and the Coast Guard's kind of like that too. But The Coast Guard's kind of like that too, but they're a little bit more like, you at least get something on your list, maybe.
Yeah.
You know?
Well, I mean, the Coast Guard also has very limited options as compared to the Army.
Very true.
So.
Yeah, very, very true.
Like.
So ended up getting stationed out in Hawaii. I was a combat medic out there in a light infantry unit, a 65th Engineer Battalion, so combat engineers. So I actually got to go to school to be a demolitions expert too.
Oh.
Yeah, messing around with TNT and C4, det cord, time fuse.
Oh, that's
all
cool.
That shit. Yeah, so I learned to blow shit up.
Yes.
Which...
That's kind of fun.
And it was light infantry, dude. So it was like a 4-year camping trip. We were always patrolling out in the woods. And I had my had my aid bag on the back, big old aid bag. Then above that, I had like another bag that had like dead cord, time fuse, 1 pound blocks of C4, stuff like that. And we would just go out there and just go on these patrol missions and just like go to the range and just blow shit up. It was awesome.
Oh, that's so fun.
It was a lot of fun. So it was like a 4-year camping trip where you get to blow shit up, you know? Every kid's dream.
Is that right? No doubt.
So
like, welcome to your adventure.
Yeah, dude.
Welcome to out of Delaware.
Yeah. Yeah, it was awesome. So I did that for 4 years. Got a little flight time too. We would do a lot since we were light infantry. We got to fly on 60s. So I flew on helicopters a little bit.
Yeah.
In the Army. So that was pretty fun for like doing some insertion shit.
Yeah.
And then I went to air assault school too in the Army. So that was.
Dude, you had a lot.
Yeah, it was fun, dude. I had a great time. I had a really, really good time. I really wish I could have gone back and done airborne though.
That was.
And get like even more tabs. You know what I mean?
Yeah. More tabs would be more things for the uniform.
Yeah. Candy, chest candy.
Tick. Yep. All these little things all over.
Yeah.
Pins galore. Yay. I got
totally.
The pin.
Flair. More flair. Yeah. The more flair, the better.
Hey, that and $2.50 will buy you a coffee.
Exactly. Actually, more like $4 now.
Yeah, right.
Finished up 4 years in the Army. Knew I was not going to go back to Delaware from Hawaii. Plus, I had just met my future wife. Like right as I was getting out.
Awesome.
Yeah, right when I was getting out, man. I met her and I was just like, holy shit, I'm definitely not going anywhere.
Who I was saying that was here earlier. So you're still married to her. Nice.
Yeah. So
I mean, that's a big shout out, by the way. Like, you guys have been together for like 25 years.
Yeah. So we've been married for 27.
27. Oh, my bad. I'm sorry, dude.
But here's the thing. We met in 93 and we kind of became inseparable right when we met, except I kind of fucked up a little bit and we spent a little time apart. I didn't like cheat or anything, but I was just like, she's like a very beautiful and intimidating woman that knew what she wanted at that age. She was like a couple years older than me.
Yeah.
And I was just a young, dumb boy. So I was just like, and she's like,
you're pretty.
And she was just like, I love you. I could like spend the rest of my life with you. And I was just like scared.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't know if I'm ready for that. So we kind of split up for a little while and I just like really missed her. And I was like, okay, I'm ready for that. Let's do it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So then we got back together and we were like together for 4 years and then ended up, getting married in 90s. We met in 93, got married in 97.
Bro, that's amazing.
Yeah.
Like, man, hats off to you, both of you for that. That's a big accomplishment.
Thanks.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
More for her having to put up with me. But
isn't that normal? Like the women having to put us up with us guys?
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Definitely in my case. For sure.
Yeah. That's okay.
Yeah,
dude, good. I have to say that to my wife all the time, Melissa. Like, come on. Mm-hmm. Mel's like, really? I know I'm in trouble when she's in my middle name, Jason Patrick. I'm like, oh shit, I'm in trouble now.
She just won't talk to me. That's when I know I'm in trouble. Okay. I get silent treatment. I'm just like,
I don't know what I did, or I do, and I'm just like, all right, I need to work it out.
I'm sorry. Let's just say I'm sorry.
Sorry, honey.
Yeah, sorry about that. Promise I won't do it again. Love you.
Lots of love.
Yeah.
Heart. Yay.
Not doing that. Not doing it.
Oh God, it's funny.
So okay, so then what comes after,
getting married?
Yeah. Baby.
Like
about a year into our marriage, maybe a little bit less than that. I got her pregnant, and I forgot to say that once I got out of the Army, I was working 2 full-time jobs because it's expensive in Hawaii.
Yeah.
My day job was at Waimea Falls Park guiding mountain bike tours. And then my night job was night security up at Turtle Bay in the condos up there, Caribbean States. So I was working those 2 full-time jobs. And then I was also in the reserves in the Army. I was working at orthopedics and post-operative care as a medic. I was in a ward because I thought I wanted to be like a nurse. And then once I cleaned my first stoma and had to do my first bowel disimpaction on somebody, I was like, fuck nursing. That's too hardcore for me. Not doing that. I'd rather get shot at,
Oh,
you
that's
know,
funny.
running around in the jungle than have to like do that work. So hats off to nurses, man. They work
Absolutely.
hard. They got to
Yep.
do a lot of crazy shit. But anyway, so I was working up there for a while, and Lori got pregnant, and I was just like, this is like too much work. I'm not going to have any time at home, man. I'm always at work. You know what I mean? I need to
Yeah.
like, I want a job where I can have some family time. And I don't know what I was thinking, but I was like, hey, I'll just go back active duty Army.
Good
And
idea.
Right off the bat, Lori was like, are you dumb?
But you know what? Like thinking about that, like it's not like I
Well,
get
it's
it.
a good way. It's a good way to support your family. Like I
Totally.
can pay for that baby. Everything's
Yeah.
free, you know, and they set you up.
But you've already been through boot camp. You've already been through the
Yeah.
training. You already know all the job description and what's
Get to keep my
required.
rank and all that kind
Yeah.
of shit. Yeah.
Like you jump right back in. It's
Yeah.
like so reserve and right up into active duty. Stamp it. Go. All right. Welcome back.
So fast forward a couple days, we're in the car on our way to the Army recruiter,
Yep.
and we're arguing because I want to go in the Army, and Lori does not want me to go in the Army. She's just like, I got a bad feeling. I feel like I'm going to be a widow. I'm like, I really don't want you to go active duty Army. So we pull up, and where the Army recruiter was, the mall, Pearl Ridge Mall was right there. This is in Pearl Ridge, Hawaii. So we're sitting in the car, and there's the Army recruiter right there, and right next to it was the Coast Guard recruiter. And she was just like, don't go in the Army, blah, blah, blah. And I was like, blah, blah, blah. And she's like, well, just go in the Coast Guard recruiter, see what the Coast Guard has to offer first. Just do me a solid, just go in there. And I was like, okay, I'll do that. And so she took off and went in the mall. So I did what she said. I went in the Coast Guard recruiter and talked to the recruiter in there. And it's just kind of a funny thing. The recruiter was an aviator named Dave DeWalt, and he was a great guy. He's a flight mechanic. I think he was a first class at the time. And what's funny is later on in my career, I ended up flying with him.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, he was a Master Chief flight mech, and he would just come flying every once in a while. And it was just cool, just like flying with your recruiter.
Oh, that's cool.
You know what I mean?
Right
Before he
on.
retired. So,
Yeah.
And he was just an awesome guy. He only lied to me a little bit about boot camp and everything, you know, how recruiters are. So I get in the recruiting office and I start talking to him, and he's like saying all the right things, you know, and I pick up this thing. It's called the Blue Jackets Manual. It's like the Coast Guard Bible. It's like this.
Yeah.
It's got a bunch of pictures in it, which I like.
All the jobs.
I like pictures.
Yeah.
So I'm paging through this thing while DeWalt's talking to me, and it's showing all the jobs. It's showing like FS, like cook and flight mechanic and bosun mate and MK, and which are all great jobs. But I flipped the page, and there's this good dude in a blue flight suit. And he's holding a flare, a lit freaking
Mark 124.
yeah, Mark 124, man.
Yeah.
Day end. And so it's just like smoking like a champ. And he's standing in front of he was in a blue flight suit, so it was an old picture.
Yep.
And a white 65 Dolphin, which makes it an even older picture.
Yep.
And I was like, whoa, what's that guy? Who's that? And Dave was just like, oh, that's a ASM. He's like, I was like, what do they do? He's like, well, they take care of all like life support equipment, packing pumps, packing parachutes. You get to sew. I was like, oh, yay, sewing. Yay. I still say that today. Yay, sewing.
Sewing. Right next to our
And,
cooking class.
So, but you'd be amazed how much life support equipment's made of cloth that you
Oh,
have
yeah.
to end up sewing as well as everything else.
Yep.
So you sew a lot. So I was just like, that's kind of cool. I think I want to do that. And he's like, well, you know, you got to be physically fit because you're also a rescue swimmer and you go down into the water and blah. And I was just like, even better. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah.
I want to do that. You know, and he's like, well, it almost seemed like he was trying to talk me out of it a little bit, which was just making me want to do it even more. You know what I mean? I was just like, fuck you, dude. I'm going to do it.
Yeah.
I'm going to at least put my name on the list. And he's like, well,
Absolutely.
the list is 4 years long. And I was like, I don't care. I don't see anything else in this book that I really want to do, which was not true because right off the bat, I had a backup plan. I said, if I didn't make it through ASM school, which is what it was called at the time, I was going to go MST,
Oh, yeah.
Marine Safety or Marine Science Technician,
Yep.
something like that.
Yep.
Because that's like one of my passions too, like conservation and just like being around nature and shit like that.
Yeah, totally.
So that was going to be my backup, my secondary. And so I walked out of there and I met Lori in the mall and I was like, yeah, sign up for the Coast Guard. I signed my life away right there. So she was ecstatic. Not long after that, man, I was like in Coast Guard boot camp. Like it went quick. I was like
Here
there.
we go again.
Yeah, it was almost like really fast. I was like, whoa.
But back to the
Rolling
fact that
kinda
you
quick.
got to go through boot camp again.
Yeah, so that was my second. That was my second boot camp, and honestly, I feel like Coast Guard boot camp to me was a little bit harder than Army boot camp. Army boot camp was more physical. Coast Guard boot camp was more mental. Like in the Army, it was just like, okay, boys, today you're gonna run up that hill. You're gonna do 50 pull-ups. You're gonna hop in that foxhole. You're gonna take that M60 and you're gonna smoke that freaking armored vehicle down there that's full
Get
of bullet
some.
holes. Yeah, that's what
And
you're
you're
gonna
going to
do.
yell all the time.
And
Get
it's
some,
and it's a
get
timed
some.
event, so we'll see who the gunslingers are, who's the fastest, who can operate under pressure. So we're all just like, freaking 19-year-old soldier wannabes.
Yeah.
I was a little bit older. Actually, no, that was Army boot camp, so I wasn't. I was like 18, and yeah, dude, it was a really good time, really physical. Had a great time, loved it. Coast Guard boot camp, on the other hand, it was physical, but there was like more standards there where,
Memorization.
yeah, but the physical part of it wasn't anywhere near as strenuous. They weren't preparing people for death and war and having to like run for your fucking life type shit,
Yeah, right.
storming the trenches or whatever. It was more like they just wanted you to be like semi-physically fit so you wouldn't like fall off a boat or some shit. I don't know.
Exactly.
Anyway, physically it wasn't that bad. Mentally, and I get it now why it was so tough, because they're taking these 18-year-old kids that are living with mommy and daddy, and 6 months later they're going to be at a small boat station having to board some pleasure craft
Right.
with a pistol on their side.
Yep.
Doing swabs for cocaine, having to like talk and interact with the public
Right.
in a professional manner. So to take somebody from a little donkey ass teenager to
Totally.
a Coast Guardsman, a
Yeah,
professional
right.
Coast Guardsman, it takes a lot of work. There's a lot of yelling involved. There's a lot of memorization involved. There's just a lot of stress involved. And that's the environment they created there, man. They just like squashed your brain every day. It was like, there was like, you woke up and you had to memorize this huge board. Did they have that when you were there?
Oh, yeah.
You had to like
Constantly.
memorize the color of the day and the
Yeah.
meal, what was for lunch. And
Yeah. And then
any-
they would ask you at
dude,
random times.
At any point in
You're like,
time, some drill sergeant will come up and be like, hey, what's for lunch today? And it's just like, I don't know, fucking hamburger. I wouldn't say it, but that's what I was thinking. And I'm just like, I don't know. Get on your face.
Yeah.
You know?
Push-ups.
Yeah. So
Wait, what year did you go through boot camp? Do you
I
remember?
went through in, I guess it was 98, 97, 98.
So I was January 97. That's why I'm asking.
It was probably around that same time period.
Okay.
Because I was on the cutter for like a year or so
And that
before I
was
went to AST school. I showed up to A school November of 99.
Okay.
So
So
to-
98. So,
Yeah.
because I was in the honor guard
Yeah.
for 2 years prior to.
Uh-huh.
And the reason I'm bringing this up is because I'm looking at our timeline and when all of a sudden you and I meet. So anyway, keep going.
Yeah. So got out of boot camp. That's what we were talking about, boot camp,
Yep,
right?
yep.
Okay. Graduated boot camp, went to the Coast Guard Cutter Rush, which has now been decommissioned because it was a Vietnam era 378-foot cutter, so it's long gone.
Which is kind
was-
of cool.
Yeah. I was
You
on-
want to cutter this on decommissions.
Yeah.
Like from Vietnam.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
I think it like came online back in the 50s or the 60s. Like it was an old boat.
Dang.
Yeah. And it went all the way, I think, through to like 2013 or 2014.
Oh my gosh.
They decommissioned that thing, something like that. Or maybe, no, I was at Hitchron when it happened, because I remember I was in El Salvador and the Rush was pulled up at a pier when I was doing that counter drug stuff. So I got to get on the Rush and go to my old berthing. And that was like, I think 2010.
Oh, that's cool.
So that was cool. Just kind of, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll talk about Hitchron later, I guess.
Yep.
But so yeah, I got to do that. So that boat got decommissioned. So from the Rush, I went to my airmen program at Barbers Point out in Hawaii at the air station. And airman program is just kind of like where you go, where they prep you to go to AST school or ASM school. And I'm kind of getting ahead of myself because they told me it was going to be a 4-year wait. I was going to be on that cutter for 4 years.
Yep.
But I got there and I was like on that list, and I was like way low on that list. And I kept checking it like on the daily. And I swear to God, I was just like moving up that list pretty quick. I'm like, wow, this list is moving fast. Like, what's going on? They're losing people or whatever.
Well, and that was the time when they started the airman program. So
Yeah.
guys were going into the airman program and getting washed out right away.
Yeah.
And
But they were like, maybe Flight Mech's better, you know?
Yeah,
just
totally.
Switching shops
Yep.
type thing. Yeah.
Yep. Or the other one was medical. They didn't get their aviation medical stuff.
Yeah. And those flight physicals, what a pain in the ass
Oh
those
my
were.
gosh. And they were harder than a regular physical going in.
Stressful.
Yeah, because you had to do so much more just to
Uh-huh.
get into aviation.
And if there's like anything wrong with you,
Yeah, you're done.
vision wise, blood
Yep.
pressure, any of that
Yep.
shit,
Colorblind, forget
you're done.
about it.
Yeah, you're done.
Yeah.
So yeah, that was a really stressful part of that whole thing, was just like making sure that I was healthy enough to be in aviation.
Yeah.
Crazy. So yeah, airman program. Get to the airman program, and literally like walk onto the to the air station. Got through the front gate, walked up to the front door of the AST shop, and like knocked on the door because you have a code to get in, and they're just like, "Who is it?" Open the door, and it's just like a bunch of they're a bunch of characters, man. John Lane, Bill Taylor, Ken Sullivan, Jared Herbert, David Skimmin, God rest his soul, rest in peace, my brother.
Buddy.
But yeah, just a bunch of just like rock solid guys who were absolutely hilarious, but you had to earn their respect. Like when I
Totally.
came in, they were just like, "Who the frick is this clown? What do you want here? What are you doing here? You're not gonna be no rescue swimmer, dude. We'll take you over to the galley and you can learn how to be a cook." It was like that kind of,
Yeah.
talk. Not that there's anything wrong with cooks. I love cooks because I love to eat. So,
Totally.
but yeah, so I earned my respect on the pavement, man, doing the runs, and then especially on the pull-up bar.
You get them.
It's like, if you can do pull-ups, dude, that's like mad respect. And then in the pool,
Yep.
which is where actually I lost respect, because I didn't realize I was a horrible swimmer because I'd never like swam competitively or even like tried to swim. I'd just been like a surfer since I was a kid.
Yeah.
So I figured if I can surf, I can swim.
Yeah. Right.
But
You would think.
But in a pool where the water isn't as dense as seawater, so you sink more because it's fresh water, and we don't have a flotation device on you like a boogie board or a surfboard.
Right.
It's a lot hard. It's way harder, bro.
Oh yeah.
It was hard. Like I get in, and it was like I just remember that when I showed up, they're just like literally, it was no nonsense. Like once the meet and greet was over, it was like, get your PT shit on. We're gonna do a PT test. So got out there. I think we ran to the pool, which was like 6 miles away.
Oh, that's
no
awesome.
sweat. I can do that. Get to the pool, push-ups, pull-ups, chin-ups, just smoked everything. Easy shit. I love all that stuff. I've always been physical. And then it was time to get in the pool. So we get in the pool, and they're just like 500-yard swim, go. And I was like, easy. I got like 2 laps, maybe 3 laps, I think, which is maybe 75 to 100 yards in.
Yeah. Yeah. 75.
I grabbed the side of the pool. I was just like, gugh. Water coming out of my nose, out of my mask, out of my mouth. And I like this guy, see this bare foot right in front of me, open my eyes, and I look up, and it's Bill Taylor, and he's just like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? I was like, are we almost done? And he's like, dude, you got like over 400 yards to go, bro.
Dude.
So I was like, holy shit, what did I get myself into, man? I had kind of like an epiphany, like, I can't fucking swim. I don't know. I don't know how to swim. I don't know how to float. I can swim a little bit. So this other AST that was there, first of all, I finished the swim, but it took me way longer than 12 minutes, which was like the time to shoot for.
Yep.
More than 12 minutes, he failed at that time. Maybe it's still like that.
I don't know.
I don't know either. But
Yeah.
anyway, this other great guy pulled me aside, and he was like, I could tell you got the stamina and you got the energy. I know you can do this. I can tell you're physical enough, but dude, your technique is like, it's like the most awful shit I've ever seen. You're like a drowning dog or whatever. I was just like, you need to work on your technique. I'm going to show you some techniques. Dude, I swear to God, in an hour, he like taught me technique. And then after that, it was like I could like fall asleep swimming.
Oh, nice.
You know what I mean? It was just, it's all it was, dude. And I mean, the technique was, he's like, pretend there's like a skewer going up your ass and coming out of the top of your head, and you're just pivoting on that skewer, and don't breathe all the time. You like breathe every like 2 strokes or every 3 strokes. So 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So you come up on each side.
Yeah.
And then just try to keep yourself real straight and real streamlined, and just kick your feet a little bit and learn how to do kick flips. And like literally, I think I was swimming. I don't know. I was never a super fast guy, like those 5 and 6 minute guys.
Oh yeah, no, me neither.
I was like, who was fastest in our class? Pat's big ass. He was pretty fast for his size.
I
remember Legis was the slowest.
Yeah.
Thank God for Legis.
Yeah, right. It was awesome. I don't think I ever came in first in our class, but I was always
Was
like
it Magri or Shane Crew or Tony Ariola?
Tony was fast.
He was fast.
Yeah. I feel like I was always in like the top 3.
I was in the middle. It was either Matt,
you were always
it was
behind
either me or Matt Thiessen.
Yeah.
We're like neck and neck all the time.
Yeah. Until we put fins on, and then I'm like slow as a dog.
Oh, see, that's when I got fast.
And Legas got freaking fast
Dude,
with fins on.
I was better with fins on too because I was kind of like a little bit of a bigger guy.
Yeah. Freaking power with the legs. Let's go.
Yeah. So yeah. What were we talking about?
We're getting
I'm fixated on the pool. Airman program.
Airman program, yep.
So yeah, so then I became a good swimmer. Did my 4 months at the airman program.
Which is cool because real quick, I don't mean to cut you off. Like I'm in my airman program at the same time. Like I'm in Elizabeth City, North Carolina, going through my airman program, getting my ass kicked. But the difference is like these guys have been set up. I was not the first airman. I was probably airman number 4 or 5. So they had already had guys come through, and now I'm jamming, and it's coming. It's like coming to that time. It's go time.
Yeah.
I've checked all the boxes, and now it's time to go to school. And here you guys come.
Yeah.
Ooh,
but here's the thing. So my airman program too, it's like, I think they'd had a couple airmen, but not that many to the point where they were just like, okay, go to the pool and PT.
Yeah.
We get back from that, go to the gym. We go to the gym, and then we get back from that. They're like, you guys like kayaking? We're like, yeah, I'll go kayaking. Pay me to kayak, come to work and kayak, hell yeah. And we'd bring rods with us, and we would go kayaking the outer reefs right there in front of the air station.
That's awesome.
It was a really good life out there.
That's cool.
But also, I think they gave us that freedom because they saw how physically fit like Laurent Magri was and how I was.
Yeah.
We were battle buddies, and we were both solid, man. We fed off each other. And I mean, it got to a point where we were like surpassing numbers of the ASTs that were there, which is how it's supposed to be.
Right.
You're supposed to be better than everybody. If you're going to go to school, you better be like better than all the other ASTs that are training you. You know, you better be strong and have a lot of endurance.
Yep.
And we had that, man. And I remember, we got to school.
And that's where we meet.
Yeah, that was go time.
Oh, shit.
Yep.
All of us. Like there were 8 of us in our class.
And you had this crazy energy. You were like, let's do this. You were bouncing off the walls and shit. I was like, cool, man.
Yeah. Who the fuck is this guy?
Yeah.
Like, yeah. So that's just me, dude.
Yeah, dude.
Full energy.
Mm-hmm.
It's never changed. Never.
Oh, it was nice to have that because I think we all fed off of it, and it kind of motivated all of us. So,
you know what? I enjoyed it. And the next thing you know, I was class leader, which I don't think I should have been. Like in the long scheme, I think it should have been Legas or you. You guys had more military time than I did.
Yeah, but
then you guys didn't either A, say it, or something didn't add up.
Well, I mean, being prior military, we know to like keep our fucking mouths shut.
Yeah.
And just like keep a low profile.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want any attention on you.
Yeah. So I ended up being
like,
class leader. Son of a beat.
You did a good job though. Yeah.
Well, thanks, man.
Yeah.
You know what? But I had you guys. Like, and when you think about that, like the majority of our class was older, right? Nobody was under 21, I think. I think I might have been one of the younger guys.
Yeah.
So
I was 28.
Yeah.
That was 1999. I was 28 years old.
But here's the greatest part about it for me, right? As class leader. Like I got you, I got Legas, I got guys that know what they're doing. And everybody, and all of you guys were like, hey, Quinny, we should probably do this. Oh, that's a great idea. And we rolled with it. Like it was like.
Dude, that's how we ran it.
Yeah.
You know,
it was
ran it
awesome.
Like, we just bounced ideas off each other and just tried to do the right thing.
Yeah.
Stay out of trouble.
Totally. Oh,
that was the big thing. It's like, what do we have to do
to
stay out of trouble and not do extra push-ups and flutter kicks?
Exactly. And we might have fucked that up a couple times.
Just a couple.
But it was worth it.
Yeah. I had fun, man. I look back, I have very positive experiences from
you know, it's one of those things like you love and hate swimmer school at the same time. Like I don't ever want to do it again.
Me neither.
But I had a blast there with you guys. Mm-hmm. And there are some things that I totally remember specifically. One of them was when we had Shane Crew. So Shane Crew was in our class who later became a swimmer. So he made it through. He was one part of the brotherhood, but he had not passed his escapes and releases off the top of my head.
But like once or twice he'd been recycled, right?
Our class was the second class. Yeah. And then he passed the third time he went through.
Yeah.
3 times to go through that, man. That's like pure just determination.
But like super strong.
Yeah.
Incredibly gifted in the pool.
Yep.
Could hold his breath for like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
But an absolute knucklehead.
Totally. I love the dude, but yeah.
How do I know this? Because I'm a knucklehead too. So I could smell it a mile away.
Call and see
Yeah, I
it.
became good friends with Shane. I love Shane.
Yeah.
I'd love to hook up with him and see him, man.
Yeah, me too.
Got
What
nothing but
was
love
cool
for
is
him.
like I remember us getting done with our PT sessions and like we would all bring it in and be like, let's go crazy 8.
Yeah.
And then when we lost Shane, it was like, well, we got to keep going. And we brought it in every day. And like, I don't remember what we said. It was like, let's go or get some or
Yeah, I think it was
whatever.
get some.
Get some.
I
And
just know Shane didn't take it well either. 'Cause
No, he did
he's
not.
not a quitter,
No.
obviously.
Yeah. I remember him tearing up.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah. He was hurt. He was,
Hell yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I don't blame him. I felt bad for him, man.
Me too.
'cause he was trying so hard.
Yeah.
And I think that's what ultimately got him through. The instructors saw that.
Yeah.
We're just like,
Yeah.
yeah, dude. And
For the next
he finally did everything right, remembered everything, and
Yep.
you know,
Well, the
all
other
lined
thing-
up, and he got through.
Totally. And the other thing about Shane is like they kept him in Elizabeth City and they put him in. I would love to have him on here to hear his full story. But when they brought him out of East City, they sent him out to the recreation place. So he was in charge of the gym, which just made him stronger and faster because he worked out every day like we were going to
And he
school.
was young too.
Yeah.
He was the youngest guy by far in our class.
Yes. Yep.
And he was strong.
Yep.
So
So-
yeah, and he got lucky to be able to do that, be in
Yeah.
that situation to better himself,
Yeah.
which he obviously did.
Yeah, he totally did. Totally nailed it and
Yeah.
made it through school. But
And then we graduated in March.
Yep. March 10th,
Yeah.
2000.
Yep.
And the only reason I remember that day is because my dad's birthday is the next day.
Oh.
And he was there.
Dude, remember our graduation?
I do, totally.
But it wasn't very memorable, was it?
Not really, but it was.
It was like they're all like, everybody get in this fucking room. Okay, here's this. Congratulate, good job, nice work.
Yeah, here's
Kick
your
you in the
curls.
ass, and then I think my dad was actually late, a couple minutes late, and he like missed the whole thing because it was like 5 minutes long.
Yeah,
And my dad came in, he's just like, "What?" I'm like, that was it,
it's
man.
over.
Got my certificate. This is all I care about anyway.
Yeah.
Is this certificate right here?
We
Yeah.
went to the bar. We went to the local bar right after we were done, and we were like, we had drinks. I know my dad bought us around. I
Yeah,
know that
I remember
one.
that.
I remember us stumbling home, stumbling back to the donut, back to the barracks.
Good times, man.
God, it was great times. So much fun. Yeah, summer school was fun. We had a good time.
We did, man.
Yeah.
We made the best of it. And,
We did.
We just had like a lot of characters in our class. It was cool.
Totally. I love it. But that's where you and I had an opportunity to meet and really like build our friendship. And it's interesting for those that don't understand. This is what I'll say. For those that have gone through something extremely difficult, and when I tell you difficult, it's not the standard, oh, that was hard and I'm glad we made it through. No. Like you feel like you're going to die every day. And that's not an exaggeration, right? You create this brotherhood at the end of it. And it's like, it's an unbreakable bond between each other. And I can speak for that for all the combat guys and all the spec op guys that I know that speak the same language that we do. And they're like, oh man, you guys are part of this. Like you get it.
Only they're better than us.
Yeah.
Just say it. They're better than us.
So you know what? No, I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it, dude.
I will.
I'm not going to. Here's what I'm going to say is they were trained differently than us.
Yeah.
But every one of us, I believe, could make it through that training. And I say that because of how many swimmers have left the Coast Guard and gone to like pararescue.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done it. It's the mentality, right?
So the way I look at it, man, is it's really, really hard to get inspired nowadays by anything with all the bullshit that's going on. But I can look at that community, and that's like the only thing that inspires me and the only thing that I really look up to. Yeah. Which in my mind makes me feel like they're better than I am.
Well,
you know, that's just how I feel, dude. When you look at like what they have to go through, whether it be buds or ranger school or pararescue school, all that shit, and just like their pipelines and how long they go to school for, and they got to go to combat. Yeah. And almost get their asses shot off. A lot of them do. Yeah. To me,
dude, I'm not taking anything away from them for sure.
That makes them better.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give it to you. We're going to call them better right now.
All right. I can't believe you're going to let me win this argument.
I totally am.
It's like,
I totally am.
We need to write this down. We need to mark this moment in history.
Hold on. At 43 minutes and 37
and
seconds.
it's on film. I can't believe it. Do not edit this out.
I am not. It's in there. It's in there. I'll put this out there as well, is that, and this came from my buddy Andrew Yost, who's a pararescue man. He was an instructor, he's combat time, blah, blah, blah. But one of the things he said is like, you know, you guys as Coast Guard rescue swimmers, you perfected that. And I was like, damn, man, that means a lot coming from you as far as what you've done and what you've seen and all of your training. He's like, yeah, we do this, this, and this. And, you know, I went through your advanced swimmer school and this, and it's badass. But you guys, as Coast Guard rescue swimmers, you perfected it. Like you brought it next level. And it was like, damn, man, that meant a lot. So that's why I say that. Like, yeah, but I'm going to agree with you. I'll give it to you. Sure. You're a win.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, man.
For once.
Awesome.
Thank you for that. Probably never happen again.
Not true. All right. So let's get through swimmer school. So you and I get to meet. We get done swimmer school, and your first unit is Hawaii.
I get to go home.
Oh yeah.
Back to Barber's Point.
So you've been in Hawaii with the Army. Then you were a civilian and National Guard or like reserve.
Yeah, reservist.
And now back to Hawaii after being on the boat, and now as stationed there as a Coast Guard
and to like
or as a swimmer.
Get stationed at Barber's Point and be a rescue swimmer in the Coast Guard. Dude, I just felt like a prince. You know what I mean? I was just like, dude, this is the shit.
Dude,
I got a decent paying job. I get to do a job that I love. I get to help other people. I'm still a first responder.
Yeah.
And I get to do cool shit, flying around helicopters and light off flares. And I
Dude,
was like,
badass.
and get to PT.
Yeah.
Mandated 2 hours of PT every other day. I forget what it was, but I was just stoked. We were always in the gym.
No, every day.
Once the maintenance was done,
yeah,
we were PTing.
Yeah.
Whether it be in the water, surfing.
Yep.
Or at the gym, man.
Yeah.
It was rad. Like, what a life.
Monday, Wednesday, Friday, we were in the gym, and Tuesday and Thursday, we were in the pool.
Oh, and then I forgot to say, like, while this is all going on, we had kids.
Oh, yeah.
That are pretty much the same age.
Yeah, and who else had kids? Legas had a kid, and you had a kid. I had a kid.
Yeah.
I know Pat didn't. Tony?
I agree. He didn't have one that he knew about anyway.
Yeah. So Magger's out. So there's two. Tony Ariola, did he have a kid yet?
He had one already.
He had one already.
He had a boy that was a little bit older.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's say, like I said, I mean, most of us were pretty mature going through school.
But we were like sharing baby pictures. Like we had just had babies.
Yeah, you and I.
You know, yeah.
Because Jalen and Cy are about like 2 years. Haley and Cy are the same age.
Jalen was just sparkle in your eye at that
That's
point.
right, because she was born while I was in school. Yeah.
But you had Haley at that time.
We're going to divert real quick to thank our sponsors. The Real ResQ Store.com. Your shop for all your podcast-worthy gear. From comfortable shirts to cozy mugs, we've got everything to showcase your love for your favorite podcast. So what are you waiting for? Head to therealresqstore.com and let your gear do the talking. All right, let me bring you back to
Hawaii.
Yeah, so you get to Hawaii. So here's what I want to do. I want to read this right here because you got an end of tour award in Hawaii. And I just want to touch on a couple things because there are a couple rescues that stand out to you. And you know what? Before you read this one, do you remember your very first one after you were a qualified swimmer?
I do. And it wasn't like a good rescue. It was actually, we were searching for a missing free diver off Maui. So we're flying around out there and we found him pretty quick, like almost right when we got on scene, we found him. I think we did like 2 legs of a search pattern. And City and County, they were out there, the lifeguards, they had their jet ski out there. And I forget if it was me or the flight mech that saw the guy, but it was the diver, and he was floating face down. So immediately I free fell, swam over to the guy, like flipped him over, and we were on the same radio frequency as the lifeguards. So they sent a guy out on a jet ski. So we pulled him up on the sled on the back of the jet ski and started doing CPR on him, but he was gone.
Wow.
Yeah, he was long gone. So they took him to shore. And I think I went to shore too. This is a long time ago, man. This is like back in like 2000.
Yeah.
They get him to shore, paramedics show up, and then I just swim back out and they hoist me up. We went home. That was my first one, was Grim Reaper.
Damn.
Yeah.
Wow.
So yeah, that was a bummer.
That is a bummer.
But
Kind of wild.
Something very interesting happened on that case though. I remember I had the guy and I was looking into his eyes and everything because his eyes were partially open, and I was just like kind of assessing him and everything, and he had foam coming out of his mouth and it smelled like alcohol. I was like, it's a little early to be drinking. But then later on, like years later at EMT Research, there was a specialist at EMT Research, this speaker that they had come in that was talking about cold water injuries and how, depending on if it's freshwater or saltwater, people can be preserved for long periods of time and come back after like a cold water injury. So don't give up on them.
Yeah, yeah.
But this guy was definitely not coming back. But I asked the question, I was like, is it like normal to smell like an alcohol smell or something like that? You know, and after somebody dies, and he's like, yeah, when seawater gets down into somebody's lungs and starts to disintegrate their lung tissue, it'll give off like an alcohol smell.
Interesting.
So I always thought that guy had a few beers before he went free diving, but I think it was just the seawater eating his lungs up.
Wow.
So I don't know, kind of sad and morbid, but yeah, something pertinent.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Something stands out.
A little bit.
Yeah.
It's like one of my first like memories.
Yeah.
So not a good case. Like
But
wish I
gnarly
could have
first
saved him, you know. But
Yeah.
shit happens, man. You can't save them all.
Nope.
Try to.
Tough one to start out with, though. Damn.
Just eye opening. Like,
Yeah.
oh, this is what it's like.
Welcome to being a swimmer.
Pretty much.
Let's go.
Yeah. And then I think the rest of them, I don't think I had another death case the whole time I was out there. The rest of them were all like medevacs and stuff and like live victims.
Well, that's good.
So yeah, it was really my first tour out at Barbers was really good.
Well,
I got
that's awesome.
some pretty good cases.
That's good because that could have been a make or break coming out of something like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we talked to a lot of guys on here that like they get a gnarly first death and they're like, man, this is not what I signed up for. I signed up to save people and stuff, and it doesn't turn out like that. And one of the things is like I don't think people understand that there's so many dynamics as to what we do and what we see that it's not always warm and fuzzy. So, and
Usually it's like quite the contrary, man.
Yeah, totally. And we talk about that here.
Especially when you get in those colder water units where if somebody's in the water for more than 15 minutes, it's a body recovery. You're not even looking for a live human anymore.
Agreed. Yeah.
So, yeah.
When you talk about, and I've talked about it quite a bit here on the podcast with so many of us that have had that happen. So,
yeah.
But I'll tell you what, like I said, let me touch on this because this is your end of tour award. I just want to read a couple sentences out of it. But you earned a letter of accommodation. I note with pride and am pleased to commend you of your performance to duty while stationed at Coast Guard Air Station Barbers Point from April 2000 through June 2004. During this period, you displayed an exceptional work ethic, impressive enthusiasm, and excellent technical skills in all of your assigned duties as aviation survival technician. You expertly provided life-sustaining emergency care to medevac patients and maritime survivors, which resulted in the saving and rescuing of 14 lives. Bro. 14 lives.
I know. I'm trying to remember some of the other ones.
It doesn't even matter. The fact that you have, like, think about that for a second. Yeah. Your first duty station, 14 lives.
Yeah.
Saved. Well done.
Thanks, man.
Yeah. Heck yeah.
It was my pleasure. That's what I feel like I was put here to do.
That's awesome.
You know,
Yeah.
I felt like I had this skill to where I could, you know, help out the public, and shame on me if I didn't take advantage of it. You know what I mean? So and it was a blast. I feel like, you know, you being in the search and rescue industry, your whole adult life pretty much.
Yep.
Me as well. I feel like we really took advantage of our youth.
We totally did.
And I think it helps me sleep well at night. I'm proud of that.
I think we
proud
did,
of you.
Oh, you too, buddy.
Love you, man.
I love you too, buddy. If I do a heart,
No
yet?
hearts.
That would be like my half a heart hand and your half a heart hand coming together.
We don't do that here.
That's what we're talking about right now for those that can't see it or understand.
Yep. This is Florida, not California. Can I say that?
You absolutely can. Legal. All right, bro. Well, let's bring you out of Hawaii. Again, congratulations on your first tour. That was pretty gnarly. That was good stuff.
Yeah.
Next station is Humboldt Bay, where you and I get to be stationed together.
We met back up. And
Dude,
had a blast.
it was awesome. And fun side
We were
story.
neighbors.
We were. And our kids are now old enough that they could all play together. And let's pick on Jalen and Cameron, or Jalen and Cy right now, where
let's do that.
Yeah, Lori, your wife, caught the two of them in the closet like kissing. What the? I mean,
Dude, that's just one isolated incident.
Oh,
I
yeah.
used to catch them all the time, like in the back of the car, hugging, like,
holding hands. Like, hey.
And I'd just be like, you guys are too young for that. I'm like, I'd have to
that
separate them, dude.
Totally.
I have pictures of it.
Yeah.
You know, of them just like hugging 20 years ago. And now I have pictures of them hugging.
I know, right?
As adults, consenting adults.
That's terrible.
It's too funny, man.
Yeah. All right, Humboldt Bay. So you had a couple rescues there that stand out to you, and you and I kind of talked about them earlier. One of them, there was a guy that was in the water for like an hour.
Yeah.
Dude.
Yeah. It started out 3 people in the water up in Klamath, California. The Klamath River comes out up there,
Yeah.
flows out of the mountains, comes out of the Trinity, I think. And, or the Trinity flows out of the Klamath. But anyway, the Klamath flows down to the Klamath River mouth and then out to the ocean. And there's certain times of the year when the salmon are running. You know, there's a lot of people out there, a lot of native people. You got the Hoopa Indian reservations up there. And they can fish any way they want there, anywhere they want. You know, they can fish down at the mouth. They can fish up. They can net as well. They should, man. It's their land. They should be able to do whatever the hell they want on that land. So this day, the surf was massive, and it was like probably 15, 20 feet. And perfect, by the way. It was beautiful out there. And the salmon were running. I think the kings were running, king salmon, Chinooks. And these 3 guys got in this little John boat, and I think they were trying to stretch a net across the mouth. And it was a small John boat, and their engine died. So they got sucked out the mouth.
Oof.
Yeah, into that big surf, that big cold surf. I think the water temperature was like 53.
Yeah, it's cold.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Which doesn't sound cold, but that's freezing, man.
Yeah.
Like low survivability.
Yep.
So we just get the call. A boat capsized. There's 3 people in the water, Klamath River. That's like all we got, I think. I was like, okay, let's go. So we get in the air, we get down there, and we do a couple of laps down the beach, back and forth, fly up the river a little bit, come back, fly the beach again. And we notice, first we get on scene and we asked for like an update. So it turns out one guy was rescued by the tribal boat, which was this badass like cat, like a catamaran that can just like, you know, transit through like big surf and shallow water. So they got one of the guys, they got him alive. So we're just like, okay, so now we're looking for 2 people. They rescued one, and let's look for the other 2. So we're flying up and down the beach. We find a little debris pile. There's like a cooler circling in a whirlpool right there, and like a couple of boat cushions and shit. And then I see a body in the shore break, just like rolling up the beach, rolling down the beach, like rolling up, just getting tossed around in the shore break. This is down from the river mouth at the other end. So this body came out the river and got sucked down. So when you're up in a helicopter, things look a lot different than they do when you're actually on the ground.
Agreed.
Way different. So I'm just like, oh, the surf's not that big. Just put me down there and I'll go grab that guy and pull him out. And the pilots, you know, good pilots listen to their swimmers. They were like, okay, hoist me down to the beach. Got down to the beach and I looked out and a set was coming and I was like, holy shit, man. I should have known it was big. I mean, you know, the river mouth was huge down at the other end. You know, it was like 15 feet or so. I didn't realize how big it was until I actually got on deck and saw that it was like solid 15 feet. Down that end of the beach was a little bit smaller. Maybe it was like 8 to 10. But
still the same.
Dumping shore break. And this guy's just like rolling back and forth, rolling up, rolling down. And there's like spectators there. So I walk up to everybody. I'm like, how come nobody's tried to get him? And they're just like, are you crazy? Look how big the surf is. And I was just like, yeah, that was a dumb question. So there's all these people around and I got to get this guy. So dead or not, I don't care, man. I'm gonna get him. So I go down and I just swim out a little bit and I grabbed him. And of course the set comes in, man. We took like a 3-wave set and just got pounded together. And, but I held on to him and ended up like somehow getting my heels in the sand and my ass plane in the sand and had this guy like kind of like a reverse fireman's carry or whatever, had him under his armpits and just start like inchworming up the beach, just getting hit by waves. Boom, get sucked back down a little bit. And I get him up high enough to where I like roll over on him and then just like low crawl his ass. He's like underneath me and I'm just like low crawling him up the beach. And then I get up high enough to where I can get my footing and pull him up into the sand.
Wow.
And he was dead. And there were a couple of guys with pickup trucks on the beach right there. And then there was a boat right there to where you could cross the river mouth and then you could see the ambulance way over at the boat ramp. So we grabbed that guy, threw him in the back of a guy's pickup. I took the guy's wallet just so I'd have his ID and everything.
Yeah.
Put it in my dry suit. Put put him in the back of a pickup. The pickup took him over to the boat that was waiting. The boat took him over to the boat ramp, and they put him on the ambulance. So I'm tired. I'm like probably 5 pounds heavier because I'm soaking wet and full of sand. That's sand in every pocket from just getting blasted by the shore break. You know, so I'm just like, fuck. So I'm just like, hoist, let's go, man. Ready to be hoisted. So they hoist me back up. And I get up in there and I'm like, what's the status? They're like, we're still looking for one dude. And I'm like, okay. So this is so we had to fly from the air station to Klamath River mouth, which is about 40 minute flight.
Yep. Agreed.
So that's 40 minutes. And then all this shit that happened was probably like another 20 minutes. The little search we did and the cooler spinning in the whirlpool and then me pulling the guy up onto the beach. So a little over an hour, this other guy's been in the water. So we're just like, okay, we're doing a body recovery now. And it got to the point where we quit searching the beach and we started doing our offshore search. So we get like 5 miles off the Klamath River mouth, 5 miles.
Holy cow.
And we're flying around. And I think the flight mech spotted him. He's like, there he is. And we look over and this dude's just floating like face down. He's just floating face down. So I'm like, okay, yeah, here we go. Let's get him. You know, I'll get in, grab him, send me the basket. I'll put him in the basket. And right when we're talking, the guy's head comes out of the water and he like looks up at the helicopter. And we're just like, holy shit, this guy's alive.
Dude, you just gave me chills, man.
Yeah. Dude, I got chills too, man.
Oh my God.
The guy was alive.
Bro.
After that much time in the water. And he was a big boy. That's why he was alive. I found out he was a big boy very soon after. So we go through all the rescue checks. Boom. And I'm just like, get me in the fucking water. Enough of these stupid rescue checks. Like, let's go.
Yeah.
And free fell, swam over to him. And I get to him and he's just like, oh, and I'm like, ah. And we like link up. And then I grab him and then he just fucking gives up, dude. He was just like, and he was a big boy, dude. I'm talking like 300.
Oh,
like
wow.
300. He was big.
You know, we talk
Pushing
about that.
300.
We talk about that here on this podcast quite a bit. Is
Dead weight.
Survivors. They hold on. And then all of a sudden the survivor or the rescue men person, whatever is there. And they're like, oh, I'm rescued and just let go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what he did. But I think,
dude,
the fact that he was so big was the reason he was alive. He had a lot of fat. He was fat. He was a fat boy. So I think that maybe like a seal. You know, seals like
nice comparison.
Like cold
okay.
water. But
Yeah,
I think that's what helped him stay alive.
I'm sure of
think
it.
about it. So because there's no way that guy should have been alive still.
Wow.
For that long of a time in that cold of water. Like I got cold being down there in my dry suit after a couple of minutes. This guy was like over an hour still in there. So they lower the basket down. I put him in the basket and they take him up in the basket and I'm in the water. I'm just like, yes, he's alive. I got a live one, you know? So I'm like stoked. Get him up into the cabin and then they send the bear hook down to me. And then I get up into the cabin and I look over and the flight mech, the guy's still in the basket. And I was like, okay, he's still in the basket. And the flight mech's like, I couldn't get him out of the basket. And the dude was so big that he was literally like wedged in the basket. Like his fat was popping out.
Down below on the bales.
Yeah, all the sides, you know.
Oh my God.
He was a big boy. And he was bald and he had tattoos all over his head. He was just this like, I think he was just like Hoopa Indian man. He was just a Native American dude, gnarly. And he was starting to come around a little bit. And you know what happens when people are in cold water and then they start to rewarm, dude? He was in pain.
Yeah.
And he's just like yelling. And I couldn't get him out of the basket. I was trying. I couldn't get him out. So I was like, fuck it. Took like all the wool blankets we had and just like packed him wool blankets, you know, and tried to just rewarm him. And he's like screaming. He's just like, ah. I was like, it's okay, man. You're alive. You're still alive. I was all smacking him on the head. I'm like, you're alive, dude.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. And so we get him to the hospital up in, I think Crescent City was the closest hospital, I think.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. And we dropped him off there. I was just like, yes. I left a part out.
Come back to it. Let's
I left
go.
the crazy part out. So while I'm trying to cross chest carry this guy, a 300-pound guy.
Yeah.
And they're getting the basket all rigged up. Something's poking me in the ass. And and the Klamath River mouth is known for its large population of huge great whites.
Oh, yeah.
So I'm thinking, is this a fucking great white like sniffing my ass? Am I about to die right now? I'm like, what is poking me? So I reach down and I'm like, what is this? And I pull it and it was the guy's fake leg. He had an artificial leg.
Oh my God.
I left that part out. Yeah. So I'm just like, what the fuck? So I take that shit and I just like put it on his chest and I'm like, here, help me hold this. We don't want to lose this. So that was kind of crazy too. I forgot all about that.
Oh, that's hilarious.
Yeah. It's interesting.
Man, this shit, you can't make this stuff up, man.
No, man. No. So that was that was a good one.
Dude, that's hilarious.
It was pretty fun.
What the fuck?
That was a good case.
That's awesome. All right. Oh, so fun.
Yep.
All right, I got to ask you another one because there's one more that stands out to you from Humboldt Bay, which you actually came back and debriefed with the entire shop, and it was going to a sailboat.
Oh yeah, there was the sailboat case. I think it wasn't a big sailboat. It was maybe like a 24-foot sailboat, 23, 24 feet, single mast, and there was 2 personnel on it, and their rudder had fouled, and I don't think they checked the weather because it was like 10-foot, 12-foot seas, which doesn't sound big, but that's big, especially when there's wind involved and they're like white capping. It gets gnarly. So this sailboat, we find it after maybe like looking for like, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes. We located it. I can't remember if they had an EPIRB or what, but we found it, and they lowered me down, kind of like upwind, upswell, or excuse me, downwind, downswell, because I wanted them to come to me. So they were up, so I wanted to be put down. So they were coming to me.
That's an experienced rescue swimmer right there, ladies and gentlemen.
So they were coming down to me, and I was swimming up towards them. And I stopped swimming real quick because they were moving really fast towards me. I actually started like kind of backpedaling, like, whoa. And the 2 guys were out on deck, and I was like, all right. And I was talking to them. It was like from here, it was like maybe 15 feet away, 20 feet away. And I was like, one at a time, jump in the water. They both had life preservers on, like they were ready to go.
Yeah.
So one guy jumps. They lower the basket down. I put him in the basket. He goes up. I actually think I had hooked back up to the hook because the boat had drifted past me so far. So I hooked back in. They didn't bring me all up in the cabin. They just brought me up a little bit and flew me back in front of the boat, flew me down, swell, downwind of the boat, put me back in. So here comes the boat again. I get like maybe 20 feet from it, and where the boat is, like it's a pretty big boat, but I could see a wave in back of the boat getting ready to like cap and whitewater and break onto the sailboat. And I was just like, hold on, wave. And the guy's just like, whoa. And so he held on to the sail. I think he grabbed like one of the stanchions or something.
Yeah.
And I'm like kind of even with the mast. So this wave kind of pushes the boat and it comes sideways and the mast comes down to the water. Boom. Like if I was like dead in line with the mast probably would have killed me.
Holy.
Yeah, and it had like a bell on it, or I don't know if it was like the rigging, but it was just like ping, this big metallic sound. And as quick as it came down, whew, it went back up and like over to the other side. And I was just like, holy shit. Like never be in line with the mast. After that, I was just like, that was a quick lesson learned.
Yeah.
Thank you, God, that I'm still alive and I'm able to change my shorts when I get home. That's kind of how I felt. I was like, holy crap, man. So that happened. So that kind of like shocked me a little bit. I was like, whoa. So I moved more towards the aft of the vessel. And I was like, jump. So the guy jumped, grabbed him, threw him in the basket, got everybody out of there safe. Thank God.
Bro.
Yeah. And got back and I was like, hey, motherfuckers, watch out for the mast. Stay away from the mast.
Yeah.
It was crazy.
You know, so we're going to debrief that a little bit more just because for our fellow brothers that are out there.
Yeah.
Like, cause we always talk about this, like be deployed in front of the boat, let the boat come to you.
Yeah.
Cause you're going to have one hell of a time. You're going to expend all your energy trying to catch the boat if you're put downwind or down swell.
Yeah.
Right. And you've heard it like numerous times where we'll all try it. Like, oh yeah, I can catch it. No, you can't. And if you can, you're only going to catch it once, maybe twice, and then you're done. So get in front of it. But that right there is that debrief of, hey, watch out. Don't be in line with a mast. And if there's like multiple, because that mast is going to roll out. If it hits a big wave and smack the water, that's not something I even would have thought of.
Yeah. And like I've been on sailboat cases before, but like never experienced anything like that. So I was glad I actually like lived to like share a little bit of advice with some of the boys.
That's pretty good.
That was a crazy one.
Yeah. I remember sitting in the shop with you on that debrief and be like, damn, okay, noted. Thank you.
Yeah.
But
that was a good one.
Freaking awesome. Hey, thanks for telling everybody else.
Yeah.
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 It's good stuff.
You're welcome. Everybody's welcome.
Oh, it's good stuff.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys are getting ready to bail out of Humboldt Bay. But before I leave out of Humboldt Bay, I want to talk about one thing, and that is you and Cy specifically, like you scared him to death with Bigfoot like a couple times. Like,
yeah, Cy had this, and me too, 'cause I believe that they're probably real, had this crazy fear of Bigfoot.
Yeah.
And of course I'm gonna feed on that.
Of course.
I'm gonna use that to my advantage. So one day, this is the worst I scared him with it. Like I used to talk about it from time to time when we were like driving through the woods, but you better be good. Bigfoot's going to get you, boy. But this one time where I got him really, I think it was one of the first times I did it, was we were walking up the Mad River. We were going fishing, and Cy wasn't a big fisherman, but he really liked bushcraft, so I taught him how to like make fires and everything. So he still, even though he liked to fish, he loved coming with me because it was almost like a camping trip.
Yeah.
And then if I caught something, we'd just cook it up on the fire right there, that he built.
Which is pretty badass.
Yeah, he got really good at it. He was good at it, man. I taught him all that shit. So we were walking to the gravel bar on the Mad River right there in Blue Lake, and there was a deer carcass. It had been field dressed, so it was just a pile of guts and fur and hoof. And Cy kind of stopped and looked at it and was just like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Oh, it looks like Bigfoot just made a kill and actually fed right here." And Cy kind of stared at the pile. And then his eyes got big and he looked at me and he just freaking lost. And he's just like, I want to go home. Get me out of here right now. I want to go home. And I was like, I'm just kidding, man. I'm just kidding. But there was like no backtracking. You know what I mean? He was just like freaking, he was just scared shitless.
Lost his mind.
Yeah. So I was even trying to like explain it to him. It's like, it's trying to be logical. It's like, look, man, when you kill a deer, you take all the meat and you leave everything else. See, there's cuts right here. It's all like, it's not torn apart or anything. All it is a pile of fur and guts because all the meat's gone because the hunter took it. And he's just like, no, I want to go home now. I was like, okay, we'll go home, but don't tell Mom. And I told you that. Don't tell her.
Oh, that's so funny.
But he probably ended up telling her. You always used to tell on me.
Probably.
I deserve it.
Oh, that's so funny.
Yeah, good times.
Hilarious. I love it. I love it. Yeah, we had a good time in Humboldt for sure.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so I'm going to bring you to the next unit, which is Hitron. We're going to divert real quick to thank our sponsors.
Breeze Eastern. For over 80 years, Breeze Eastern has designed and manufactured battle-proven aerial rescue hoists, winches, and cargo hooks. Each product is carefully crafted to support demanding mission scenarios, ensuring the job gets done safely and efficiently. Visit them today at www.breeze-eastern.com.
Yeah.
Which is helicopter
interdiction tactical squadron. I don't know where the RON comes from. I really don't.
Squadron. Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
We're going to go with that. Hitron.
Yeah.
Which is down in Jacksonville, Florida.
Cecil Field to be exact.
Yep. So while you're there, one of the cool things about it is you're not set up there to do search and rescue like a normal Coast Guard rescue swimmer would be. You're there for tactical ops, going to get drug interdiction, and it's not our job. Like it's not our. I won't say it's not our job.
You're right, because you had Savannah.
Yep.
You had Miami, and you had Clearwater.
Yep.
All doing SAR.
Correct.
We were completely different. We were a 10 helicopter unit doing strictly counter drug stuff.
Correct.
Yeah.
And you went there because of our job, right? Our job is AST, Aviation Survival Technician,
Yeah.
and what we do for all-sea tech. And
Yep.
that's all the life support equipment across the board for all the aircraft
Yep.
and the vest that we wear and
Yep.
the
All that
maintenance
stuff.
stuff.
Yep.
So they have to have a swimmer there or an AST there to inspect all the gear.
Aircraft floats. We did the floats.
Exactly.
Like that was like our biggest job, was doing the floats.
Yeah, which is not that big.
So
of a
did
job.
usually probably Monday morning by like noon, I think we had all our maintenance done for the week. That shit. Like,
Of course
and
you
that
did.
that was a big PT unit. We PT'd a lot at that unit.
Oh, that's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's good.
Uh-huh.
Good workouts every day, big workouts. I like that. So, all right. So tell us what you had to do. Like, what were your qualifications? Again, you're not a swimmer anymore.
Okay.
So
At that point in time, you could still go to Hitron as an AST and apply to be a gunner, an aerial precision marksman.
Oh, that's fun.
Yeah. So that's kind of what I wanted to do, because my main goal, I wanted to use Hitron as like a stepping stone to get back to Hawaii, because Hawaii was my home at that point.
Yeah.
I'd been there since before the Coast Guard. I've been there for like 15 years. You know, since I was a teenager, I had a lot of friends out there, had a lot of family. Actually, I have a lot of family. My family wasn't out there yet. I had a lot of friends out there who I consider family.
Nice.
So I wanted to get back there.
Yep.
And the only way to get back there, because we have this like priority system in the Coast Guard, it's like dependent upon what unit you go to and how much hardship it is, they give you priority 1, 2, 3. I think it goes up to what, 5? I don't know. But
Sure.
I think hitch run was a priority 2 or 3 because it was, you were deploying. So when you deployed, I think out CONUS and you were on a boat, you got priority 3, I think. It's been a while. So I basically went there to get the priority to get back to Hawaii. I wanted to get, you know, the highest priority I could get so I could get like first pick out of there.
Yep.
And go home.
Yep.
That's what I wanted. So I get down there and, you know, I immediately try to get into the gunner program. I met like a little bit of resistance, but not much. Signed up for the gunner program and got in, and it took from the time I entered the gunner program till the time I was a qualified gunner, it was probably like a year. That's how much training was involved at that time.
Wow.
It was a long time.
That is a long time.
Because I got there, and like right after I got there, I applied for the gunner program, and they put me in the line shack for a while. So I was fueling helicopters and like sweeping the hangar and just doing all kinds of bullshit.
That does not sound fun, by the way.
I was doing that like on my line crew duty day, and then if I wasn't doing that, I was in the shop packing floats and hanging out with the other guys and just doing stuff and like sewing stuff up. But when I say sewing, it's like this wasn't a SAR unit, so we weren't sewing like a lot of the normal shit, you know, like repairing search and rescue gear. Instead, we were like sewing like gunner straps.
That's
to
cool.
like, you know, that you shot off of in the helicopter. We sewed all that stuff up.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. At first we did, and then I think they contracted it out and some civilian companies started sewing all that stuff.
Huh.
I believe.
Right on.
But yeah, it kept us busy. And when we weren't doing that, we were PTing, man. We PT'd a lot.
That's
We
super
had a great
cool.
time, yeah.
I like that.
And then yeah, so then I get into the gunner program, and it was a long, fun road. But I mean, you only remember the good things. It was really stressful because there was all these checklists you had to do, man, because it was just like just not rescue checklists. It was what was it? I forget what they called it, but it was just checklists. And you know, safety was paramount. So I mean, we were always at the range training on all these different weapons. The M16 was like the gateway if you could qualify with the M16. And that's the thing too. If you didn't do something right, or you couldn't shoot good, whether it be the pistol or the M16, you got the boot, man. You were out. They could kick you out for all kinds of stuff like that if they didn't like your attitude.
Really?
Yeah. Like in order to like really get into the gunner program, like it was like a board of, there was like some gunner's mates there. The CO was there, like some top level people at Hitchron, and they were asking you all kinds of crazy questions. And if you didn't do good in your board, you didn't make it through. So there was
Wow.
that stress of that. There was the stress of learning all these different checklists, you know, for all the different phases of an interdiction. There was a lot to memorize, man, you know, and just like transferring it from here to like here.
Trigger
you know?
finger.
Yeah.
From
it
brain
was-
to trigger finger.
Dude, it was a lot of work for me mentally because I'm dumb. So it was like, took a lot of work for me. It was hard. It was really hard to get through all that. And then what I really enjoyed about it though was going to the ranges because I was prior Army infantry, so I knew how to shoot, you know. In Army boot camp, I slept with an M16 for like a month.
That's so
you know?
funny.
So yeah, dude. And so I was a decent shot. I was great on the M16. The pistol, however, I think it was the SIG P226 40 cal, like a very safe weapon. It had all different types of safety intercept notch and firing pin lock, but it was incredibly hard for me to shoot. I was used to shooting a 1911 45 that I had in the Army, and then the Beretta 9mm that I had in the Army. And then I moved to this thing, and I'm like, oh, no problem. And I get on that thing, and I couldn't even qualify with it.
Oh, man.
Yeah, so I borrowed one of those guns. One of my buddies had a SIG P226 40 cal. He loaned it to me. I went and bought a bunch of ammo, and they just went to the range, dude, to a indoor range, and shot off probably 3,000 or 4,000 rounds till I could
Wow.
actually hit something. And there was a really good small arms instructor at the range too, and he was just like giving me some pointers. And the gunner's mates helped me out too.
Oh, that's awesome.
And then I got on that gun, and I was just like, sometimes I'd shoot expert, sometimes I'd shoot sharp shooter.
Yeah.
You know, I could qualify.
Yeah.
That was like the pistols was one of my biggest stressors.
So
the
there's-
long guns weren't bad at all.
There's 3 types of qualifications that I know of in the Coast Guard. And the first one is you qualify. Congratulations, you get a little ribbon or something saying that you're a marksman.
Mhm.
And then your next one is a star, which is your, what would you call it? You're not an expert. You're a
Sharpshooter.
sharpshooter. You get an S.
Marksman,
then-
sharpshooter, and expert.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then the expert is like, and it's all based on score.
But it's kind of different scoring in the branches. It's different of the
Yep.
military.
Okay.
I think just to qualify with the pistol was like you shoot like a 187 or something. I don't even remember what exactly. We shot so many different courses of fire, like my head was spinning. And you had to learn everything about all those weapons. You had to know how to do like weapons checks, and you need to know all the parts of the weapons. And at that point in time, we're using like the 240 Bravo. We were using the Barrett 50 cal. We were using M14 enhanced battle rifle, and you had a pistol on you. So that's like 4 different weapons platforms that you had to like master and know every part of every weapon and how to put that thing together in the dark and take it apart. It was stressful.
Wow.
Yeah. And then you had to go to the
Dang.
range and qualify with all those weapons too and be like good with them.
Dang.
Because of the mission you're going out and doing. They didn't want you killing people,
Right.
Yep. It's like kind of the first time I'd ever been trained to shoot a gun and trained not to hit somebody. You don't want to kill people. You just want to destroy materiel. You want to kill that boat motor. Stay away from the people. Hit the motor.
Interesting. Like, totally.
You hit somebody, it's game over. We're shipping you out of the country, man.
Wow.
It's like that. Like that was a game ender if you actually hit somebody.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Wild.
So that's so they trained you, and I mean, dude, they trained us really good. At that point in time, and like I don't like to name names throughout this podcast, but Eric Stage was that guy trained me. He was an AMT-2. He was a flight mech that was prior Marine Corps, and he was a crew chief on CH-53s. And that fucking guy could shoot and he could teach, and he ran that program so well, man. I was so impressed with that guy.
Dude, that's awesome.
He was a badass, man. The guy could shoot, and yeah.
It's always nice
he's
to
just a
see
great
somebody that can do the job well and
now
learn from him.
I think he's still doing that job. He works for like Customs. I think he's still an aerial gunner.
Oh, good for him.
Last time I heard, yeah. Total badass, man.
Sick.
Yeah. Got retired and then went to work for one of the other agencies
Excellent.
doing that. Same thing.
Perfect.
But it got to the point, dude, like that job became more fun to me than search and rescue did.
Really?
No doubt.
All right. So while you were
But I'm kind of getting ahead of myself.
That's
so,
okay. I want to jump into
but
a
yeah.
couple stories.
Okay.
Go ahead.
But yeah, still going through that training, dude. It was just a shit ton of training. We had to go to precision marksman school. That was hard. You learn about the M14. Then at that point in time, we had our own in-house school for the Barrett. I think they just called it like the Barrett Counter Drug School. I can't remember. This is back in 08, 09. It was a long time ago.
Yeah.
So we were at the range all the time, learning the M14, learning the Barrett. Then after that, you get back from that, you have to go through this flight syllabus that was no fucking joke, dude. I mean, I think it was like, it seemed like it was like at least 20 flights, if not more. Because you're dealing with some serious hardware, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Well, you have multiple guns.
killing people. Yeah. So you get back from the training where we went for the school, the precision marksman school, which was kind of down. It was sort of, it's funny. It's like down in the center of Florida, because the Barrett can shoot. So I think the maximum distance for the Barrett, it's like that bullet 50 cal travels 5 miles. So there's like no place you can shoot that thing safe, or around Jacksonville or anything like that. So we had to travel. We had to go down to some bombing range, Avon Park,
Wow.
to actually train. I'm pretty sure I can say all this stuff. This is all common public knowledge.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Well, somebody let me know if it's not.
Yeah. So we went down and we trained down there. And then once we got back from all that training, we did ground ranges, and then we did day and night, and then we did aerial ranges day and night. The helicopters would come down and we train on them. And then you get back to Hitchron. They put you in that flight syllabus, man, and it's like no joke. You're flying all the time. We did GunX flights and tactics flights where you go offshore and just like dump a bunch of ammo and shoot up and just go through like a false interdiction, a mock interdiction, and also shoot. So it kind of kills two birds with one stone. You're going out there and you're getting, some marksmanship training as well as refreshing your memory on how to do an interdiction. Because it's a lengthy process.
Yeah.
You just don't go out there and start slinging lead. You know what I mean?
Wow.
Slinging meatballs everywhere.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And so yeah, you do that. We do gun X flights, and then we'd also do tactics flights. You know, we'd work with the flotilla, if you will. We'd go out and chase boats and stuff like that, and train with the boats.
That's super cool.
Yeah, just to kind of for the pilots and for us, it was, you know, for everybody, good training for everybody.
The flotilla, is that the boats that you were training with?
Yeah, they had some pretty nice like go fast style boats down there, some speed boats, and some insanely talented BMs, some boat drivers that would just like outrun us and outclass us, and to the point where it's like, okay, could you guys slow down a little bit so we can actually maybe try to hit something? Like, they were really good boat drivers.
Wow.
Took pride in the fact that they could outmaneuver a helicopter. That's back in the day, and you know, in 08, man, 09, when I'm sure it's still like that. But yeah, they had some insanely good boat drivers down there.
That's cool.
Mad props to the BMs, man. We couldn't have done it without them. You know, it was good training.
That's fantastic.
Yeah, it was cool. It was very cool. And then, yeah, so then I finally got qualified and started going out and doing busts down south, downrange.
Downrange, like doing the job.
Yeah.
Doing the job you finally got trained to do.
Mm-hmm.
And as a matter of fact, I'm going to throw this out there. At one point, you were the only rescue swimmer in the Coast Guard that was gun qualified, or
A gunner, yeah.
a gunner qualified.
Yeah. It was. I was the only one there.
Dude, that's pretty badass, man.
For
When
a
you
little while.
like think about that, like there were only 300-ish rescue swimmers in at one time, and you were the only one.
Yeah, there was nobody else in the shop that really either wanted to do it or they just weren't into it. Or at
Wow.
that point in time too, in our shop, there was the command in our shop, like our chief and our senior chief. They didn't really want to lose people to the gunner program because we kind of needed everybody we had in there to, you know, do all the all-sea work on the helicopters. We need guys to pack floats and, you know, just like maintain all the equipment, maintain the helicopters. So, and that's good leadership.
Yeah.
Like, I would have a hard time letting some of my guys go too, because like I want as many guys as I can have in my shop to make sure the job gets done and
Right.
it gets done right. So kudos to them to like let a couple of guys go out and join the gunner program. But
Yeah, that's cool.
towards the end, after I was a gunner, yeah, they didn't. I don't think they let anybody else do it. That was an AST, as far as I know.
Wow.
And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong.
You know what? It might have changed. now.
Apologies.
No.
Apologies.
Hey,
But
things
yeah,
change.
for a while there, I was the only swimmer gunner.
That's crazy. Awesome.
Yeah, I took a little bit of pride in that. I was like, oh, that's kind of cool.
That is kind of cool.
Yeah.
I dig it.
And yeah, so we'd go down there on missions and yeah,
Right.
stop drugs. from
Any
coming into the country.
Are there any missions that stand out to you?
Yeah, there's a couple. I think I had like three. It's been a while, man. I had either 3 or 4 boat interdictions, and then I had I found a semi-submersible sub.
What?
Yeah, so that was kind of interesting.
Oh, that's cool.
So
All right, run us through that one.
you want me with the semi-submersible?
Yeah.
You know, that one wasn't very exciting because it's
Oh,
like
okay. Well, never mind then.
you can't. I'll run you through it though.
Okay.
So we were in port down south in a certain area, hanging out on the beach, just taking a break. And then literally, I think the small boat came up the beach and was like, we're getting recalled. We all got to go back. And we had just gotten there to the beach after being underway for a long time. So we were just enjoying ourselves, man.
Yeah.
You know? And luckily it was early in the morning. Otherwise, we probably all would have been drunk, you know, just drinking at the beach, hanging out all day. So they recalled us all. So we all had to go all the way back to the cutter, which was pretty far away, man. We had to like take a cab through the mountains to get all the way back. And then they took some people on the boat, if I remember correctly, on the small boat. I think, like I said, it's a long time ago. So we get back and everybody's just pissed.
Yeah, you're
Everybody's-
angry.
Yeah, and
You're
the
angry.
CEO comes in and he tries to give this
Pep talk.
speech, and we're like, it didn't work. I
Yeah.
was still just like, frick this shit, man. I was having so much fun because, you know,
You've been stuck underway.
yeah.
for
Plus,
so
we were
long,
like,
right? Yeah.
we pulled, you know, we were at a good surf spot, man. There was waves. It was like really, really fun, you know. So I was like super bummed. But anyway, so we get back on the boat. We go out, we get underway, and literally like, we start flying that day because we had like some hot intel that there was a semi-submersible. And what a semi-submersible is they take like a 20-foot sailboat, cut the top off of it. They keep the fuel tank and the 6-cylinder diesel motor, and then they make a bunch of racks for people to sleep in and a huge compartment to fill with drugs. And then they fiberglass over the top of that, like pretty much almost like just above the water level.
Wow.
Then they have an intake, so you can have some air coming in, and then the exhaust comes out through the top and then goes down to the back of the semi-submersible from the motor, and it comes out like right at the water line in the back, and they fiberglass over the top of that to prevent a heat signature.
Wild.
So very crafty.
Yeah.
Very crafty. A lot of people, they always kind of underestimated these drug runners. Oh, they're just savages, third world savages. But it's like, these people like are very creative, and they're making a shit ton of money and probably have a bigger budget than we do. We should probably take them a little bit more seriously.
And that's not an exaggeration, that they probably have a bigger budget than Hitcher.
Billions of dollars.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
And they were very resourceful.
Wow.
Yep. And so we're out on this mission, and we're like just looking for this thing. And the day we were out looking for it, it was already like 4 foot sea. So there's chop everywhere. There's white caps everywhere. And we're looking for this vessel that runs right on the water line, that's maybe putting off, a little bit of a wake. So it's just like, we're never going to find this thing.
Yeah.
And so like I start making bets with the pilots. It's like, hey, the first person that finds it gets a bottle of Florida Caña, which is like some of the best rum, spiced rum. I think it's from El Salvador, like 10-year Florida Caña.
That's awesome.
Good stuff.
But you're throwing bets inside the cockpit.
Yeah, dude.
Who can find it
I'm
first?
just like sitting there. I'm looking at the FLIR screen, and I'm looking out the window because it's still daytime, and I'm just like, looking for this thing. And I didn't even see it on FLIR. I spotted it with my eyes. What I was doing, I was just kind of looking around, and I was looking for white caps that wouldn't vanish. You know what I mean? Because a white cap will break and then it'll go away.
Right.
And I just saw this one white cap that would just not go away. And I was like, holy shit, I think I see this thing. And the pilots are like, what? And I'm like, yeah, man, 9 o'clock, like maybe 900 yards, 1,000 yards, whatever. And then I get it on the FLIR and zoom in, and sure enough, man, it's this freaking thing that they had hot intel on. We actually found it. I was like, I can't believe we found this thing. So immediately we go like overt. We go like way up and get up behind this thing, man, and just start collecting data. I get on the FLIR, I zoom in on it, and it's like, yeah, it looks like it's about 20 feet. It fits the description. And then you got to go through, for the interdiction phase, you got to go through the whole process of statements of no objection and talking to other countries, state departments, if you're operating in their territorial seas, to find out if you actually have permission. And it's just like, it's red tape is what it is.
Oh, gotcha.
So I'm just like, how long is this going to take? Let's get this thing. And
let's shoot it out.
yeah, and the pilots are just like, you can't shoot it, but you can film it. I was like, yeah, okay. So yeah, man, just turned the recorder on, man, and just started filming it. And we got really good footage of it, because it was like, we radioed to the cutter where it was. So the cutter got about 3 miles up ahead of the direction it was heading. So I had the cutter right there, long ways, because we were way up high, right? Like I think 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet. So you could see the cutter, and the cutter had launched both the small boats, and both the small boats were heading away from the cutter. So the cutter's kind of like long ways. Yeah. It's like, it's got like a left bearing drift, if you will. It's like kind of heading port to the port.
Yeah.
So it's long ways. It was just, I remember looking at it through the film. I was like, damn, I'm a good filmer, man. This is beautiful right now. I got the cutter. I got the 2 small boats coming in. And then you got the SPSS, this just like not even understanding what they're about to run into. You know what I mean? Yeah. And then the small boats come in, and I just filmed the whole thing, dude, with like those FLIRs. You can like really zoom in. So I got the whole thing on film, dude. Guys getting out, getting on the thing, pulling the guys out of the thing, like throwing the cuffs on them and everything. The whole like scuffle that ensued. Yeah. It was badass. Got really good footage.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it was sick. Amazing. It was like really, really good footage. And
do you still have it?
No, it was taken from me.
Oh man.
And I guess it was some pretty high profile footage. I think it might have been one of those that we actually interdicted. And because I remember we got off the ship, I think around Miami somewhere, landed in Miami, got fuel, and then just kind of like hopscotched from small airport to small airport, refueling all the way back up to Jacksonville. And then when we landed, I think it was dark, and the CO was still there, because I think the bird was still spinning, man. The blades were still spinning. and like he came up and pounded on my door
And you're like,
on
whoa,
the left
whoa,
side.
what
I was
the
just
heck?
like, whoa. And I popped the door open, and sure, it was the CO, and he's just like, where's the tape? And I had it right there, all labeled from like, here you go. Handed it to him, and he was gone, disappeared into the darkness. I think it was dark, if I remember correctly.
We're going to make it dark right now is what we're going to do.
I'm pretty sure. Like I said, I got a bad memory, and this was freaking 15 years ago, 16 years ago, something like that. But
Dude, that is awesome.
yeah, so that was cool, but not as fun as interdictions where you're actually chasing boats and getting to use your weapons.
Oh, go. Let's
That's a lot
go.
of fun. So we had just come back from the first flight. It was like 9 o'clock, landed, getting gas, and then we get a radio call from a certain country's Navy saying that they are being completely outrun by a big boat that's moving really fast that they think is carrying a lot of drugs. And I was just like, fuck yeah.
Let's go.
So we're like, take off, dude. And I swear, I started like laughing, and the pilot was like, what's so funny? I was like, dude, we have a full bag of gas and like 20,000 rounds of ammo. Like there's no, and we're like way offshore. There's no way this boat's getting away. We got these, there's no way these guys are getting away. I was like giddy about it. So I find it on the FLIR, man. It was like right where they said it was. Find it on the FLIR. We get in behind it, and then we go through the whole interdiction thing. You know, like first you got to like let them know that you're there and like try to hail them and stop them. And then if they don't stop, you know, just like on the Discovery Channel, you do warning shots.
Yeah.
And you're praying that they don't stop at warning shots, so you can pull out your other weapon systems. So you can actually like
Light
you
them
know,
up.
yeah, get some target practice on some boat motors. Right. So I remember we're flying along, and we'd done all the hailing, and I can't remember if we had to get a statement of no objection or if we were in and I think we were in international waters. We were like way out. That's what was making me so happy. I knew these guys weren't going to be able to like beach it because they were far.
Yeah.
You know, they could not run us. They can't run a helicopter. So, do warning shots. I do warning shots, 3 stitches of warning shots, like 10 to 15 rounds, I think it was, or 10 to 15 feet in front of the boat. Do that. And they didn't, and then they stopped. So I'm just like, fuck, because I didn't want them to stop. You know, I kept going. So they stopped, and once they stop, you kind of you go into this rotation, you start like flying around in the vessel, and you're like talking to the small boat and the cutter, letting them know like what's going on while they launch the small boat to come out to apprehend these guys. So we start going into that orbit, and then they take off again, like they're playing games with. Then I'm just like, yeah. I'm like ecstatic. I'm like, sweet, man. And the pilots are like,
Let's go.
bust out the 50, Puglia. So,
That's so
of course, they didn't
badass.
say it like that. They were just like, oh, okay, mission checklist part, meh. You know, so then pull the 50s out, or the 50 out. Put the 240 back,
sick.
pulled the 50 out, and just like went to work, man. Chased this boat, and they put us to work, dude. They were like I said, man, kudos to those bosun mates that drive those boats at Hitchron, dude, that we trained with doing those tactics flights, because those guys, they really prepared us for what was in store out there. Because, dude, this boat, like, I was tired from all the maneuvering I was doing, standing up, sitting down, just like trying to maneuver this 50 on this strop in the door, you know, the sliding door that opens on the 65. You're just like, you can't just shoot it at the boat,
Right.
boat. There's got to be certain angles of fire to prevent ricochet from killing crew members,
Yeah.
stuff like that. So, you know, you're just trying to do the right thing and be safe and not hurt anybody.
See,
You
you
just gotta
got to
stop the boat.
Like, I'm picturing this right
Literally
now.
precision marksman. It
Yeah.
is precise as hell. Yeah, go ahead. What were you going to say?
Well, you're in a moving helicopter, and for anybody that's ever flown, like you're banking left, right, up, down. Like you have all these.
And it's pitch black, and you're on NVGs. You're on night vision goggles.
God.
Yeah, everybody's on night vision goggles.
And the boat's moving left, right, because they don't want. They're going fast.
Dude,
they're going slow.
the boat's doing like 60 knots.
Holy.
So you can barely even see the boat because it's all white water. So it's like flooding out the NVGs almost. It's like, so it's just really hard to like
Damn,
shoot
man.
responsibly, you know? That's why there's where the training comes in. It's like, by the time you get out there, by the time you get through that program, dude, it's all muscle memory. And like, I never call myself an operator, because to me, an operator is like a Navy SEAL or Delta Force or those
Yeah,
guys. Those are
yep,
operators, but
yep.
that's the closest to an operator I'll ever be. You know, I felt good. I was just like, I felt very, very well trained. I felt overtrained. You know, they trained us really, really good there. And so it was just like, it came easy, man. You know, and you're just like, you're waiting for commands from the pilot, and they're trying to get you into like your angles of fire and your distances that you need to be at. You need to be within a certain distance to shoot safely. And yeah, clear on engine 1. It's depending on how many engines, you know, if it's engine 4, if there's 4 engines, it's engine 1 through 4.
Yeah.
You know? And so it's like clear on 1, boom, there goes number 1. Clear on 2, boom, hit 2. Clear on 3, hit the third one. Because this boat was a big boat and it had 4 motors. But they were all over the place. So it didn't happen that fast. We were chasing this boat for a long time to get these shots off. And I remember, so engine 4 is the furthest one over.
Okay.
So to actually hit that, we had to be right on top of that boat, dude. We had to be like almost right above it and back of it, right above it, to the point where I was standing up in the door and had that Barrett aiming almost straight down and just boom, putting right in the top. And dude, I don't know if it like hit the flywheel or what, but that motor, it came apart and blew the cowling off. Yeah. It was gnarly. And then they stopped. They were at a dead stop.
Well, you shot out all the motors.
So yeah, they stopped. So once they stopped, we started doing our orbit, and I'm kind of like watching, and they're like throwing bales over and everything, and they're tossing their bales, and I see one guy back like kind of working on the motors, and I'm like, what the hell's he doing? I'm trying to like see it on the FLIR, and then all of a sudden, my NVGs, I was kind of like looking at the FLIR, and then I'd like switch to my NVGs and look out the door, get back on the FLIR. I'm like, what the fuck are they doing down there? One guy was I guess he was trying to fix one of the motors, and there was so much gas there, and there was a spark that it ignited, and the whole fucking boat went up in flames.
Oh my God.
So it went from an interdiction to a SAR case.
Holy cow.
Yeah, it was nuts. And everybody's NVGs got flooded out. We're all just like, whoa. So we backed out, radioed back to the ship, what was going on, and immediately went into SAR mode. So we stayed in the loop, and we were trying to get a head count of everybody. And everybody had gotten off the boat safe. And what were their life preservers? What were they floating on?
Like whatever the bales are.
They were fucking hanging on to cocaine bales, dude.
Oh my God, dude.
Like 100-pound packages of like kilos. Keys are like 2.2 pounds. So however many of those is like in a 150 pound bale. So they're just like hanging on these things as like their life preservers. So it's like guilty.
Damn.
Yeah. So small boat comes in, grabs the personnel, all 4 of the narco terrorists, gets them, brings them back to the boat. One guy is I think he's pretty badly injured. I don't know if there was like some ricochet off one of the motors or whatever, but I think he had like some part of the flywheel in his back or something, or his shirt caught on fire. He was burned pretty bad.
Yeah.
And it could have been, of course, because the boat caught on fire, but we went to Cuba, and I was like investigated for that. They flew down an investigator.
Oh wow.
Yeah. And but anyway, back to that story. I'll tell you about the investigation later. So
Okay.
So yeah, so they get all the guys, and it's like the sun's just starting to come up, dude. It's like 5 a.m. and we fly back and we land on the cutter, and I'm like high as a kite, dude. Like I'm having like an adrenaline dump, dude. I'm just like, because I'm out there like doing what I'm like getting paid to do, what I trained to do for like the last year and a half. You know, I actually got to like put it to work, put it to use, and like do a successful bust. So I'm like ecstatic. So we get out and we're like fueling up the helo, and like the sun starts coming up, and you look right off the fantail while I'm gassing up the helo, and I had the fuel guy right next to me, and you just see this smoke plume coming up out of the ocean, probably about 10 miles away. It's just like coming up and into the sunrise, like right there with the sunrise. And I hit the fuel guy on the head, and he just looks at me. I was like, look. And we both look, and we're just like, yeah, because there's just like this smoking hole in the ocean.
That's badass.
And I think it turned out to be, it was like 3 tons of cocaine. I don't know.
Wow.
3 or 4, I think. I can't remember, man. But it was a lot. It was millions of dollars. That's for sure.
Damn, man.
Yeah. So I couldn't sleep for like 2 days after that. That was like high. I was just like, holy shit, that was awesome. I gotta do that again. And so you can kind of see how that's a little more exciting than search and rescue sometimes. Like,
Oh yeah.
it's fun saving people's lives, but that was just like some DOD shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
So it was really, really fun. I really enjoyed doing that.
Oh, that's a blast.
So yeah, it was just really exciting. It was just nice to be able to like go through all that training and then actually use your training to do it the right way, you know,
And make it happen.
and just make it happen.
Make the
man.
bust.
Yeah. And then, of course, you get back to the boat and like everybody's out there for the same reason. So like everybody's happy because it's not just your bust,
Right.
it's everybody's bust.
Right. Totally.
You know, because it's like I'm back, I'm fueling up the plane, and then the small boat's bringing back all this cocaine, and everybody's just like, yeah, you know, everybody's stoked.
Dude,
it
that's
was
crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Then they bring the guys back that we busted back, and they tried
Put
to
him in the brig.
well, they tried to put up a little bit of scuffle once we got them on the flight deck, dude, and the BMs had to show them a little hospitality, how to act on a Coast Guard cutter.
Welcome to the
And,
Coast Guard cutter.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Coast Guard cutter.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
gave them some rice and beans, and fed them, gave them some water.
Bro.
Yeah, it was pretty insane.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
That's
So
cool.
then, I got like investigated because one of the guys got hurt. I guess it's just like standard ops. So got to Cuba. I think it was like a warrant officer or lieutenant commander was just asking me a bunch of questions about what happened, and I told him exactly what happened. Then he looks at me. He's like, "I guess we're not exactly down here baking cookies, are we? It's like if you don't want to get tore up, then don't bring drugs into the country." I'm like, "Exactly.
Can I get an amen?
Yeah, man. Wow. Yeah, exactly.
Like, stop it.
Logic. I love
Yeah.
logic.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the way it works.
Yeah. You don't want to get hurt? Don't do that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
And I don't mind doing bad things to bad people. Sorry.
Exactly.
That's how I roll.
Hey, I'm okay with it. It's my podcast and I'm okay with it. Dude, that's hilarious.
Yeah, man. But I mean, in the end, I'm more of a first responder than anything. You know what I mean? I just love helping people more than anything. But
Well, that's the majority
it's
of
nice
our
to
career.
stop a little bit of the flow of drugs into the country.
Yeah.
I mean, that could have been just a diversionary load. They could have had like a real sub, running a shit ton of drugs into
Bring
the
in
country.
more.
That's just like a diversion or something like that. You know what I mean? But yeah, it was fun. It's a good time.
Well, and I've heard, like I've had a couple guys on the podcast to talk about that is like the different tactics that those guys, the drug runners, are using to come in.
Yeah.
It's wild,
Mhm.
wild. And I haven't experienced it myself other than the one time that I can think about where I was flying out of Galveston, Texas. And I remember like we were doing touch and goes, just training night. And I remember calling out to the pilot, like, "Hey, I've got an aircraft out at my 3:00 here." And they're like, it's not on TCAS. It's not on radar. No lights on the aircraft. But they came in, they did a touch, and then they did a go. And they're trying to call them like, "Hey, what's your intention?" Blah, blah, blah. Well, come to find out, it was a drug runner plane. Came in, a little touch, get rid of the shit, and then boom, take off
wow.
again. And I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, down in South Texas.
Yeah. Well, this is Galveston outside of Houston. So like north Texas.
The Texas coast. That's what.
Yeah, exactly. But they're looking for like runways that aren't used too much that they can get access from the street type thing. And it's not that easy, but
Dude,
it's that easy.
with that much money at stake, I mean, they're so resourceful.
Oh yeah, totally.
And like I said, they've got a bottomless budget, dude. They got so much money. They
Right.
can like buy whatever the hell they want, including people.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Any
So,
way possible to get it in.
Yeah, and they
It's
do.
wild. Yeah.
Obviously, they do.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well, thanks
we
for your.
can talk all night about that.
Yeah. Right. So hey, thanks for doing your part to try to stop it.
Oh
man.
yeah, man. It was my
That's
pleasure.
Freaking awesome.
Yeah, it
What a
was
great
super fun.
story.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, that's cool.
It's good times.
Cool. We're going to divert real quick to thank our sponsors.
SpectroLab. SpectroLab, a pioneer and world-leading supplier of high-intensity searchlights for all para-public operations. Visit www.spectrolab.com to learn more about our third-generation Night Sun series high-intensity searchlight. When reliability and performance is critical to your mission, count on SpectroLab Night Sun searchlights.
Do you want to keep going with anything else in Hit Round, or do we want to move on back to Hawaii? Because you did end up going back to Hawaii.
I did. I got my priority and was able to get back to Barbers.
All right. You want to go there next?
Sure.
Okay. Let's go to Barbers. So there's a couple things in Barbers that I want to talk about. And I'm going to start right away with the end of tour award that you got, which is super cool. I just want to read a couple lines out of this. So, citation to accompany the award of the Coast Guard Achievement Medal, Gold Star in lieu of third To Anthony A. Puglia, Chief Aviation Survival Technician, United States Coast Guard. Chief Petty Officer Puglia is cited for superior performance of duty while assigned to Coast Guard Air Station Barbers Point, Hawaii, from July 2012 to July 2015. As a rescue swimmer, Chief Petty Officer Puglia flew over 375 hours, including 33 search and rescue cases, resulting in 14 lives saved. Bro. Dude, that's awesome. You literally go from Hitron of like search and destroy to now back to the search and rescue, which we started. But
Back to flare sightings and uncorrelated maydays.
dude, all about it. Let me keep going with this a little bit more. And so this one in particular, most notably, and the reason I'm saying this right now is because we're going to go over another one that you had in Hawaii, which had 8 people involved. But this one in your end of tour, most notably, he played a vital role in the rescue of 3 fishermen who drifted at sea for over 24 hours after their boat capsized in heavy seas.
Yeah.
After deployment to the water, Chief Petty Officer Puglia expertly prepared the survivors to be hoisted safely, saving 3 lives.
U.S. Coast Guard assets based in Hawaii rescued 3 fishermen off the coast of Oahu. The boater's vessel had capsized in the water, and a friend contacted Coast Guard Sector Honolulu for help when the 3 men didn't return from their trip. The Coast Guard used HC-130 aircraft and H-65 Dolphin helicopters to do several aerial searches, as well as response boats and cutter vessels on the ocean's surface. One of the helicopter crews spotted the 3 men off the west coast of Oahu.
We found them floating on their hull of their overturned vessel. All 3 of them were out there. So we came in, they free fell me, I swam over and just put each victim in the basket.
Now, the Coast Guard says that in this case, there are some things the boaters could have done to help the search and rescue process.
All 3 gentlemen had personal flotation devices on, but there wasn't any kind of reflective properties on those vests. They were just orange. So at night with no illumination, they were dark. They were completely invisible to us as we were flying around.
Boaters can also assist Coast Guard search missions if they have a device that can transmit location, like an emergency position indicating radio beacon, or EPIRB.
EPIRBs with GPS are excellent. Cell phones that are waterproof are excellent. A standard handheld VHF FM radio that's waterproof that you can carry on your person would have worked.
The Coast Guard also advises boaters to file a float plan with someone before they leave, being specific about locations and scheduled times of return. Tech Sergeant Michael Jackson, Honolulu, Hawaii.
Dude. All right, go. What is that one, man?
You know what? That one was actually pretty short and sweet. So
Really?
out in Hawaii, there's like ahi season when the big yellowfin tunas come in, and it's like, I don't even think a tuna is called an ahi until it hits like, I think it's either 80 pounds or 180 pounds. It's got to be big. But there's some big ass tuna swimming around out there, man. And
Okay.
guys go out there, and not that big of boats sometimes. Like these guys, they were on a small boat. I think they were ahi fishing. It was like July, August. I think that's when ahi season is. So they were out there. This is the story that they told me. Was they were out there fishing and they got a big one, like well over 100 pounds, maybe close to like 200 pounds. I don't remember. It was a long time ago. But they were all in the back corner of the boat trying to pull this ahi on board, and the back like gunnel area, the transom went under because they were all back in that corner. Some big Hawaiian boys on board and a big fish, and the boat just started sinking, and then just capsized. So I don't think they had an EPIRB or a cell phone or anything, because they were out there for a while. Like we were kind of like looking for. I don't think they even got announced overdue for quite some time. And I think like, did we launch on it? We got to them during the day, so it was a day flight. But we were flying around over on the west side of Oahu, just like looking around, and we ended up like finding them. And so I can't remember if it was me or it was the flight mech that actually found them. I forget.
Let's
We
give it to
came
the flight
in-
mech.
Yeah,
you
give the flight mech,
had
yeah.
one.
Yeah, man.
Let's give it to him.
Yeah. So exactly. So the flight mech's like, hey, there they are.
Nice.
And,
Well played,
and
sir.
what it was just like a capsized vessel, and all 3 dudes were just like on the hull. It was pretty like textbook, like cakewalk SAR case. So helo comes in, I free fall, swim over to the boat, and as soon as I get within like 20 feet of the boat, I don't want to get too close at first, you know, because you're like kind of like assessing the area. We actually did it from the helo too, making sure there's like no fishing lines or there's like debris and shit around, sharks.
Yeah.
I get up to the boat and they're just like, bro, big sharks, man. There's been big sharks around here. And I was just like, okay. And so I look down, because the water's crystal clear. It's just like off the west side. It's like really clear off the west side. I look down and all I just see is like the underside of the boat, man. It just looked kind of ominous. Like you could see all the fishing rods were still in the rod holders, but just like facing straight down into the depths. There's just like lures all kind of like free floating around. It's kind of creepy, but I did not see any sharks, thank God. So
Nice.
swam over and just did basket pickups of each person. And then up I went. It was just like a easy case. I think it maybe took a half an hour on scene to get everybody out of there. No injuries. It was just mellow. It was a good case.
Get them inside the aircraft and be like, you boys all right? Yeah, we're good now.
Pretty much, man. Just thumbs up. Everybody good? Sweet.
Okay, let's
Let
go.
sector know everybody's all right. Yeah, we'll head back.
Dude, that's sick.
It was a pretty good one.
That's awesome.
And I had a few of those kind of cases too. I had a few of those where, you know, you just go out. There was another one. There was an old man. He was trying to take his boat out through Pearl Harbor and his motor died. He was in a little sailboat and he had like there was no wind. So he's got his little diesel motor just cranked on and he gets like right out the mouth of Pearl Harbor and his motor dies. And there's a sea state. So he starts getting kind of pushed in towards the surf line.
Okay.
And he's an old guy. He's just on the boat by himself. So I think he like radios us and lets us know what's going on. Then he wanted to stop himself before he got into the surf line. So he threw his anchor, but his anchor didn't grab till he got right in the middle of the surf line.
No.
So his boat's just getting beat to shit. It's just like, it's going down with the waves and it's coming up and then the anchor line's catching it. Boom, boom. He's just getting like worked on this little boat. So they put me in, I swim through the surf. I get to the boat, I get on the boat and it's just like, I'm like, holy shit, this thing's going to come apart, man. This little boat's going to come apart. Because it was just like stuck in the middle of the surf line, you know, and the anchor's grabbed and this line is just like, it's just catching this line and it's just jerking the shit out of this boat. And it's just a little wooden sailboat. And it's an old guy. I'm like, hey, man, he thought he was going to be able to stay on his boat. And we were going to be able to like dislodge his boat somehow or one of the a surface asset was going to come in. And I'm like, no, I'm like, we're getting off this boat, dude. This is like crazy. This is like, I want to get off this boat. I'd rather be in the water than on this boat. And he's just like, oh, he started arguing with me. And I'm just like, hey, man, get your shit you want to bring and we're going to get the fuck off this boat. So we got all of his stuff, but then he's like taking forever, dude. And I'm just like, we're just getting worked. There's water coming over the top of the boat. He's like trying to put up this door like on his, to get down inside of his boat. He's trying to put this, and it's got all these little fittings on it. He's trying, and I'm just like, enough of that shit. I'm like, do you have everything you need? He's like, I don't want to get my wallet wet. I'm like, you don't want to get your, too late. I like took his wallet and just stuck it up inside my wetsuit. It sounds like it's going to get wet. Sorry, dude. And then grabbed him, made sure he had a PFD on. And then we got in the water and hoisted him out of there. So there were like a lot of cases like that where you just like short successful cases, you know, where nobody's injured. People are just having some issues and you just get them and get out of there. I had a bunch of those. Guy had to spend the night offshore on a paddle boat.
Wait a minute, what?
Paddleboard because he got blown offshore.
So you spent the night with him or he did?
Oh, no, he did. And then, then we went and found him the next morning, picked him up. Just like a lot of stuff like that.
Did you leave the paddleboard? Did you pick it up?
Fuck no. I think thing went to freaking China or wherever.
Gone.
Yeah, long gone.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah.
That's hilarious.
So a bunch of those kind of cases. A lot of medevacs, you know. People with just different types of injuries. I had one guy had like a fish hook in his gut.
Ooh,
yeah.
bummer.
They caught a marlin or a big mahi, and it just like shook a certain way, and the hook came out of the fish and actually hooked the guy in the stomach.
Oh,
stuff like that. Yeah,
it's a pretty big hook too for the big marlins.
Yeah,
like when I say big hook, like it's like I guess it would wrap
it's
around
monster, dude. Yeah, it was just like a hook the size of my hand.
Yeah,
like a big ass hook.
So if you had like I would call it like a softball. Right, so you get a baseball and then a softball. The hook would actually wrap around a softball, and the softball is a
maybe the baseball. It would wrap around the baseball.
Okay, baseball.
Yeah,
it's still. I mean, it's
big hook,
big freaking hook, stuck in the dude's abdomen.
Yeah,
did you pull it out?
So that's the thing. I was like, hey, dude.
No, you're not supposed to.
I got some bolt cutters up in the plane. I was like, because it didn't go too deep.
Oh,
I was
gotcha.
kind of looking at it. I was like, I don't even think this like penetrated any fascia. It definitely, yeah, it's in like the sub-Q and the fatty layer and everything.
Okay.
I was like, you got two options, dude. I can hoist you out of here and take you to the hospital and you won't be able to fish anymore. Or you just get some bolt cutters, dude. Like, we got some like hoist cable cutters up in the plane. I'll get those. I can clip that hook, put a bunch of iodine on that, slap a freaking big old bandage on there, and you're good to go. You know?
What
And
did he want to do?
he wanted to get going the helo. And I probably would have been in trouble if I'd have left him on the boat.
You absolutely would have been in
'Cause
trouble
the
if you
pilots
left
would be
him.
like, what the fuck? We came out here to get this guy. They called us. When they call us out here, we take them with us. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah.
But that
Would you-
never happened. So I did.
So you know what's kind of funny about that? I'm going to touch on this just for a brief moment, is that you're right. If they call us and we go out, but they have every right to say no thanks, and then we have to leave. So I just kind of throwing that
You know
out
what?
there.
Maybe that was that pilot that I was talking to about that.
Yeah.
Honestly, man, it's been a long time since I've had my nose in like the Air Ops manual and all those manuals. I hate manuals.
Yeah,
I don't know what the protocol is on that, but pretty much everybody that I've gone to get,
We take back.
aside from actually one time when I was in Alaska, we left this one couple. They supposedly were hypothermic, but we got there and they were fine, so we left, but we didn't take them.
Got it.
But usually, yeah, we
Yeah.
take them with us.
Yeah.
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 Like
Yeah.
I had to pull this one guy. Actually, it was a Humboldt case. The guy broke his leg surfing.
Oh, we're back in Humboldt. Let's
Yeah.
go to Humboldt. Okay.
Yeah, and he
We're
was like,
backtracking a little bit.
Shelter Cove. He was surfing Shelter Cove, so we landed kind of like up on the dunes, and the guy was like, I don't have any health insurance, man. I can't go to the hospital. I just want to go to my car. I was like, well, where's your car parked? He's like, right there at Shelter Cove. I was like, yeah, we'll take you to your car. No worries, man. We'll take you right to your car, because I wanted to get him in the helicopter.
Yeah.
Plus, he was like a little bit buzzed. He was like, you could just tell he was a little inebriated or whatever.
Okay.
So I lied to him, get him in the helo. We're flying back, flew right over his car. He's just like, ah, and I'm like, just flew him right to the hospital, dropped him off at the hospital. He needed to go to the hospital, man.
Yeah.
He had a broken leg.
Yeah.
It was a bad break. So,
yeah.
yeah.
Needed to go to the hospital.
But so yeah, you got to do what you got to do.
All right. Totally. That's kind of funny. All right. Well, I'll tell you what. I'm going to bring us back to Hawaii, right?
Sure.
This is your second tour in Hawaii.
Yeah.
And I want to touch on this one in particular because you earned a letter of commendation for this in particular rescue of like 8 people. So let me read this and then we'll get into it. All right.
Okay.
All right. Letter of Commendation. I note with pride and am pleased to commend you for your performance of duty as rescue swimmer aboard Coast Guard helicopter 6580 on August 3rd, 2014. At approximately 12:25 local time, Air Station Barbers Point received a call from Sector Honolulu stating that the vessel with 8 people on board was taking on water in the middle of the
Ka'iwi
Kahiwi Channel.
Yeah.
Kahiwi Channel.
That's in between Oahu and Molokai.
Right on. All right.
It's a nasty, nasty body of water.
Okay. After quickly launching and once safely airborne, you expertly engaged the crew in discussion of the rescue options for picking up 8 survivors, while respecting the operation envelope of the H-65 helicopter. Upon sighting the sunken boat crew, you demonstrated exceptional situational awareness by keeping 8 survivors in sight, while the helicopter attempted to burn off excess fuel to avoid exceeding the helicopter's maximum sustained hovering parameters. After completing several orbits of the survivors, you conducted a flawless free fall deployment through 25-knot winds and 10-foot seas to rapidly assess the conditions of the 8 survivors. You immediately prepared 2 children, followed by 2 teenagers, for the series of basket hoists and returned to the remaining survivors. After only hoisted 4 people into the Coast Guard helicopter, it immediately returned to its maximum hover parameters, making it unable to continue without burning off additional fuel. In order to ensure timely rescue, you insisted on remaining on scene with the survivors still in the water. This allowed the Coast Guard helicopter to transit to Sandy Beach Park and transfer the 4 rescued survivors, as well as established a relay from offshore to the beach until 8 survivors were returned safely. Despite heavy seas and high winds, you displayed great stamina throughout 3 separate trips by keeping running dialogue with the remaining survivors to help keep their spirits up and to calm their fears until all survivors were finally delivered to safety. You are commended for your outstanding performance of duty. By your meritorious service, you have upheld the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard. Dude.
That was a
Okay.
good one. That was a good one.
Dude, a good one. You got 8 people in the water. They got to do 3 trips. Like, you're maxing the helicopter out with weight. We all know the 65 is a freaking pain in the neck.
Horrible for that.
Oh my God, it's awful. But you know what? It's okay.
Weight
It's
and
okay.
altitude.
Oh, terrible, terrible. But hey, it is what it is, and you adapt and overcome.
Yeah.
And I've heard it on here multiple times. Like, oh, it's easy.
That's from the Army. Improvise, adapt, and overcome.
Hoorah, hoorah.
I learned that as a young soldier.
Oh, that's very
Yeah,
good. That's
Stuck
very
with
good.
me all these years.
Oh, it's beautiful.
It's exactly what I was thinking when I was in the water.
I'm sure it was. But you got 8 survivors.
Yeah.
Okay, dude, roll us on. Like, the alarm goes off. What happens?
The alarm went off, and they said something to the effect that there was an overdue vessel that they thought may be capsized in the middle, like out in the middle of the Kaiwi Channel. So that channel, I think it's like maybe 20 miles, 16 to 20 miles across. It's like far. You
That
can
is a long
see
way.
it. You can see Molokai from like the higher peaks on Oahu. You can see Molokai on clear days. So visually you can see it, but it's far. It's and it's a nasty body of water. There's always so much wind and current going through there. So if you get in that channel and you get like sucked, you're gone. I don't even remember which direction it goes. You either go to like Alaska or I don't even know where you go, but you go there quick.
Australia.
Yeah, you're just gone. So we get in the air and we just start talking about everything. You know, it's like, wow, this is a lot of people. Should we bring 2 helicopters maybe? Or, we were just like bouncing all kinds of stuff around and we get in the air. So we get out there and we start like looking around and dude, once we got like over the channel, we like flew. Did we fly through the Poly or did we fly downtown? I just remember because there's 2 routes you can take to kind of get to that area. I remember right when we got offshore and we got out in that channel, dude, it was like the seas were big and there was white caps everywhere. And like, what color is 80% of all boats?
Oh, they're white.
They're white.
Yeah, terrible.
Yeah. So it's like, how the hell are we going to find these guys? I was just like, kind of like, dude, how are we going to find this boat, man? This is a big body of water. And
For the record, if they painted every bottom boat like pink, we'd see them in a heartbeat.
yeah, orange, whatever.
Yeah. I like pink because pink doesn't stand out. It's not a normal color.
Some reason people like white, man. They
Yeah.
just like that color on their boats. So we get out there, dude, and I cannot remember how long we were searching. We were searching for a while to the point where I wasn't like losing hope or anything, but I was just like, man, are we going to find these guys? And the only reason we found them is because they had kayaks on board with them. So that boat's mission was they were heading over to Molokai, and there were guys that were going to go over to Molokai on their kayaks and kayak around Molokai, and then I think kayak back
Okay.
to Oahu. Then there was other people that were just going to go over there and like do some diving and then
Okay.
catch a boat back. And the 2 youngest kids, which ended up being like one of my idol's kids, and
What?
turned out, and the guy became a good friend of mine.
What?
His kids, they were young, dude. They were like young teenagers, and they were going over there to dive. They were like very young, incredibly experienced divers and watermen.
Okay.
And I could tell it right away when I got in the water with them. But so anyway, so we're flying along. I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. We're flying along, and I can't remember who spotted it, but the only way we spotted it was they were different colored kayaks.
Let's see. Hold on. I'll tell you who spotted it. Let's see. You spotted the one, and then the.
Should we give it to the co-pilot?
Yeah, let's give it to the
We'll give it to
co-pilot.
the co-pilot.
Because he never gets anything.
Yeah.
Co-pilot
So
spotted
while the
it.
co-pilot was up front drinking his latte, he looked down and happened to see
That is awesome.
some multicolored kayaks, and so that's the only way we found it. We just saw the kayaks.
That's beautiful.
We're just like, there's the kayak, and yeah, the boat was gone.
Damn.
So everybody was just hanging on to kayaks. So it's like, holy shit, wow, cool. We found them.
Yeah.
And then you get in the water. What's the first thing you do when you got that many people? You get a head count.
Yeah.
So I got in the water, swam over, counted everybody, checked everybody for injuries, no injuries. Everybody was really happy to see us. And I remember when I swam over.
And by the way, flawless free fall.
I might have,
Apparently,
the seas were so big. I think they hoisted me down.
No, it says 10 feet.
Oh, that's right. It
10
says flawless
feet
in there.
seas
Okay,
and
cool.
flawless free
Cool.
fall.
Dude, I never like to be hoisted down, so I probably put up a fight, but I guarantee the pilots probably wanted to hoist me down.
Yeah.
I just love free falling.
Of
It's fun,
course.
you know.
It's amazing.
Just make sure you hit the crest and not the trough.
Totally.
Yeah, I've made that
Unless
mistake
you
a couple
want
times.
to make it a little further fall.
You better have good timing. So,
Anyway, sorry.
no, I remember I swam over to the group, and I saw the two young kids, and I was thinking, what the fuck are these two little kids doing out here? But then I looked at it, and they had like all their dive gear on, like they were prepared, dude. I think they might even had their fins on and shit. Like, you know, everything was happening, and they had like they were dressed for the occasion.
Wow.
Like they had what they needed. I was like, they had GoPros, dude. They had the GoPros running. They actually got
No
footage of the whole
way.
thing. Yeah.
Oh my God, that's amazing.
Yeah. So they lowered the basket down. First, I let them know, I'm like, hey, we got eight personnel, no injuries. Let's get this party started. So they sent the basket down, and these kids were like so small, little skinny Hawaiian kids. I stuck my hand through one of their life vests and grabbed the other kid's life vest and just took both of them and just like, boom, put them both in the basket. It was just like, so those two went up together.
That's awesome.
And then hoisted, I think, the two other younger people. They were the kayakers, I believe. And then they went up. So that's 4 people. And then they might have radioed me. I can't remember, or they did like a loop, and then they were gone. So then I'm hanging out with these other 4 individuals, all pretty seasoned, like waterman types.
Okay.
One was the driver of the vessel, and the other guys were like experienced kayakers. So nobody was like, oh my God, we're going to die. Everybody was just like, this kind of sucks, but you know, we're glad to see you. Yeah. Nobody's injured. We just like started talking about stuff, you know?
Yeah.
Because we had some time.
Yeah.
I think from the time the helo left till the time it got back, I mean, it had to be like 45 minutes, half hour at least, 45 minutes for them to go into Sandy's, land there in the grass, drop everybody off to EMS, take back off and come back out there. It was probably 45 minutes.
So hold on. So you're in the water now. Now I got to recap this because you stayed on scene. You radioed up to the helicopter to be like, hey, take them back. I'm just going to stay with the survivors.
So I don't remember like being heroic like that. I think I was probably told,
I'm gonna
hey,
make you heroic.
Okay. But I think it was probably more like, hey man, we're going to take these guys to shore. Are you cool? And I was like, yeah, I'm cool. It was probably more like that. I don't know. I can't remember.
Pretty badass. You know what? Either way, that's pretty badass because you're like,
that's what we're trained to do.
But again, let's paint the picture a little bit more. You're in 10-foot waves, 25 knot winds.
Yeah. So that's
gnarly.
That was gnarly. Plus, we're all clinging to this group of kayaks that are tied together. And what are these kayaks doing in these waves?
Banging the shit out of each other.
Yeah. So you had to
everybody
be
else.
really careful not to get caught in between a couple of kayaks.
Yeah.
It would like break bones. That's how gnarly it was out there. So yeah, I was just trying to keep everybody safe, you know, and spirits up out there. And
so you've got 6 more people in the water, or sorry, four more people on it. So you got the 4 out.
Yeah.
You got 4 more people in the water. You're number 5 now, and you're just chilling.
Yeah.
Oh my God, dude, that's freaking badass, man.
Dude, I'd rather be out there doing that than packing pumps in the shop. I was stoked to be out there.
That's true, but damn, man.
Yeah, it's good times, man.
All right. So the helicopter drops them off.
You're just doing your job, man, what you're trained to do, what you love to do. So I couldn't have been happier in the moment.
Job.
Yeah.
Thank you, Coach Belichick.
The only thing, it's just like any of those cases where you're in the water, you're just like, you got your mask on and your head on a fucking swivel because you're worried about sharks.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the big thing. So it's like talking to these guys, I'm making sure nobody gets caught up in between these kayaks, and I'm looking for sharks. And like, you know, your mind starts playing tricks on you. And it's like, what the hell did I just see something? You know what I mean? And like the longer you're out there, the more stressed out you get. It's like, hurry up. What are those guys doing? I want to get the hell out of here.
45 minutes. It's a long time.
Yeah.
Like, I mean,
especially when you're in like 10 to 12 foot seas, trying to like comfort other people.
Right.
And making sure that everybody stays healthy.
But think about the guys in the air real quick. That's not that long. It's only a 20-minute flight.
Yeah.
Like it's only 20 minutes to land. So their first mindset is, oh, it's only 20 minutes to land. Let's go. Let's get to land. Let's drop these people off. And then it's only 20 minutes back. This is great. They're doing all that fuel calculation. We should be good to go. We don't have to refuel.
Dude, and that's another thing I want to bring up. Hats off, dude. My whole career, like these pilots, man, awesome, awesome people, dude. Like I'm truly honored and blessed to be like surrounded by such intelligent, like first responding badass people. Like it's been an honor, you know? So, and the flight mechs too.
Yeah.
Same way.
100%.
Half the flight mechs become officers anyway. So
yeah. Well, you know what? Those are the guys that are they don't call it a crew for nothing. It is a crew.
Oh yeah, dude.
It is a team effort,
Mhm.
all the way out, all the way back. Nobody can do it alone. So
And we're all overtrained. It's all like muscle memory, but
Yeah.
everybody knows their job extremely well.
it's
And everybody
it's amazing.
lets everybody do their job too.
Yeah,
Really good crew resource management,
Yeah.
usually.
totally.
So,
All right, so you're in the fort,
Okay,
you're in
yeah.
the water, 4 people.
Yeah.
Helicopter starts coming back over. By some chance, and I'm thinking about myself right now because, like when they leave us offshore out in advanced swimmer school or AHRS, like I remember getting sick out there after about 45 minutes. How are you feeling at 45 minutes? in the
I've
water?
never been seasick. I've
that's
never really gotten
awesome.
seasick. Actually, I got seasick one time. I'll break from this story to go to another story. So there was a boat, and this was in Hawaii too. It was DIW. It was dead in the water. They were having engine problems, and they developed a small leak. So they were stressed out. They're like,
Yeah.
"We're sinking." So we get on scene, and I didn't see anybody on the boat. So the pilots just hoisted me down to the boat, and I'm like looking around the boat, and I go up to where you get down inside the hull into the brig or the bilge, and I look down, and there's 3 guys down there trying to dewater this boat, and they didn't know I was on the boat, so I scared the shit out of them. They're just like, ah. They're like, when did you get here? I was like, I just came down. I was like, you guys need some help? You guys want a dewatering pump? They're like, sure. So, did we, what deployment is that called when you deploy a pump? It's called a certain kind of deployment of
Like
the
a
pump.
direct deployment?
Indirect.
Indirect.
Indirect deployment of a pump.
Yeah, so they lower the
They give me the trail line.
Yep.
And then they push the pump out, and I pull the pump and set it up.
correct.
So that's exactly what I did.
Yep.
So I get this thing all set up down. Now, so I'm below deck, and it smelled like rotten fish in there and
Ugh.
diesel fuel.
Ugh.
And it's pretty good sized seas too. And we're like rocking around. I'm trying to dewater this boat, and there's hardly any water in there to even like get this pump primed, because you got to prime it first,
Yeah.
so it'll actually start pumping water. And so I'm trying to prime it, and I'm doing this, and I'm starting to sweat. I'm in a wetsuit, and I'm just smelling that diesel and smelling the rotten fish smell, and the boat's rocking, and I'm just like, I just like puke all over just the inside of this boat. And I'm just like, sorry guys. They're like, it's okay, man. We feel the same way. That's like the only time.
That's really good.
Yeah. But yeah, so,
That's pretty funny.
but yeah, that one turned out good. That was a good case too. We got that boat
Okay.
back. So
Save the boat.
save the boat.
Good. All
Yeah,
right.
save personnel and property.
Bringing you back
So,
to the 8 in the water.
Yeah,
You're
back to the 8 in the water.
Yep,
I did
you were
not
with
get
4.
seasick. I was just hanging out, making sure everybody was
Hanging out in
safe.
10-foot seas for 45 minutes.
Yeah, we were getting hit by
bro.
some pretty good sized waves. They were just like, so you gotta have to like, we were just kind of like looking in the direction of the swell,
Yeah.
so we could like see when the big sets were coming, and then we call the sets. Everybody would just hold on and try to stay out of the way of the kayaks. So it was a little mental.
Oh, that's wild.
I was just glad it was daytime.
Yeah, no
you
doubt.
know? If it
Oh
was
my
like
gosh.
nighttime dealing with that shit's a whole other
Oh,
animal.
because you wouldn't be able to see anything coming. You
So
just get
I was just
slapped.
happy it was like a bright sunny day.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Helicopter comes back. You get the other 4 out.
Yeah.
No problem. Done.
simple hoist, man. 4, I think I hoisted 3, and then did a hoisted the last guy with a quick drop. We went up together. If I remember correctly. I think so, yeah.
Bro, that's
And got
insane.
everybody
That's
in, and
great.
then flew back, and everybody was safe and happy, man.
Oh, that is so cool.
Yeah. So then,
Go ahead.
these 2 kids, though, their dad was his name was Howley Reeves. And
This
he
is
was
what I
just
was going
like
to ask you.
this super cool guy. He was a professional boogie boarder in Hawaii who I idolized since I was a little kid. He was like
Who
a
was
little
it?
bit older
Say it
than me.
again.
Howley Reeves.
Okay.
Solid human being, great like Hawaiian guy. And so he was like worried sick about his kids, and he was just like stoked that we got him back safe. And like he made like a really big deal out of it, man. And it was a big deal. We saved his kids, and he was just really happy.
Yeah.
So he actually came to the air station, did like a presentation, and was just a real quality human being, man. You know, it was just like so thankful, and actually brought us like some scotch and everything. And we weren't allowed to take it right there, but later, you know, we took it, and he ended up like being a real good friend of mine after that, man.
Oh,
Like,
that's awesome.
go out to dinner, and I was like, you don't understand, dude. You're my idol.
Oh,
Like,
that's
growing up, because I used to be a sponger, man. I used to boogie board, and like you were like my favorite boogie boarder, and he's just like, well, guess what? Now you're my favorite person, you know? Yeah, dude. He's just like just a great human being, and we just became friends. And I still think like, you know, we talked to him on Facebook and shit. Lori talks to him on Facebook,
No
Yeah,
kidding.
and he gives me "What's up" every once in a while. So,
Dude, we
All
might have
good.
to get him on the podcast and hear his side of that story.
oh, maybe, or his
I'm
kids,
just-
his
I'm
kids' side.
Throwing
Yeah.
that out there. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, there's GoPro footage of it. It's probably on YouTube somewhere. I don't know.
Let's find
I
it.
don't really search.
We're going to
for
have
that
to
shit.
find it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
4 teenagers and 4 adults are lucky to be alive after their 21-foot vessel sank in the treacherous waters off Kaiwi Channel yesterday.
KITV4's Pamela Young reports that boat started taking on water 12 miles west of Molokai. Here's the dramatic video. It's our top story tonight at 6:30.
Pounding swells overwhelmed the bilge pump of the vessel Blue Dream. The crew, all teens, knew immediately what was happening.
I just cut off all the kayaks and I grabbed as many dry bags as I could. My friend went on the VHF, pressed the distress button. He also verbally said, "We're going down."
15-year-old Mark Henry and friends Tomas, Francesco, and Manoa are experienced watermen who earn summer money by taking divers and canoers across the channel. On this day, they were escorting 4 adult kayakers.
Approximately 12 miles off Molokai, we have the paddlers.
After 2 hours off to the horizon, a welcome sight.
Being rescued!
A diver jumps in the high swells and makes his way to the kayaks. The Coast Guard helicopter drops a rescue basket and 13-year-old Tomas is told to hop on.
The younger boy had a hard time getting into the cage, and so my son was telling me he had to actually physically pull him in because he was a bit shaken by the whole ordeal.
Coast Guard officials say the teenagers were prepared, equipping the boat with life jackets, a VHF radio, and EPIRB, an emergency beacon that automatically activates underwater. To the anxious parents waiting at Sandy's, the credit goes to the rescuers.
My gratitude for those guys, because they go out there and they put their life on the line, and I have my son today because of them, and I'm eternally grateful. I can't thank those brave men and women enough.
Pamela Young, KITV4 News.
Oh, my God.
But yeah, that was a good one.
That's cool. That's very cool.
So there was-
Man, you had quite a bit of like rescues and stuff in Hawaii.
I had some good ones, man, and like all like really kind of dreamy, successful ones.
Well, and
where you actually like can help people. I had a couple, I had some, some deaths that I had to deal with,
of course.
Yeah,
we
which
always do.
suck. But
33 rescues. I mean, you just gave us a handful right there. That was
30. It's 30. It says 30.
That's what it says. It said
Yeah.
your end of tour award that you had 33 rescues.
Yeah, it's a few.
Yeah. That's pretty awesome,
Yeah,
man.
it's a good time.
Good for you.
Thanks.
Do you want to touch on any more while you're there before I bring you back or up to Alaska?
Any more Hawaii rescues? Let's see. None that really stand out, man. Like that one. That was like probably one of the bigger. That was definitely the only like mass casualty one that I had, with that many personnel.
That's
All
pretty
the other
awesome,
ones were
dude.
like twosies and threesies, not that many.
What a wild case that is.
Yeah, it was great.
That's so cool.
Huh?
Right on.
And
Hey,
you come back from those, you're like buzzing. You know what I mean? It's like
totally.
you're just like glad you're there to help.
Adrenaline's
it's
like pumping through for
yes.
days. Yeah. This is why I do this job.
Mhm. But you know what? That's one thing too. It's like you have to make sure you're doing it for the right reason, because sometimes it's like you don't want it to be about you.
Right. Totally not.
You know what I mean? Because I would kind of find myself being like, not necessarily vain about it, but just like, you've got your ego,
Uh-huh.
and it does feed the ego.
Uh-huh.
So you got to make sure that you're like actually in it to really help people and not just to feed your ego.
Agreed.
Maybe like a little bit of both is healthy, but should be to help people. And I think like that's where most of our heads are at.
Yep.
And hearts.
Yep. Well, but I totally agree with you.
Yeah.
But there's that other side of it.
Oh
It is
yeah, dude.
totally addictive.
You lay in bed at night and you're just like replaying shit.
was
Just like,
awesome.
how am I gonna sleep? More melatonin, please.
Yeah, right. I've had a lot of people on this podcast that this is like they get addicted to the search and rescue side of it when you have such a good outcome, and that's what we love. I mean, we always go out there and try to get that ultimate, the rescue, the save, everybody goes home happy, and I want to call it the knight in shining armor, that you save the princess from the big bad dragon
Yeah.
type thing. That's what we want. It doesn't always happen, but when you get that, oh buddy,
Yeah,
dude, it's awesome. I love it.
totally.
Sick.
Yeah. So let's go past Alaska real quick.
Okay.
Because when I got out of the military, when I got out of the Coast Guard, I became a cop. And when you're a cop, the exact opposite happens. When you show up somewhere, nobody's happy to see you.
Right. Well, it depends.
Usually.
I'll go with usually.
Usually, where I worked, nobody was happy to see me. And I hated writing reports. I wasn't a good writer, so it didn't work out for me.
It's not
and I had to follow my heart.
Totally.
So
That's the whole.
I wasn't a cop for long, but I'll tell you what. Talk about inspirations, man. Cops are badasses, man. I really
100%
gained so much respect for law enforcement officers. Actually, being a part of that for a while I was there. Awesome guys.
Love my cops.
Yeah.
Love them.
Yeah, dude.
Love my firefighters too.
Solid human beings, man.
But that's the big joke between the firefighters and the cops. Like,
dude, there's such a rivalry there.
See? Yeah, I'm happy to see a firefighter because they're here to put out the fire.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you not happy to see? The cops. They're here to arrest me.
Dude, there's a huge rivalry because the cops are just like, I'll even be willing to say it. It's like we're like picking people up and freaking having to deal with all this shit and rolling around with drug addicts and doing some crazy nut shit, chasing people while what are the firemen doing? They're over at the firehouse working out.
Yep. Getting ready for the next fire, the next rescue.
I saw it. I mean, dude, they work hard too, and they put themselves in gnarly, situations, going and burning buildings and shit. It's just like, I mean, we're all first responders, we all, it's just, what we do. It's that mindset. So
totally is.
We all kind of feel the same way about that. Otherwise we wouldn't be doing it. But
absolutely.
Yeah, it's fun. It's fun to tease each other.
It totally is. And
the rivalry and the camaraderie.
It is. And to bring it back, like Coast Guard world is, you got the helicopter world in the Coast Guard, and we're like everybody loves us. But then you get some of the boat world, and they're the guys that write the tickets. They're not too happy to see the boat world guys.
Not at all. Yeah.
So we can relate to both, which is kind of fun.
Mm-hmm.
That's hilarious.
I get it, man. It's especially like deploying on a lot of cutters when I was at Hitron. Yeah, dude, that's a totally different world than. Because it's like when they call like a general quarters drill.
Okay.
When there's like, so they train for these emergencies, they call general quarters. So, and everybody has a place where they have to report to in case there's like a collision or a fire, because they got to take care of this emergency, because otherwise they could possibly sink, or there could be a loss of life there, or something's going to happen bad. So they call it general quarters drill. So everybody goes to their space, and usually it's not a nice space. It's down in the middle of the ship. It's super hot. You have to put all this like fire retardant clothing on and do all this, all this crap. There's a certain role you play in that. And usually it involves a lot of unpleasant things, man. You're kind of embracing the suck. So when I was attached to these cutters as a part of the AVDET, aviation detachment, our general quarters was out on the flight deck in a lawn chair in our board shorts. Just staying out of everybody's way. And dude, I used to feel so bad, man. I got so much respect for like the fire crews, because you'd be out there reading a book, or I'd be out there like cleaning the Barrett, oiling up the Barrett. Meanwhile, this guy, and it's like 90 degrees and you're like sitting off the coast of somewhere far south.
Yeah.
And some dude's in a fire suit dragging a big ass fire hose in the middle of a general quarters drill, just like doing what they got to do, man, to earn their paycheck.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, and that made me never forget my roots, because I was on a cutter too for a while, and I was just like, dang, man. So yeah, they live a different life.
Very much so.
Definitely.
You could have aspired.
Not saying that the cutter life is bad, because I mean, cutter life is good too. It's cool, man. You go out there, they got a lot of crazy missions they do.
But you may
big operational tempo.
You may have inspired a few like people to go swimmer. Just saying.
Oh, I hope so.
Just saying.
That was my inspiration to make it through school.
Yeah, right.
I was thinking about that stuff. It's like, do I want to go back to a cutter?
No.
Being in, working in the scullery and doing, general quarters drills? Hell no, man. I'm gonna make it through this school. That, and I just like picture my wife and son, and there was like no stopping me in the pool.
Oh, sick.
But it was all good.
I love it.
Yeah.
We're gonna divert real quick to thank our sponsors.
Blue Drop Training and Simulation. Blue Drop Training and Simulation for equipping your team with essential training solutions, including highly interactive courseware and advanced VR/MR simulation training tools. Explore more of Blue Drop's training solutions at bluedropts.com.
All right, I'm going to bring you to Alaska.
Alaska.
Alaska. So you leave Hawaii and you go to Sitka, Alaska. One of the funny parts about this is I've got in front of me right here. This is you earned a Sikorsky Aircraft Rescue Award presented to ASTC, so Aviation Survival Technician Chief Tony Puglia, for skill and courage while participating in life-saving missions with a Sikorsky helicopter.
Skill, baby.
On behalf of the people at Sikorsky, this award is presented for life-saving rescue on May 30th, 2016. There's two things about this which I love. The number one thing is that I was in Alaska. I flew an 860. I did life-saving rescues, and I didn't get one of these.
You probably have a lot more flight time in 60s than I do.
Probably.
That was my first 60 unit, and I got that.
Which is hilarious to me. I love
funny.
it. You know what? But I'm going to give credit where credit is due. Congratulations. Here's the other thing about this, which I think is hilarious. I don't even think you actually remember the rescue that this came from.
I had so many up there. I stood so much duty in Alaska. Yeah, I don't remember that rescue.
I'll leave it at that. Nice job, sir.
Thanks, man. My pleasure.
So there are a couple other ones that I want to talk about. And I know you said you had a whole bunch up there. And what I want to touch on right now is the reason why you had so many rescues up there. So you were the chief of the shop.
Yeah.
That means you were in charge of the shop. Everybody else, you're the highest ranking person in the rescue swimmer shop up there in Sitka. The coolest part about this is you were a bachelor at the time. So your wife at the time was living in Hawaii. You were up there.
Geo-batching it, yep.
Awesome. But what was cool about that is you were still standing duty, you're still working, and the fact you would give your time. So if a duty crew got launched out on something, you would pick up the backup.
Yeah, I did that a lot. I mean, it was just seemed like the right thing to do, man. I mean, I was kind of the perfect weapon for that because I didn't have a family up there. I lived on base, and every time there was a SAR case, they would be looking pretty much almost like 90% of the time they were calling looking for a backup swimmer.
And you would just
I was
be
right
like,
there, and I'm just like, unless I was standing duty already,
right?
I would just like try to take the backup.
Yeah.
Not every time, but
I could totally see it. You like sleeping in bed, alarm goes off, you're like, oh damn it, the boys are getting launched. All right, go get it some. Go back to sleep. Hey, we need a backup. Okay, I got it. Back to sleep. Okay, launch him. Okay, let's go.
yeah, dude, I got a lot of calls. Chief, I'm like, yep, got it.
That's
like that.
awesome.
You know, it just seemed like the right thing to do, man.
That is the right thing to do. That's
and it was a very
amazing
small
leadership.
shop. I think we had like 8 guys, maybe 7. And there was always somebody grounded, always somebody on leave, or always somebody at some school.
Yeah.
You know, TAD. So we were like 1 in 4, 1 in 5. Sometimes, man, I think we even got down to like 1 in 3 every once in a while. It was like gnarly.
And for those that don't understand, that 1 in 3 is you're standing at a 24-hour duty.
You got 3
every
swimmers.
3 days.
Yeah. You got 3 swimmers standing duty because there aren't enough people. Somebody's either injured or traveling or at a school.
Yeah. And you still got to come into work for possibly both the 2 days that you're off. So you're standing a 24-hour day, and then you get off, and then you come in the next day because you got to do work. Then you got to come in the next day to do the work, and the next day you're back on duty for another 24 hours.
So between like assuming the chief role and then being a duty standing swimmer still, Sitka is the hardest I've worked and the most stressed out I was my whole Coast Guard career. There was just a lot going on up there.
Yeah.
Like I remember I got up there, I think it was like one of the first weekends I was up there that I'd been stationed up there, and I don't think there were any helicopters in the hangar. I think just the hangar queen was in there. Just the cannibalized helicopter was in there. All the other ones were out flying on shit.
Wow.
And it was like, what was it? It was like a family and their dog lost on a glacier. There was a plane crash. Another guy had fallen and hit his head on his boat and then rolled in the water. And then I even want to throw like a bear attack in there. Maybe, I don't remember, but I remember thinking to myself, what the fuck did I get myself into? This is like no joke, man.
Yeah.
This is like seriously operational unit shit. I was really like when that day happened, I was like really intimidated. I was just like, oh my God, am I up for this? And I'm trying to run the shop. I'm trying to herd cats, man. I'm trying to
you had to up your EMT to EMT.
Dude, I had to go EMT 2.
Yep.
Then I had to like learn a whole new airframe that was double the size of the last airframe that I flew in.
Welcome to the 60s,
I had to like
baby.
learn to like, I still remembered how to work a FLIR from Hitron.
Yeah.
So I was a FLIR operator and I was running the radios. And like I said, I'm dumb. So it was like learning the radios was a pain in the ass. More than one pilot got upset with me when I was back there on the radios.
That's okay. It happens.
Yeah, it's just one of those things. I'm like, well, then you got a safety pilot up there. Let him run the radios. What's he doing?
Co-pilot.
Put the coffee down and run the radios.
That aircraft could be like...
Put down your romance novel and your latte.
Because you know you're flying for like
run
5
the
hours.
radios.
5.5, 5.6, 5.7.
And here's one thing about like flying up there as a crew on those long flights.
Yeah.
Really, you talk about a bond, dude. You get like...
Oh, yeah.
You really learn you love people, and then there's other people that you just really can't stand. It's
right.
Like, oh my God, I got to fly with this asshole.
Yep.
But 99.9% of the time, all the air crews up there, everybody that flew like had really good rapport, and everybody like knew everybody on a very personal level and would give their lives for everybody else. Like we're all brothers up there and sisters.
That's cool.
It was great. I loved it, man. And especially up there with how dangerous all the conditions were, it's like, there's just a lot of factors up there and shit can just go wrong so quickly.
Yeah.
Just
for sure.
Simple little things people forget to put in their survival kits can kill them,
Right.
Shit like that, not having the right gear,
yeah.
Or just making one semi-dumb decision can like end your life.
Yeah.
Quickly.
It's wild.
It's crazy, man.
Wild to think about.
Yeah. It was. It's pretty nuts.
It's cool.
And we had a survival school up there too. Like a 2-day survival school.
Was that with Doug Jensen? Does that sound right?
No, we ran it.
Oh, you guys ran it. Okay.
We ran it. It was in-house, man. And we actually had people from the community come out. We had I think the cops, some of the cops came and did it with us, but usually it was just like the Coast Guard. But we had the ANT team, the AIDS navigation team, had a big ass drop bow, and we put everybody on that thing, and they would take us out to this island, and we would just like hone everybody's survival skills and just like have people out there like finding and cooking food, making survival shelters.
What?
Building fires, firecraft. Yeah, it was
Dude,
pretty
that's
awesome.
cool.
Yeah, it was cool. We all became survival experts, which gave us a reason to order some really cool gear too. into survival school, you got to have this really nice knife.
Absolutely.
You got to have a, the top of the line bushcraft knife.
Oh my God.
I can't operate and teach without that.
No, definitely
How can I
not.
work under these conditions?
Right. This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
Yeah. We need trekking poles. You need snowshoes.
Gotta have all that shit.
Just saying. Good mountaineering boots.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
A nice watch with a sweeping second hand.
I'm just saying.
Come on.
Needed.
Yeah.
That's how you're taking your pulses. You're doing your medical stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So you need that watch.
Yeah, man. Paramount. You got to have it.
Dude, I love our job.
I do too. I do too.
All right, well, I'll tell you what. I will talk about any rescue you want, but I do want to touch on 3 of them in particular. So let's go with the first one. So you earned a letter of accommodation. And this one says, this write-up is like this. I note with pride and am pleased to commend you for your performance of duty on 15 September 2016 as rescue swimmer aboard 6034. After completing a post-flight inspection on the ready aircraft, you were launched to conduct a non-maritime medevac of a patient in Haines, Alaska, suffering from renal failure. Conferring with the pilots, flight surgeon, and flight corpsman, you assembled the medical gear and the aircraft for the critical medical case. While en route to Haines, you utilized the infrared camera to advise the pilots of the vessel along the projected flight path and assisted with the obstacle avoidance throughout the 200-mile transit in low visibility and 40-knot winds. In Haines, you assisted the corpsman in quickly transferring the patient and attending doctor to the aircraft for an expedited transit to the higher medical care. After landing in Juneau, you again swiftly transferred the patient under the turning rotor system to an awaiting life flight aircraft and embarked again to the 6034 to depart immediately on a search for stranded hunters on the Loke River. And Loke is spelled L-O-C-E. I'm not sure if that's totally accurate. Do you know?
I have no idea.
Okay, we're going to go with Loke River.
I know it's like maybe 45 minutes to an hour from Juneau.
Got it.
Something like that.
Arriving on scene with no place to land, you deployed on the opposite riverbank to evaluate the possibility of bringing the survivors one at a time across the river to a small clearing. As you were almost immediately overcome by the depth, glacier-fed water. You determined the water was unsafe to bring the survivors to you and signaled to be recovered. Now, with limited time on scene, due to the dwindling fuel reserves, you recommended and officially completed 3 direct deployments to recover the survivors, each time securing one of the large men in a quick drop and assisting them into the cabin of the Coast Guard helicopter hovering 60 feet overhead. Your medical expertise, adaptability, and focus through nearly 5 hours of flying resulted in 2 successful cases and 4 lives saved. You're commended for your outstanding performance of duty, and by your meritorious service, you have upheld the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard. Dude, I love this shit, dude. I absolutely love it. Bro,
I love these
2
write-ups.
rescues in 1 mission.
Yeah.
Like launched out for somebody in distress. You go
Yeah.
up there.
You know, those medevacs.
All right, medevac. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Run us through it.
Oh, okay. So it was just kind of your standard medevac. You know, it's like the alarm goes off. It was just the medevac at that time. Go up to the ops center, talk to the flight surgeon. Everybody talks. Usually when you go up to the ops center, it's both pilots. It's any medical personnel you're taking with you.
Yep.
It's the flight surgeon on the radio, and it's Sector Juno on the radio, their watchstander. And you're all coming up with the game plan, like what we're going to do, talking about the time and how, you know, and distance and just everything, just kind of putting together logistics for a safe and effective SAR case, right? So we did that. We did our little talk, and we're like, okay, yeah, medevac, standard medevac, renal failure. Just going to go pick this person up, and it was just a medical transport, you know, simple as that, it's supposed to be. So we fly, was that Haynes? I think it was Haynes.
Haynes, yeah.
Fly into Haynes, land, get out, fly into Haynes first, and we land, and we're just like waiting, because usually they bring a patient out to us.
Yeah.
We're waiting, and we're just like, what the hell's taking so long, you know? Because we've all got like ADD. So I was like, I'll go see what's going on. So I jump out, run in, and I go in, and there's 2 nurses taking care of this patient. And one of the nurses is probably, it's my EMT2 instructor, who is like, her name's Julie Anderson, and she's like probably one of the smartest people I've ever met. Just incredibly intelligent nurse. She could be a doctor by now, who knows, but and a wonderful teacher, like pretty much taught us. And she had to put up with us in class. You know, we went to the initial and the recert, and but just like a stellar human being, you know, in it for all the right reasons, and just a great woman. But anyway, so she was in there. I'm like, hey, she's like, hey. And so I'm watching them package this lady up, and, you know, they're doing their thing. And then, you know, on my radio, I get a call from the pilot, and he's just like, I can't remember if I was listening to Sector, or the pilot told me, but they're like, hey, we got another one. It's 3 missing hunters up some river around Juneau somewhere. And I was just like, oh man. And I remember I actually told Julie, I asked her if she could hurry up. I was like, hey, we got another one after this. Can you hurry up? And I remember she kind of looked at me like, you can just wait. Kind of like
awesome.
that. But she was already going as fast as she could, you know? She's like freaking master of her craft, man. Super smart woman. And so she's all packaged up. We get her in, we get her delivered, and then I can't remember if we had to get fuel again. I don't think we did, because we were low on fuel when we got to where those guys were, the hunters were. So, like I said, we drop her off, get back in the air, get to that river. I can't remember I don't know how to pronounce that, but so we get to that site, and boom, we find them right away. It's like 3 dudes standing inside of a tree line on a bank, and then there's like a boat sticking like halfway out of the water, like an airboat. And I was like, what the frick is that? I was looking at it on FLIR, and we're all looking at it because I got it on my camera so the pilots can see it. We're just like, okay, they're over there. But it was just like kind of a little steep bank right there that they were standing on, and then it was just like water right underneath, and it was all trees. So hoisting from there was like out of the question at that point. And I was like, okay. I was like, and you know how, like I said earlier, everything looks so different from the aircraft than it does on the ground.
Right.
So I'm like, well, cool. Look at that clearing right here on the other side of the river. Just put me down here. That looks really shallow. So put me down right here, and I'll like walk across, and I'll just bring each one of them across, and we'll just, you know, basket each person up, you know? And they're like, okay, great idea. So they lower me down on that side of the river, and so I unclick, and I'm just kind of like, and the FLIR footage is funny because I'm just like kind of like walking along, and I like test the water. I kind of step my foot in, and I'm like, I think it's shallow. And then I go to step, and I'm gone. Bloosh, I'm gone. Like,
oh my God.
Gone in the water, right? It was deep right there off that bank. And me being a dumbass, I forgot to secure this zipper on my dry suit right here. I don't know if I like took a piss when I was in Haines or what happened, but I forgot to zip that thing up all the way.
Which would be
instantly, bro.
All that. So we're talking about the relief zipper that's right on the crotch area of all the dry suits.
Mine was wide open. I did not know it. I forgot to secure it. So I knew it the second I hit that cold water. I knew it. Like, it was glacier fed. So it was cold, man. And but if you look at the FLIR footage, it's like I'm there 1 second and then I'm gone. But then it looks like I jump out of the water. Like I just come flying out of the water, and I'm like, this is a no-go. A little bit deep right here, and I'm zipping that zipper. I'm like, oh my God. It's like instant pain because one of my legs filled up, the other one didn't fill up. But it was just like, the water was so cold, it was like instant throbbing. I'm just like, holy shit, such a dumbass. So hoisted back up, and I'm like, we're just gonna have to do directs on the other side, like in the trees. This is gonna be interesting.
Yeah.
But let's give it a try. So that's what we did, man. They hoisted me down, did the first direct, and dude, as always, none of these guys were small.
No.
Just big old Alaskan dudes, man. But what had happened was they were on a hunting trip, and they took it looked like an airboat up there, and had parked their airboat and got off, and they actually got a moose, because you could see the moose on the FLIR. It was still warm on the bank. It's like, no mistaking, that's a fucking moose. Big ass antlers and everything. You could tell it on FLIR.
Nice.
So they I guess they pulled the moose back out of the water or whatever, but it looks like they tried to get all three of them and the moose on this boat, and it was too heavy. I don't know if that's exactly what happened, but that's what I gathered from the situation. And
okay.
Then they sank their boat, and now, they need our help. So I deployed down, and man, I forget who the flight mech was, but what a badass dude. He just bullseyed it every time. He put me, it was either the stump or the corner of the boat that was sticking out of the water. I hoist down on that steep side that's all wooded. There's like very little area to hoist from. And I can't remember if it was like a stump right there or if I was actually using the corner of the boat that was still above the water. But I just remember it was a really tight area, and I was kind of balancing myself, and each guy was grabbing me, and I was pulling them towards me and wrapping the strap around them, and up we go. It was really technical hoisting for both myself and the flight mech and the pilot, because there's trees right there too.
Yeah.
And it's a couple of my favorite pilots that night. We had good pilots that night. It was awesome. And first hoist went up, second guy went up, and each one of them, it's like the guys got bigger and bigger on each hoist. I was just like, these motherfuckers are heavy, man. And they were just really technical hoists, man. Just trying to like balance myself at the same time and grab onto these guys. It was just very precarious where we were standing, and get the strap around them, and then give the ready for pickup signal. It was just like a lot going on, a lot to do, in such a tight area.
Yeah.
But we managed to get everybody out of there safe, man. We got everybody out of there.
Dude, that is
We got everybody up in the plane. Everybody good? All right, cool. Flew right back to Juneau and dropped all those guys off with the paramedics. And they all knew each other. It was just like, hey, Jim. Hey, Bob. Like everybody knew each other.
That's freaking amazing.
It was kind of cool. Small community. Everybody knows each other, especially like the hunters and the fishermen and everything,
Yeah.
But it was cool. It was cool to get everybody out of there safe.
Dude, that's badass.
Both on the medevac and the SAR case.
That's super cool.
Good times.
Dude, I'm super stoked on that.
Yeah.
Hello, kitty cat.
This is Bunny.
Hi, Bunny.
Get down, Bunny.
So, I know you had.
All right, just sit right there. Stay, Bunny, stay.
I love it, dude. Gone. All right, so I want to touch on this one because this is another killer rescue, and you earned yourself an achievement medal. So here we go. Citation to accompany the award of the Coast Guard Achievement Medal, Gold Star in lieu of third, to Anthony A. Puglia, Chief Aviation Survival Technician, United States Coast Guard. Chief Petty Officer Puglia is cited for superior performance of duty while serving as rescue swimmer aboard Coast Guard Helicopter 6032 on 22 September 2016 while responding to a bear mauling in Cheak Bay, Alaska. Once on scene with the marine vessel Sultana, a guide vessel the survivor had recovered to, Chief Pediatra Puglia deployed to the water, avoiding the dangerous hoist between the mast and numerous cables. Chief Pediatra Puglia quickly determined that moving the large survivor alone would not be feasible. With the vessel's master unable to assist, he relayed the situation to the helicopter, and the crew elected to send the flight mechanic from the aircraft, which would remain turning on the nearby beach. Once Chief Pediatra Puglia received the flight mechanic, using the Sultana's dinghy, both crew members arduously maneuvered the patient within the vessel's confined quarters, at times over water, eventually reaching the bow, where they were able to heave the 300-pound survivor to the pilot house roof.
They're never small.
Again, using the dinghy, Pediatra Puglia delivered the flight mechanic to the waiting helicopter before returning to the Sultana and maneuvering the difficult litter hoist amongst the mast and cables. Once back on board the helicopter, he administered emergency first aid and observed the survivor's crashing blood pressure, requiring an unplanned divert to Juneau, ultimately saving the patient's life. Pediatra Puglia's diligence, perseverance, and devotion to duty are most heartily commending, in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard. Bro.
Yeah, so it took you a long time to read that.
Thanks.
That's the longest case I've ever been on, dude. That case took like probably close to 3 hours.
Jeez.
And yeah, I was like gassed at the end of that one. It was a long night, man.
Well, let's start from the beginning. What are you launched out for?
It's just straight up bear mauling, dude. Like, I can't remember exactly, but I knew right away what I was in store for. I was like, oh, great, a fucking bear. You know, it's like, holy shit, you are in Alaska. And just let me say that Alaska, man, it's beautiful. And it's probably one of my favorite places, but it is so freaking dangerous up there, man. Like,
oh, yeah.
Shit can go wrong so fast.
Yeah.
I think I was talking about that before, but it's just like, it's just an amazingly beautiful and hazardous place. There's just so many factors with everything that can just like really make your day go south quickly. And one of them is bears.
And bear maulings.
Now 900-pound, coastal brown bears.
Yeah.
So
ruin your day.
Yeah. The ironic thing to this case was this guy was on a bear hunt. It's not funny, Jason.
It is. I'm sorry.
But you know what? The guy that got mauled,
the guy
that got mauled, he would probably laugh too hearing that.
Yeah.
Because he's alive and he's like doing well, and he actually cracked a joke that I'll tell you like
later.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
In the middle, because it happened like right in the middle of the case.
All right, because I'm gonna crack it right now and be like, you know what? You're hunting for a bear. Bear won.
The bear did win.
That's messed up, dude. I'm sorry.
And I wasn't sure if they actually got the bear either, because I was trying to get the information out of the guide that took him on this bear hunt.
Okay.
He was actually, I think he was a retired bear biologist in Alaska.
Okay.
And he wouldn't say anything. He thought I was a cop or something. He wouldn't talk about the bear. But I was just like, where's the fucking bear at?
Yeah.
He's just like, bear? What bear? I'm like,
what do you mean, what bear?
Okay.
It's a bear mauling. Where is he?
Yeah, dude. So we go fly on this thing, and we go into this bay, and man, I can't remember how far away it was. It's like a pretty far flight. And we get there, and sure enough, there's like this old tugboat that had been renovated and turned into like a hunting hotel, a floating hunting lodge.
That's cool.
It was beautiful. It was a beautiful boat. It was just like fresh paint. Everything was brass. The engine room was like all brass and just like complete. It was completely redone by this guy. All around the back, it was all like canvas and clear plastic, like with zippers and everything, so you could like enclose everything and stay warm back there. It was a sick boat. And I'm telling you that to lead into the fact that when that 60 came in and hoisted, we destroyed all that. All that shit was no more, man.
Dude.
Yeah, they experienced Hurricane 60.
It is what it is. It is what it is.
But it was crazy, and I felt bad for the guy. But anyway, so we get in the air, we're flying, we get there, and there's the boat. It's in the middle of a bay. The boat has way too much shit on it, rafts, and just like it had a superstructure on it with like a weather station, just a lot of crap, man. Rigging and stuff. It was fancy. It was nice. And I'm just like, I'm not going to that. Just put me in the water and I'll swim to that boat. I'm not going to put myself or you guys in that situation, you know? And I'm sure the pilot's already thinking that anyway. They're like, duh, no shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they lowered me into this, and once again, things look way different from up above in the helicopter than they do when you get on deck, on the ground. So they lower me down to the water, and instantly, I didn't realize that there was tide. The tide was going out, and there was a mean current. So I start swimming, dude, and it takes me a while to get to this boat because I'm swimming against this current. Not a huge, maybe like a 1-2 knot current, but try to swim against a 1 or a 2 knot current in full gear.
Oh yeah.
A big ass like floaty dry suit, and then all this heavy ass Triton shit, you know, with these big ass shitty super rocket fins. I think I actually was still wearing like those antique fins, man. I always love those fins.
I love them. The rockets. God bless them.
Yeah.
Love and hate them.
Finally, like I was waiting for them to radio me, be like, hey, do you want us to like actually get you a little closer to the boat? You know, because it was taking me a while. And I finally get to the boat. I got to the dinghy that was attached to the side of the boat. So I grab the side of the dinghy and roll myself up and over into the dinghy and stand up and then climb up this ladder and get into the boat. And the guy's right there. And the guy's just like, oh, hey, how's it going? And I'm like, good. Where's the guy that got chewed up by the bear? And he's just like, oh, he's in the center of the boat. He's like, so I just had this boat redone. He's like talking about his boat. And I'm like, yeah, it's a cool boat, man. He's like, see the engine room? And it was all like shiny and brass in there. I'm like, that's great. Where's our patient at? Where's he at? So he's like, oh, yeah, follow me. So I was just kind of assessing the scene like you're supposed to do when you get on scene. You assess the scene, dude.
Yeah.
Look for any safety hazards or
And
look at
he's
what you're
giving
having
you
to
a
do.
tour.
Kind of, man. Like, it's almost like he's been through all this before, man. You know what I mean? He was just like very
Proud to have a nice boat.
nonchalant about the whole thing.
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know? So I'm thinking, what the hell? So, and he's talking to me the whole time. He's walking me through all these different holds and around these corners and down these stairs. And I'm just like looking at all this shit. I was like, I'm gonna lose a lot of weight on this one, man. A lot of water weight. If I gotta, hopefully this guy, maybe he's ambulatory. I don't know. You know, maybe he can walk out of here. How bad is he bitten? Like I didn't know yet. And then, so I guess he had brought this guy under his own power. He walked him all the way down to the center of the boat where his first aid kit was, instead of leaving him on deck and going and getting the first aid kit and bringing it all the way out, which would have made things a lot easier. So this guy's in the smack dead center of the boat, like way in the boat. And I'm just like thinking, fuck, and I get to him and he's not good, dude. Like the guy looked like he stepped on an IED or something. Like, looked like a freaking battlefield wound or something. Like,
damn,
he's like bleeding. He's got holes here. He's got holes here. And I guess what had happened was they went on the hunt. They didn't find a bear. They were walking back and it was starting to get dark. And this bear came out of nowhere, grabbed the guy by his arm, pulled him down, started shaking him, grabbed him by his hip, picked the guy up over his head, started shaking him, slammed him down, and just filled him full of holes, dude. Just punctured the hell out of him. And upon getting there and like looking at his injuries, I was like, oh my God, man, we got to get this guy out of here quick. So immediately I radioed to the pilot and I was stressed out. I'm like, I'm going to be a while. I'm going to try. First, I need to like get this guy bandaged up and get him stabilized. And then he's a large man and I'm going to try to get him on the litter. And, you know, it's going to take me a while to just get him out of this boat and get him in an area where we can actually hoist him. And Mr. Joe Cool Pilot's all, well, we're over here just hanging out, drinking our lattes, freaking spun up on the beach. So I was like, oh, they landed. Cool. You know, to save gas. Killer.
Yeah.
Smart people.
Totally.
They're like, and if you need, you know, we got the flight mech. You want the flight mech? I'm like, yeah, I'll be over to get the flight mech. So get off the radio. And at that minute, I looked down and I was covered head to toe in blood. And the reason I was covered head to toe in blood was because the dinghy was full of blood. And I didn't know if it was bear's blood, the one that I rolled into to get onto the boat.
Yeah.
Freaking like that much blood in the bottom of that thing, dude.
Like 2 inches.
A lot. It was dark.
Yeah, okay.
So,
all right, so
but it was enough to where I was covered. I had a lot of blood on me.
We're probably exaggerating the story, but let's put it in perspective. There was a layer of blood where you rolled in and now you're covered.
And now I'm covered in it. So I'm just like, what the fuck?
Damn.
I'm like, what the hell? But then I'm like, oh, the dinghy was full of blood. So I was just like, was it that guy's blood or was it the bear's blood? So I was just like, where's the bear at? And he wouldn't tell me anything about, he wouldn't mention a word about the bear. Because maybe he killed the bear too and put the guy in and then went and got the bear. Maybe that's where all the blood. It's like, I wasn't sure. I was just trying to figure out, as a first responder, my semi-medical brain was like, where the fuck did all this blood come from? It ain't mine, thank God, but it came from somewhere.
Yeah.
And if it came from the patient, he's going to die soon. You know what I mean?
Right. So
I get in this blood-filled dinghy and just like, I get in it and turn my helmet light on. And what's funny is I had just ordered these badass fucking dive lights,
Of course
and
you
of course
did.
the warrant was just like, what do you need those for? This is what I need that for. I had it freaking zip tied to the side of my helmet, flipped that fucker on, and it was like 1,000 lumens. It lit up the whole bay.
Oh, that's
and got in
awesome.
that dinghy and just motored over. Happened to be probably one of our biggest flight mechs, this big old corn-fed boy, dude. And he got in and we came back and we just went to work, dude. I think they had put the litter on deck. Or did we bring it with us? I think we put it on deck. I forget. But anyway, we had the litter.
Okay.
So grabbed the litter, brought it all the way inside the boat. So I had assessed the patient previous to that. He was actually semi-conscious, and I was talking to him. I was like, hey, can you walk? Otherwise, this is going to be a long case, man. I was like, can you walk? He's like, I can't move. So he probably just got in there on his own power with endorphins, adrenaline dump. And then like, once he got down there, he was just done for, dude.
Right.
Lost a lot of blood and everything. So I get back with the flight mech. We grab the litter, bring the litter all the way in. Dude, it was hard just getting the litter in empty. That's how like tight it was. You know how the inside of these boats are.
Oh, yeah.
So got it in there, got him all packaged up, got him on the litter, and then came the hard part, getting this guy out, dude.
Yeah.
We had this guy standing vertically. We had him sideways. We actually had him like upside down at one time. But the funny thing was, and it's funny not because of anything that really happened, it was what that guy said, what the guy that got attacked by the bear. So we actually get him to where we can pull him like outside of the boat, bringing him outside the vessel. But there's just this little hallway running down the side of the boat. And it's like there's like a little bit of an overhead right here. And then it's the railing and the water's right there. So to get him out, we got to pull the litter all the way out. So he's like, his head and his torso, or his head and his shoulders are over the water.
Okay.
And I can hear him all, he's like breathing. And I look over and we're like face to face. And he's looking at me and his eyes are all big. And I was like, don't worry, man. I'm not going to drop you in the water. He's like, that's good, man. I already got attacked by a bear. I don't want to get attacked by a fucking shark. That's what he said. I just like we all started laughing. I was like, cool, this motherfucker's going to live. He's still got a sense of humor.
Oh my God.
I was like, don't worry, man. We got you. So got him out, got him up on the roof. The flight mech helped me get him all packaged and everything, and put the flight mech back in the dinghy. I can't remember, did the flight mech go himself or did I take him over, dude? It was just like such a long night.
According to the ward,
I think I might have taken him back.
You took him over.
I took him back.
Yeah. And then you came back to the boat.
Yeah.
According to the
So,
award.
dude, long night, man.
Yeah.
Like long night. So I got back, went back up on the roof, assessed him again, checked his vitals again. There was a lot of rigging and stuff around. So I was just like briefing the mech and the pilots. I was like, dude, you got this. And it was dark. It was dark now. I was like, you got this superstructure right here. Then you have, I guess these are like life rafts in these containers. And I was like, and there's other rigging up here. And he had these big, what do you call the buoys? Fenders. He had big ass fenders on this, but it was a big boat, dude. It was probably like 80 feet.
Oh, wow.
60 to 80 feet.
Big.
It was a tugboat.
Yeah.
So, I'm trying to like put stuff down, like secure stuff so it doesn't blow around like a little bit.
Okay.
And I'm in the dark and I'm doing this. And the guy's just up there just talking to me. Oh, just running his mouth, telling me about his boat. And I'm like, I don't remember his name, but I was like, bro, you got to go down. You got to go downstairs. He's like, well, why? I was like, because Hurricane 60's coming. I was like, you can't be, I didn't say that, but I was like, you can't be up here while we're hoisting, man. It's going to get really windy. You'll get blown right off the top of this boat. You need to go downstairs. Below deck, excuse me. So he goes down there and the 60 comes in and they lower the first trail line with the weight bag on it to me. And the fucking thing blows right into the superstructure and like rips off the weather vane and like some other shit. I was just like, oh, that sucks, right? So
Damn it.
I was like, hope he didn't see that. you know? So then they back off and there's like just a, 120 feet of trail line just wrapped all up in this like
That would be
superstructure.
105 feet.
105, that's right.
Come on there, service water.
Damn, is it 120 before you
No. It's 105
it's been a long
feet.
time. It's been a long time, man. Sorry.
What even I remember
Over
this.
100 feet. So it's just, my point was it was just like wrapped up with
Yeah.
the weight bag all inside this freaking like superstructure. I was like, oh shit. So then they back off again and we talk on the radio a little bit more. I'm like, yeah, maybe come in a little slower or whatever, or a little bit more to this side. Watch out for that. And so they do it again. This time they get it to me. And I pull all the trail line in, pull the hook down, get him hooked in, make sure, do the standard shit, make sure none of the cables are like going through the litter or anything like that. Make sure everything's clear. Make sure the patient's arms are, make sure he's fastened in real good.
Yep.
And then they start hoisting him, man. And I'm just like holding on, making sure that thing doesn't spin. And they went up and out real fast. It was just like, pew, it like hurt my fingers. I was like, ah, and then grabbed the trail line and was just like, zzz, kind of thing. And just like made sure the guy didn't spin. And then so they get him up. And meanwhile, while that 60's hovering, dude, it's like 85, 90 mile an hour winds, right?
Right.
70, I don't know, but like damn near hurricane force winds.
Yep.
So mid hoist, this freaking fender, everything's just blowing everywhere, dude. That was as big as me. I guess it had a long line attached to it. It blew up, dude, and smacked me right in the freaking side of the head, dude. Like ping, like knocked me down, like rung my bell. I thought I got sucker punched. I was just like, what the fuck? And it was just this big ass fender. So there was like a hatch right here. So I opened up the hatch and took the fender and just like shoved it down in the hatch and like, shut the hatch. It was a hatch with a ladder going down below deck. So I was like, what the fuck? And meanwhile, I wasn't really watching at the time, but I could hear it. All that canvas and all that plastic going all the way around the back of the boat, all that beautiful canvas work and everything, just got like, it was like a hurricane came through and just ripped it all to shreds, man.
Oh my gosh.
So the helo backs off. I'm like, sweet, man, my job's done. I got on. I was like, hey, I'm going to jump off this boat. I'm going to swim back out in the middle of the bay. I don't want to get hoisted off this thing. I want to hoist me from the water. They're like, all right. I was like, I'll have my strobe on just so you can see me. It's not an emergency. I'm just want you to be able to see me real good. They're like, okay. So that's right when I get off the radio, I turn around and this guy grabs me by my Triton, this old man. He's an older guy. He's probably like 65 or 70 and he's shaking me. He's like, you wrecked my boat. You wrecked my boat. And I'm like, sorry, man. I'm like, we had to get this guy off of here. That's just the way it happened. I was like, call Sector Juneau and they can help you out probably with any issues you have with your boat. And he's like, and he wouldn't like let go of me. He's like, you look what you did to my boat. And I'm like, sir, you need to get your hands off me. So then he was like this. He went like this. He was like, and then he just vanished. And I was like, where'd this motherfucker, did this motherfucker go get his shotgun? Like, where's he at? So dude, I actually like I just jumped off the boat. I didn't like climb down or anything. I was just like, I'm getting off this boat. I think I went down one level and then jumped off the side, like to get the fuck off that boat. I was like, because the guy was pissed. He was like really pissed. Swam out in the middle of the bay. They came in, hoisted me up. I get up in the cabin. The corpsman that came with us was already working on the person, thank God, because I was like gassed, man. It was just like, I felt like I just done like a triathlon or something.
So interesting. You brought a corpsman with you. You left him in the helicopter.
Yeah, left her on.
Instead of like bringing him with the dinghy.
Small female.
I got you.
Small
Okay.
female corpsman.
Okay.
Great corpsman, excellent medical skills.
But you needed
incredibly intelligent, but tiny.
Yeah, you needed power.
I needed like
hefty.
What I got.
Yeah.
I needed a linebacker.
Got it.
This guy was a fucking linebacker.
Yeah. Like you just need somebody with stout. They can do the lift. I get it.
And thank God I left her in there, dude, because once I got up in there and she already had him hooked up to all the monitors and everything. I think she was even running an EKG on the guy already. So I get in, I just like roll in. I'm just like, holy shit. So then I get back because I got to run the radios.
Yep.
So I get back on the radios. I put my headset on, my helmet on, and all I hear is, "You wrecked my boat." This old guy, I can't remember. I don't know if it was channel 23 or if it was channel 6. I don't remember what channel it was, but he was talking to Sector Juneau and he's like yelling at the radio guy. And the guy's like, "Sir, you need to get off this channel. This is a SAR channel right now, and we're trying to conduct this SAR case." And the guy's just like, "But you wrecked my boat." Even on the radio, he was on the radio just yelling, dude. And then we like flew out of there, dude. And Luckily, he survived his wounds. But yeah, while we were on our way, dude, his blood pressure was going down. So I was like reassessing all of his injuries, like, trying to I was just looking to see if I'd stop the bleeding,
Wow.
and made sure he wasn't just like really losing a lot more blood. And he wasn't. I mean, granted, it's hard to work on a 300-pound guy, like kind of in a bivy sack too. I think I put him in a bivy sack. So I had to reopen that bivy sack and just check everything. And it was just like.
Bivy sacks, for those that don't know, it's
sleeping
just
bag.
Yeah, sleeping bag that's super warm to keep your core temperature higher.
Yeah.
And with him losing a lot of blood, I could
shock.
totally see that. Smart move.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was kind of standard ops.
Oh, up
We
in
did that,
Alaska,
but yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah. We always carried like 2 of those in the plane with us. And so we ended up getting the guy out of there safely, man. So we take that guy. We were gonna go back to Sitka, and I'm like, why are we going back to Sitka with this guy? I was like, we need to go to. I think he like had friends in Sitka, or he wanted to go to Sitka and be in the medical facility down there, but his blood pressure was dropping, and I'm like, we can't make it to Sitka. We gotta take this guy to Juneau.
Yeah.
I was like, he's going to Juneau, man. We need to drop this guy off.
Like solid.
Yeah.
Get him to good medical
Yeah,
care.
dude. So we dropped him off in Juneau, and the paramedics met us, and they looked at him. They're just like, holy shit. I was like, yeah. And off he went.
Dang, man.
Yeah, that was a good case. That was a really good case.
Dude, that's legit.
That was like one of the gnarly ones. It's the hardest I've ever worked on a SAR case. Like, I was tired at the end of that. And the pilot was just like, any idea how long you were down there? I was like, I don't know, like an hour. He's like, dude, almost 3 hours. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, that was a long one.
So those guys, now I love this part of it is where we can mentally put into perspective like what those guys are doing, right? You're working your ass off, right? And those guys are sitting on the shore over
on a
there,
beach, like
just
totally,
chilling.
Yeah, like spun down, conserving fuel.
Having a random conversation about whatever the day's weather, sporting events, or in the news, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, and they're like checking on me, and I'm calling back to them and letting them know what's going on.
Probably every 15 minutes, 10, 15 minutes or so. Yeah. Hey, you doing all right? Doing all right? Doing all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. But for them, it's just a waiting game.
Mm-hmm.
It's so funny to say that because when you flip the script, right? For us to get to scene, and I'm saying us as in a rescue swimmer or the guy that's going to go down on the cable to do the rescue. It's us sitting in the back just chilling, not doing anything, waiting to get on. They're doing all the work up front.
Yeah.
They get on scene. They're working hard to hold the hover and do the pilot shit, right? The flight mech is working hard doing the flight mech shit. And we're just chilling. And then all of a sudden we're on deck. Now we're working and they're like back off.
Yeah.
They're just chilling. And
that's very evident at 65.
Yeah, yeah.
Like when we're taking swimmer naps back there.
Yeah, totally.
Because we don't got to run radios or do much anything until it's time to like, you're like a golden retriever with a tennis ball, just like waiting to, go get it, boy.
But
in the meantime, you're just like chilling. you know?
And now you're on deck. But and it's amazing the fact that you had a flight mechanic that was able to come over even on dinghy to come help you.
And he had a huge smile on his face, man. He loved it.
Oh, that's awesome.
It's like, yeah.
Dude, anybody that can come work with us on the ground, like Bob Watson had it as well. One of the flight mechs came up and helped him too. And dude, it's such a bonus to have another set of hands with us on deck.
Because we never usually operate that way, man. And that was the thing. Like, so, and because of that, like I had like kind of like my blinders on, like I had tunnel vision. I felt alone, like I was gonna have to do all this work and get this guy out of here. And the pilot was like, just come get the fucking flight mech in the dinghy. I was like, oh shit, I'll be right over.
What a great idea.
Yeah.
But we're so used to working alone as far as Coast Guard rescue swimmers are.
Yeah.
We're used to working alone on deck and doing our thing. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Dude, that's sick. You know what? I'm going to throw this out there too. We don't do this for the awards. I'm going to emphasize that. I've said it multiple times on this podcast.
Yeah, I don't care about awards, man.
But the fact of the matter is you busted your ass and that earned you an achievement medal. Like I feel you kind of got screwed out of something that could have been a little bit better. And I'm only saying that just because I don't think there was enough knowledge of what you were actually doing on scene.
Maybe.
But
I don't even care.
And again, we don't do it for the awards.
Yeah.
We do it for the adrenaline rush, and we do it to help people.
Yeah, he's alive.
Or reverse that. Let's reverse that. We do it to help people and the adrenaline rush.
There you go.
We all know it's really true, but whatever.
But it was just kind of an ironic thing. You know, he goes on a bear hunt and then he gets hit by a bear.
Yeah,
like
wild.
bad. I'm just glad he lived.
Yeah, me too. Dude, nice job on your end, man.
Oh yeah.
Dude, and I'll actually throw the flight the nurse, the corpsman in there.
Yeah.
Nice job for her too.
Yeah.
Like, again, having everybody, what's the job? Save a life. You guys did it. Fucking well done.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Heck yeah.
It was fun day. Interesting day.
I like the interesting day. Yeah. Dude, gnarly. Good work.
Thanks.
Dude, that's awesome.
Yeah,
Right.
that was a good one.
You know I'm going to bring another one up, right?
Yeah, what do you got?
All right, here we go. Because we actually have a couple more.
There's a bunch of them from Alaska, man. It was like,
All right, well, I'll tell you
like
what. Let me.
always shit going on up there.
I'm going to read this one.
That alarm was always going off. It's like, when is it going off?
And you're always on it. So here's what I'd like to do.
I was a lot.
I'm going to read this award right here because you earned this one. And then we'll go into whatever you want to talk about. But I do want to end this with your last flight.
Okay.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, so let's get into this one. We're going to divert real quick to thank our sponsors.
Axnis. The Axnis P&G wireless ICS system delivers cutting-edge wireless ICS technology to any aircraft as a fully integrated system or as a carry-on, carry-off mobile base station. The P&G wireless system is the right solution for any mission.
Citation to accompany the award of the Coast Guard Achievement Medal, Gold Star in lieu of 4th.
That's 4 people.
Booyah. To Anthony A. Puglia, Chief Aviation Survival Technician, United States Coast Guard. Chief Petty Officer Puglia is cited for superior performance of duty while serving as rescue swimmer aboard Coast Guard Helicopter 6034 on 31 August 2017. At 20:30, 30 minutes after launching for another SAR case, the Coast Guard helicopter diverted to the medevac of a boat captain suffering a heart attack.
That was crazy.
Aboard the marine vessel Alaska Song, nearly 100 miles in the narrow inlet. Swiftly pivoting to the new mission, Chief Petty Officer Puglia readied equipment for the hoisting of the cardiac patient and backed up the pilots as they navigated winding inland waterways in the falling darkness and deteriorating visibility to reach the inlet. Unable to reach Alaska Song after the challenging approach to the water in near zero visibility, the Coast Guard helicopter transited to Juneau to refuel. Chief Petty Officer Puglia assisted in inspecting and refueling the aircraft in anticipation of a second attempt to save the captain. Now, in the early mornings, the Coast Guard helicopter again set out to rescue the patient, this time successfully arriving to the vessel in low visibility conditions. Without hesitation, Chief Petty Officer Puglia was lowered through the fog to a 6-foot target in the vessel surrounded by 8-foot stacks of fish totes. He quickly assessed the patient and managed difficult basket hoist of the patient and medical attendant before recovering to the aircraft. The helicopter returned to Juneau and transferred the patient to a waiting EMS, completing 5.7 hours of flight and saving the captain's life. Chief Petty Officer Puglia's diligence, perseverance, and devotion to duty are most heartily commended in keeping with the highest traditions of the United States Coast Guard. Fucking A, Tony. Dude, that's badass, bro.
Yeah, buddy.
So, medevac off.
There was a lot of moving parts to that one.
A lot.
That one, that was a very interesting case. I don't know, that write-up doesn't really kind of do it justice.
That's why I do this podcast.
Just as far as like a lot of the...
Hey, excuse me. That's why I do this podcast.
Yeah, because that's why...
the write-up does not do it
right
justice.
now you're getting the real rescue
The
story.
real rescue, baby. All right, let's go.
A little plug for the podcast.
Love it.
So we get a call for a guy that had a heart attack on a boat, unresponsive, like I think no pulse, no breathing. So holy shit, we get in the air and we're like beelining it, man. We're hauling ass there. And I can't remember if it was dark. It was dark. It was dark, and we took off. We're flying in the dark, and it was a long flight. And so the whole time I'm trying to like make contact with this vessel, and I finally make contact with the vessel, and I'm talking to like I think the first mate, and I guess it was a pretty nice vessel. I think it was like a yacht or something, like a big, spacious yacht with like plenty of area to hoist from and everything. And
Nice.
I'm talking to the first mate, and wait, hold on. Dude, there was some really strange moving parts to this one. Trying to think. Like we weren't even allowed to like. I wanted to bring one of the guys off the boat. We couldn't because he's the only there was no other captain on the boat or something like that could drive the boat. It was something weird like that. Like Sector was getting weird about it. They were just like, if you guys take him off the boat, then nobody can drive that boat. That boat's got to sit there till we bring a new captain, because nobody else had a captain's license or something. I was like, I don't care about that, man. I don't give a shit about that. But like the people on the boat were getting kind of pissed about that. And Sector, they were like getting into it. And I'm just like, we're trying to save this dude. Meanwhile, this guy he was unresponsive. I'm pretty sure he was not breathing and he didn't have a pulse. Like he was dead. There just happened to be a cardiologist. I think this was some kind of like pleasure yacht cruise thing. I'm not sure because I never got to see that boat. The story gets interesting because it was in the fog and we couldn't get to it. But I'm sure it was a wonderful boat to hoist to. I'm sure of it. What we got was not, because they transferred the patient to another boat. That was a nightmare. So, and I knew that's what was going to happen because we had to go back and get gas. And I was like, we're going to go back out there, and this boat that we're going to hoist from is just going to be like the worst watch. And we're all kind of laughing about it. We were just laughing about it. We're just like, this shit's going to get crazy. We just knew it. So, but okay. So getting way ahead of myself. So anyway, I'm talking to like the first mate, and then, we're just trying to like make some plans and figure this out with Sector about like the no captain on board, and we're not allowed to break any maritime laws. And I was like, I don't give a shit. I'm just trying to get this guy off this boat, save his life, bring him back or something, you know? So then all of a sudden there's another voice, another male voice on the radio. And this guy's yelling. He's mad. And turns out there was a cardiologist on board that had found an old AED or something. Like, I think like the pads were expired and everything. She hooked the captain up to it, shocked him, and brought him back to life. And he comes back and he's like fully coherent, like nothing ever happened to him.
Wow.
So now he's on the radio like yelling at me. And I'm like, who is this? He's like, I'm the captain. I'm like,
I thought you were dead.
I'm like, what? I didn't say that, but that's what I was thinking. I was like, what captain? I was like, the guys you guys are supposed to be getting. And then I guess the cardiologist, this female, grabbed the radio and she's like, it is in my medical opinion, my professional medical opinion, that we get this man off this boat as soon as possible. And it was just like, it was so cute that this lady grabbed the radio and said that. I like started laughing, and the pilot turned around and looked at me, and we were just like, that's cute. That was cute. And I was just like, yeah, we got to go get gas. We can't get back here in this fog right now, because it was fogged in and it was dangerous. Like we would creep in and then boom, there's like a mountain right there type of shit. Like, whoa, where the hell are we? Because we were in like this, it was almost like a fjord.
Okay.
And they were way at the back of this fjord, and it was just like impassable due to the fog. So this other vessel, I don't know if we hailed them or if they just chimed in because they were in the area. They're like, we can go in and we can do a patient transport onto our vessel, and then we can come out of the fog and you guys can hoist them off to us, or hoist them off of us into the helicopter. So they were going to like take the people off that boat that was way in the back in the fog. They were going to go into the fog, grab them, and then bring them out of the fog, out into open water, which was rough water also. And then we're going to hoist off that boat.
Because it wouldn't, why would we not want to make it
And
easier?
then I'm thinking like, right then I knew, I was like, okay, man, Murphy's Law, this is going to be an interesting night. So I think we went and got fuel. This is a while ago. We went and got fuel, and we were even talking about it. We're just like, you know what? That was probably just this nice big pleasure craft, nice big yacht with maybe even had a flight deck on the back. Who knows? But a lot of hoistable area, you know, in nice, calm bay.
Yeah.
And we're going to get something nightmarish out in these seas. And that's exactly what we got, dude. So, and it was hilarious, but it was scary as shit. I'd never been so scared. So we get gas, we take back off, we go out, and they did the transfer of the patient, and they come out of and so we get there and they're like coming out of the fog. And Dude, it looked like something out of the movie Hellraiser. Remember that big wooden thing that had all the chains on it? It was spinning around with body parts on it.
Yeah,
There was no body parts, but there was just like, so it's this boat, dude. Like the superstructure in the pilot house is in the very back of the vessel because it's like a crab boat or something.
Okay.
And I didn't know if I didn't think they were fish totes. I thought they were just big crab traps. And these things were stacked like high, dude, like stacked 3 or 4 high in the front. And there was like no room to maneuver, dude. There was like nothing. So this boat, and it had these 3 giant metal, I don't know what kind of a boat this was, 3 big metal booms coming out of the top to like hoist the crab traps.
Yeah.
And there's just chains swinging to them. Like, how the freak am I supposed to even get on this thing? And it comes out into the seas, so the seas are a little bit rough. I can't remember how rough it was, but it was rough to the point where we were sliding around. I was sliding around on that deck. So, like, a couple of my favorite pilots were on that case with me.
Okay.
Including, like, my boy, Eric Smith. I'm just going to say his name. The XO. Badass.
Awesome.
Pilot. Like, awesome. Trust him with my life. But still, it's funny. Like, I get in the door. We brief everything. You know, okay, just put me down there. We'll lower me the basket. I'm going to try to get this guy in there, and, you know, we'll figure it out. And so not only did they pick up the guy that had the heart attack, and he was now ambulatory. He was like walking around. So they had him, but they also brought the cardiologist, the little female. I really didn't think they needed to bring her, but they just brought her for just in case she had to work the AED again, in case he, like, I don't know, had another heart attack or something.
Start CPR. Thank you, man.
Yeah, dude, or just to provide any other medical assistance. Because, I mean, the guy did come back from the dead pretty much, right? I couldn't believe it. I was still just like in shock. But I remember I got in the door and we did like rescue checklist part 1 and all that bullshit, you know, and he hits me in the chest and bumps me up a little bit. And I look at the flight mech and I just did like a Father, Son, Holy Spirit. And he just like hit me on the shoulder a few times. I was just like, this is going to be crazy. So they lower me down, dude. And how far these booms are swinging out, they almost had to like kind of swing me in there to get on one of these traps or fish totes, whatever you want to call them. Big metal traps.
Yeah.
How do I know they're metal? Because when I landed on that fucking thing, it shocked the piss out of me. So I go down, dude, and I'm like reaching for this thing, and I touched it with my foot. Pow! Like gnarliest shock ever. But it wasn't just a pow. It was just like, it kept going. And I could feel the rotor spinning through my whole body. I could feel the rotor spinning, like the electricity through my body with every rotor turn. I was just like, ah! And then it stopped. I was like, holy shit. Fucking got off the hook. I was like, oh my God. So then I'm like, I'm afraid. Right then and there, I was afraid to get back off that boat. Like, what's going to happen when they send the hook down to me? I really got to be like, instantly I was looking around for like a hoist, some kind of discharge cable to grab that, to grab it with. I was like, I'm not touching that. I'm not touching that weight bag. I'm not touching that hook. Like, I got shocked bad, dude. So then, I go up and I get on the radio. First, I get on the I was safe on deck. I go up and it's raining. It's just pissing. So there's nobody on the deck. Everybody's inside. So, of course, I walk up the staircase, look at damn fire escape. And I go inside and I'm like, where's everybody at? And there's the girl. And then there's the guy that had the heart attack. And he still got the AED, dude. He looked like a spy that's got like a handcuff that's attached to like a briefcase. Dude, he had a death grip on this fucking AED. Like, it saved his life once. It could save his life again. He would not let go of that AED. He had a death grip on it.
Oh, that's awesome.
Yeah, and he's just like, and what's funny is like I brought him out and we were on the deck and the boat was just like rolling so much the AED almost slid away and he just like dove for it. He was just like, he did not want to lose that.
Don't let it go.
He did not want to lose that AED, dude. And it was like an old like piece of shit AED too, from what I remember. I was just like, oh yeah, man, hold on to that thing. Keep it. So get everybody out on deck. I can't remember if I think I put him in first and then her in second. And then I went up last, of course. But so they're trying to, they literally had to, this is how good they were, dude. They had to like swing the basket into me, get it away from all these big ass booms and land like in this super small area in between all these traps, dude. It was out of control. It was like, to me, I was looking at it and I was like, I can do this. But like looking back on it, dude, it was like borderline impossible, dude. We like pulled it off too. So they swung it in there. Boom, I got it. Started taking all the cable, putting the cable in. It was a trail line too, of course. They trail lined it to me. Had all the cable going into the basket. And then the flight mate got his shit together, like got all the cable back. And I grabbed the guy and threw him in with his briefcase, with his AED. He got in, and it was like the hoist was so kind of sort of sideways, like it wasn't like vertical. It was like they were out a little bit to where I was like, I almost had to like slingshot the basket, like wait for the cable to pull to where it was like really taut, and then just ping and just let that thing go out from under
Oh my God.
these booms and away from. And dude, he missed one of those traps. The corner of the basket missed one of those traps by like inches. I was like, oh, and then it missed it, and then it was like off into the darkness. Like I didn't even see it. And all I could do, I could hear the helicopter, but I couldn't even see it. Just went, and I was like, oh my God, I hope everybody's okay.
Oh my God.
It was so mental, dude. It was mental. And I'm like, okay, we got to do this again. So, dude, did the same thing the next time, did the same thing, dude. Just nobody got shocked, got her in the basket, and then she shot up. I'm like 90% positive we took her too. I don't think she stayed on the boat. I think we took them both. I'm pretty sure we did. It was so long ago, and it was a hectic night. And then, I think I might have jumped in the water. Maybe that was my thing, dude. If there was any hazards at all,
Get in the water.
I'm just like, no, man, you guys, I'm not putting you at risk or myself at risk. I'll get in the water.
Yeah.
It's easy as fuck to hoist from the water. We train for that all day long.
Totally.
But so I can't remember. I think the seas might have been a little bit too big, or it might have been just too gnarly and too dark or whatever. But yeah, I think they hoisted me off. I kind of like walked up on some traps. I remember I got up high off from under the booms, and then, yeah, I think that's what happened. And then they sent me the hook. Bear hooked me out of there. I'm pretty sure that's what happened, man. If I remember correctly. But it was nuts. And we knew that was going to happen, dude. Because I can't remember if the boat volunteered or if we hailed that boat to do the transfer. But I was like, oh man, this boat's, it's going to be like the worst boat to hoist from. I knew it. I just had a feeling, and it was, dude. It was the scariest thing ever. Even just the way it showed up, dude, like kind of out of the fog, like rocking in these heavy seas, and it was just so dark. And I was just like, what the fuck even is that thing? It just like the pilot house is way high up in the back, and they had the superstructure in the back, and then just all the traps on the deck, and then these booms, man, with all this shit swinging. I was like, am I like seeing shit right now? Is this really happening? This is going to be a nightmare. But dude, we came out of it, man. Nobody got injured. Guy came back from the fucking dead, dude. Like literally. And everybody got out of there safe, unscathed. So that was like a crazy case.
That is insane.
It was nuts.
And again, hold on, to recap with everything you just said, you earned your 4th achievement medal.
Yeah, yep. That's me. That's me, Mr. Overachiever. I guess. I don't freaking know. Whatever. But yeah, good times.
I can't emphasize it enough. We don't do it for the awards, but
save some people.
That is amazing.
I know, but at this point, it's kind of funny. It's like whatever. But I don't.
Yeah.
I don't care. I really don't care. About that. I was just like happy that everybody got out of there safe. Nobody died, and nobody got injured, and everybody got back safe to their families. That's what it's all about. So I was just like, yes.
Exactly.
And then I think we got back from that one, man. I might have had a drink with the XO. That's when we kind of started hanging out a little bit, having some drinks. But we just had a slew of like gnarly cases together to the point where it's just like, yeah, bro, let's have some cocktails.
Let's decompress from this one.
Yep. And just bounce shit off each other. You know what I mean? Because it's kind of good to debrief.
Yeah, totally.
With when you get back from something like that.
Yeah.
With some alcoholic beverages.
And people that can relate and understand.
Yeah, somebody that was there.
Yeah. Recap it together.
Like, what did we do? How could we do shit better?
Yeah.
And he's such a brilliant guy. Like, probably one of the smartest people I've ever known. Yeah, he's like
an amazing,
brilliant guy. And he started out as an enlisted. He was like I think he was a mech initially.
Oh, right on.
Back in the day, and then he just worked his way up, man. I think he probably made captain. He made captain.
Oh, good for him.
Yeah,
wow.
solid guy.
No, we'll have to give him a call too.
Eric Smith, man.
Okay.
God bless him. Like one of my heroes for sure. Love that guy.
That's incredible.
Big brain on that guy.
Dude, good job.
And
you
balls,
and the entire crew.
And balls.
Yeah.
And actually, my last this last case that I'm going to talk about, he was on that one with me too.
Oh,
I
yeah?
don't think it was much long after. Actually, not the last one. It's the last one I'm going to tell you about, but I have one more to tell you about. But he
Okay.
was on that very last one.
Okay. I'm ready.
But
Let's go into the next one, and then we'll go into the last one.
so this next one was pretty interesting because it was a plane crash and there were a lot of people on board. I think there was like a pilot and like 11 passengers.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, and it was a float plane, like a big float plane. And they were flying these people from a lodge to the airport. And they can get on their planes and go home wherever they're from, right? So these people, they were not dressed for the elements because they weren't going fishing, they were going home.
Yeah.
So we're talking like sweatpants and flip-flops and maybe a sweatshirt, not
Right.
really. I guess they probably had some stuff in their luggage, but their luggage was in some wreckage and they were in no condition to go digging through wreckage. But I'm getting ahead of myself, way ahead of myself. So
Okay.
anyway, we get the call and it's like, this one really kind of like made everybody hustle. We actually launched 2 planes on it. It was just like, missing aircraft, potentially crashed aircraft down around Prince of Wales, man, like south of Baranoff Island where we were. We would go way south.
Oh, wow. Yeah, yeah.
So it took us a while to get down there and we're like, wow, mass casualty. That's a lot of people. And it's a plane crash. So we're going to bring 2 birds and we had to take a bunch of body bags, which when I was just like, that's when it hit me. I'm like, fuck, man, what am I going to see? This could get nuts.
Yeah.
Dude, a plane like flies into the side of a cliff. That's actually kind of what happened. It flew like into a mountain, right?
Dude.
So we're flying down there and like, it's me in one plane and I'm the backup guy. I wasn't even going to be the first one on scene. The other bird was going to be the first bird on scene. It had 2 really good rescue swimmers on it. James Madison and Ben Dent were the rescue swimmers.
Okay.
And a guy named Matt Vanderslice was one of the pilots. Good friend of mine. And then we had badass pilots on my plane too. One of my best friends was on that plane. Really, really good guy. I'm not going to mention his name right now.
Okay.
But
you don't need to.
Yeah. So
Because right now this is about you, Tony.
no, it's not. It's never about us. It's about the story. It's about the mission.
It's about the
everybody
mission,
else.
about the story. Let's go.
Yeah. So we get airborne. We're flying down there, and we're kind of like talking about what we're gonna do. Like how we're gonna do this. It's like, okay, that plane's gonna go in, and they're gonna grab everybody or do whatever work needs to be done, and we'll just be the backup. And if we need to refuel, we'll fly here to get fuel, and blah blah blah. We're just kind of like talking about everything. But I was really thinking that we were gonna like just make use of a bunch of body bags. Just hearing about like, okay, a plane flies into the side of a cliff. What happens?
Yeah.
It's usually a bunch of dead people.
Yeah, totally.
And then especially in conditions like that, because I think they hit the side of this mountain like up at like, I think it was up above the tree line. They were up in the Alpine. So it was all just bare rock up there. And it was raining. It was like sleeting. So there was like rain and snow mixed. And it was cold, dude. And it was wet and it was slick on these rocks. But anyway, so I'm getting my head of myself again. So we get down there and it's fogged in, like it is socked in. Like I open the door, the flight mech opens the door to the cabin and it's like foggy in the cabin. That's how thick the fog was, dude. And we got 2 birds down there and we're both searching in this fog and we could move like, the fog would clear a little bit. We'd go like 50 yards and the fog would come back in. We'd have to stop at a hover. And the proximity alarm, traffic, kept going off because the other bird was hovering, looking too. And I was worried about a collision, dude, because we were like, it was freaking foggy. I was on the FLIR trying to see what the FLIR, I was looking out the window. I even asked the pilots, I was like, can you guys see anything? And they're just like, oh yeah, we can see. And I'm just thinking, yeah, right. But thanks for saying that. It was like foggy and that alarm kept going off, dude. And it's just like, I have recurring dreams about that. That one
Dang.
gave me a little bit of like PTSD because I thought we were going to like collide. It was spooky, dude. It was really spooky. Like I could hear the other helicopter on my headset and I could hear it outside with the door. I could hear it. That's how close they were, to the point where we were kind of like trapped by the fog a little bit. That's how I felt a couple times.
Wow.
So the other plane, they were like, they got low on fuel. They had to go get gas. And then we were the only ones on scene. And it's so crazy. They were the primary bird. They were supposed to do the work. as soon as they left, dude, the fog cleared, and we found and we were honing in on an EPIRB. We had an EPIRB hit. We just couldn't see anything. So then it kind of cleared out a little bit, and we found the plane. We found it, and it had hit the side of this mountain. The floats had come off and were at the bottom of the mountain. They like rolled all the way down the mountain. So this plane managed to like, and I don't know if the pilot did this or not, but it's almost like he like kind of like pulled up at the last minute and got this thing stuck like in this little notch right there. Wow. And like when you see pictures of it from above, it doesn't look that steep, but when you get on scene, dude, the plane's just like barely hanging on the side of this cliff and it was just sitting there. And I'm like, holy shit. So I get on the hook and they hoist me down there, and I thought everybody was gonna be dead, dude. Everybody was alive.
No way.
Everybody was alive. Like I got down there and I was like, oh my God, you people are alive. Holy
All right,
shit.
so straight up, I did not see that one coming.
Yeah, everybody's alive.
Wow.
Everyone. There were some bad injuries, like a broken back. There was some, like I guess one of the stanchions that held the floats on came up through the bottom of the aircraft, or a part of the seat went through this guy's leg. Another lady had a head injury. Like another lady was just in shock. I was just like, how are you doing? How are you doing? And she just couldn't talk. I was like, you're going up first. Like she was tore up. Like she was just in like shock, gnarly shock.
Unreal.
So yeah, so the first thing I did, because every time that 60 came a little bit low, that plane was trying to fly off the side of that mountain. So, dude, I found some rope, like in the crash, like it was in the plane, and I actually tied the plane off to a giant boulder that was like in this stream. There was like water coming through the stream, and then it was a waterfall going off the side, and there was a big boulder stuck in the middle of it. So I tied the plane to this boulder so it wouldn't go flying off the side of the mountain.
Oh my God,
yeah.
dude.
So I did that, and then all the people, they're trying to get out of the elements, so they're underneath the wings of this, what's left of this aircraft, and I'm like, and this thing's just like flapping, because it's like, I was trying to get a hold of the 62, but it was just like hard to talk, and my radio had like so much water in it because it was like dumping rain. It was miserable.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, all these people, they're in like sweatpants and like not the proper apparel to be hanging out up in the Alpine in pouring down sleet, right? So I get everybody out from under the aircraft. I start assessing everybody. I managed to get a call off. Hey, everybody's good. Let's get the basket ready. And then started hoisting everybody out of there. And you know what space blankets are, right?
Oh yeah. Do I know what space blanket? Of course.
I know, that's a stupid question.
Thin material. They're silver on one side, orange on the other.
So do you think that they're good for anything?
No, they're really not.
The only thing they're good for is signaling and maybe as a rain catch.
Yeah, right.
They're not a good blanket. They don't protect you from they've always sucked. I've like never liked them. They tear super easy. So I guess these people had pulled some space blankets out of the crash, maybe from a first aid kit, or I don't know, a survival kit.
Okay.
And they were like wrapped up in them. But once that 60 came down, dude,
tore them apart.
They just got ripped to shreds. And I remember looking up at the helo, and there was like a space blanket tornado. Like it was just
oh my God.
a million pieces of like maybe 10 space blankets, dude. It was just like going up around, like it looked like a damn tornado underneath the helicopter. And I was like, I really hope none of those go in the engine. Any pieces of those go into the engine or anything.
Holy shit.
It was crazy. And I was trying to get a hold of them. I was like, can we do like a little bit of a higher hoist? Because this plane's about to fly off the side of the cliff and there's a lot of debris flying around. But I couldn't really get a hold of anybody because my radio was just like, it was real garbled. So I don't even know if the flight mech heard me get the basket. I think he was just like, eagle eye, was like watching and saw what was going on and briefing the pilots, and immediately just started sending the basket down. And I just started stuffing people in baskets and got everybody out. And the last person I took was the pilot. He was not injured, except he was just like really bummed about what happened, man. He was like trying to talk to me about it. I didn't really have time to chat about that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
Like, oh, if I just would have done this, if I would have done that. I'm like, yeah, dude, I'm sure you did everything you could. We gotta get the fuck out of here. So I took him out with the strop. They sent the strop down, and I wrapped the strop around him, hooked in, boom, up we went together. And we get up, and I remember I had him, of course, I went up with him facing the cabin, and I looked in, and I just remember seeing all these faces. I was just like, oh, thank God, man, everybody's alive. I was like, yes. Everybody's just like big eyes, just staring out. you know, and then I'm trying to get the pilot in. He's like a big dude. And there's like hardly any room, dude. It was like tight.
You got everybody from that crash.
We pulled
inside
everybody.
Your,
I think it was
your
11. I
helicopter.
think it was either 11 or 12 people.
In your helicopter.
Yeah, one helicopter.
Dude, what?
Yeah, while the other plane was off like refueling or doing whatever. And I was like, oh, I was laughing about that in the back of my head. I was thinking about Ben Dent and freaking James Madison. Like, they're like, fucking Chief, no way. It was hilarious, you know. But so, and what was really cool was just, so we didn't have enough fuel to get back to the pad or wherever the fuel was. So we landed in the pilots, man. They were like arranging the logistics, everything. We get to this clearing, a clear cut, where they'd done a bunch of logging on this island. We landed right in the middle of it, and there was like 5 other helicopters there, like life flight, little like Loach style, like helicopters with like litters and everything. Like a bunch of badass motherfuckers showed up, dude, for this one. Like, so, you know, I was taking them out of the helicopter, and I was just like, this guy's the most injured. Then there's this person, and they just started divvying them up between all the helicopters, and away they went.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then it was dead quiet. It was freaking dead quiet. So what do? We just built a big old fire and hung out by the fire waiting for the 60 to come in to refuel us because we were so low on fuel.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that is one hell of a story.
Yeah, it was a good one, dude. I just couldn't believe everybody was alive. Like I went from like, oh my God, what am I going to see? This is horrible, to just like, dude, like, just really happy.
What I'm blown away with right now is the fact that, again, we don't do this for the awards, but there's no write-up. There's no nothing on any of this.
No.
And that is one gnarly case.
Now, there was like a write-up, but it was just for like, great job with the helo to helo refuel.
Oh my God.
And I was just like, I just kind of laughed about it. And I was like, they better at least give that flight mech something, man. And I'm not sure if they did. I think they like gave him, like, they promoted him, like did like a kind of a field promotion or whatever. What is that called when they promote somebody?
A field promotion. Yeah, I think so anyway.
But the motherfucker was already above the cut on the last service wide. So I'm like, really, boys? Like the Chiefs mess were just like, oh yeah, we'll do this. And I'm like, you guys are idiots.
What a gnarly rescue.
Yeah. So yeah, it was an early rescue. It was gnarly.
And to pull everybody out alive to make it even better.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was a good one, man.
Dude, well done to you and the entire crew.
Oh yeah, thanks, man. Yeah,
Holy shit.
It was a lot of fun, man. I just was having fun doing my job, and it was really fun once everybody was alive, you know, and doing like a little bit of triaging and just, you know, helping people out.
How many times do we hear stories of guys that roll up on scene to a plane crash and just nobody made it?
Yeah, just bodies.
Yeah. Or even if somebody made it, they're just so mangled that they can't get out of it.
Yeah.
And here you are, you roll up and a couple people mangled, but they survived.
Nothing shy of a miracle. Wow. I even said that, like I was interviewed by, I think it was like ABC or CBS, and I was just like, it was a miracle. There's like no other way to explain that. A plane crashes into the side of a cliff and everybody survives. That's God.
Amen.
It was badass.
That was Lori in the background. That was great.
I know. I take no credit for that.
You know what?
I give God all the glory on that one.
Cheers on that one, man.
That was a good one.
Sick.
In another remarkable rescue, we heard today from the Coast Guard crew that flew through thick fog to save 11 people after their plane went down on the side of a mountain in Alaska. Chris Van Cleve has their story.
We were flying within 50 feet of a mountain.
New video shows the dramatic rescue in deteriorating weather. Coast Guard pilot Joe Plunkett and his crew spotted the plane's wreckage about 2,000 feet up Mount Jumbo.
You are desperately searching for somebody in the fog and rain, and slowly the plane kind of materializes. You know, we're as excited to find them as they are to see us. And they're like, holy smokes, we found these guys. Let's get them out of here.
Hovering as low as 100 feet over the crash, the chopper lowered rescue swimmer Tony Puglia through clouds so thick the pilots couldn't see the ground. Plunkett and Puglia talked to us via FaceTime.
I tried to expect the worst, and then when I got down there, I was pleasantly surprised. I mean, where this aircraft crashed, I think it was by the grace of God that the injuries weren't like incredibly severe.
I'm curious what the folks on the ground said to you when you got down to them.
There was a lot of high-fiving going on, and one guy he thought he was going to die, and he was looking at a picture of his grandson.
The 10 passengers were on a fishing trip when this de Havilland Otter crashed Tuesday morning. The pilot, 72-year-old Mike Hudgens, brought the plane down on a rocky stretch of mountain and called for help. With the weather getting worse, the Coast Guard crew decided to rescue everyone at once.
I came up with the last person, and it was literally like, we had about 5 minutes to get out of there. We were very, very low on fuel.
That's remarkable. You guys weren't worried?
We were sweating for the whole time.
Hudgens told the National Transportation Safety Board he essentially became disoriented in the worsening weather and was unable to climb to avoid the rising terrain. 2 people on board remain hospitalized. Chris Van Cleve, CBS News, Washington.
This is why I say this on the podcast. Oh, actually, I'm bringing this up right now. I'm going to bring back you and I to A school. So here's my saying on this podcast. Those in distress are praying for a miracle. They're going to get us. Right.
I remember that, man.
So we were told that. We
were watching a video, and it was like the CO of the base was talking to us.
Yeah. Okay. So everybody out there does not know I'm bullshitting on this. It was like we were just about to graduate. We weren't graduated quite yet, but the whoever the officer was came in and gave us like
it was definitely like third phase or whatever.
Yeah,
it was like one of the last phases.
We're in like the last week of school.
Yeah.
Like you guys are going to graduate. It was like a congratulations, you're done. You're about to be swimmers. And he said that to us. Man, that fucking stuck with me. I say it all the time.
Dude, it stuck with me too. It gave me chills.
Yeah.
And it also kind of made me shit my pants. It's like these people, they're going to be out there and they're like expecting a miracle and they're going to get you.
Right. Totally.
And I was just like, fuck. All
right?
right. Yeah.
Like everything that we had trained to that point, that statement, that
I was like, I hope I don't let anybody down.
Exactly.
That's like big shoes.
Totally. And I love saying it. And I hope that everybody else that listens to this podcast.
But you know what it did, dude? It brought gravity to it.
Totally.
It was just like, whoa. All right.
100%.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was heavy.
It was. And you didn't realize how heavy it was until like that moment he says it.
Yeah.
And then you think about it and you're like, oh my God. Like everybody out there, whether you believe in God or whatever, man, when you're in distress, you're asking, man, if there's a God out there, please send help. And you know who shows up? We do.
Yeah.
It's wild.
Yep.
It's deep. And now 11 people are alive because of you on the side of a mountain.
Yeah, man, because of us. It was that crew, man. We had a good crew.
I'll give props. The entire crew.
Yep.
Yeah. Who was down on scene though? Like right now, I'm talking about you. Like I will give full props to everybody in the aircraft, 100%, all the time. Dude, we do not do this without a crew. However, there is that little asterisk in there, right? That says you were down on deck. You're the one that's working on scene. You're the one doing all the work. 11 people, pulling people out of aircraft, making sure that aircraft doesn't fly off the side of a cliff. Dude, that's insane. You're a one-man fucking wrecking crew coming in there to save the fucking day.
Thinking on the fly, dude. Like,
as Matt Thiessen would say, we are professional problem solvers.
Yeah, pretty much.
It's
yeah,
fucking
we are.
awesome.
It's like, how do I do this? It's like, this is not in any manual.
No.
You like kind of operate in the freaking gray a little bit. Like, what the?
Dude, we live in the gray.
Improvise, adapt, and overcome, man. Yeah. Pretty nuts. But yeah. Good times. Just got to like resort back to your training, you know?
Yep.
Say a prayer.
Dude, I love it, bro. Bro, thank you so much for sharing that.
Oh, yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, man. No worries. It's my pleasure.
It's awesome. It blows me away that type of case did not get recognized any which way, shape, or form.
Yeah, there was like some
Whatever.
There was some political shit going on in the wardroom.
No, it's too bad.
That one didn't get, I don't think, the notoriety that it deserved. And me, I was retiring. I didn't give a shit.
Yeah.
I just wanted the flight mech, especially. He was a young flight mech. Not just starting out, but he was like, I think he was a second. I just wanted him to get something really good because he did such a good job hoisting, man. I was like amazed. And those pilots, total badasses, man.
Well, you're
But then they
hoisting
got back. We all
11
got back, and like I don't know, we didn't get like a warm reception for that one. They were like it's like the chain of command was PO'd that those guys landed with low fuel out in the middle of the woods, and they didn't stick to the plan or what's in the ops manual, all that shit. I don't care about that. You know what?
I don't either.
They did what they had to do to save 11 people.
Right.
So that was our award. 11 people are alive with their families. That's the reward to me, dude.
Absolutely.
That's
what our job. That's what our goal is.
Yeah, man.
And sometimes it gets forgotten. And I'll throw this out there too. And this is John Whitten, who was on not too long ago with the Bluebird case, and Jeff Tunks, where they're over torquing an aircraft to save 2 people, which they did save the first time a rescue swimmer has gotten a DFC, and the whole crew earned DFCs off that, pulling people out of the water. But that aircraft was down for like a month. Nobody said boo. They get recognized for it. You know, in your case, you saved 11 people off the side of a mountain from a plane crash. Wow, dude.
Yeah.
Wow. Again, we don't do it for the awards. I can't emphasize it enough.
It's good stuff.
But damn it. You know what?
A fond memory.
I'll tell you what, brother. It's recognized right here on the Real ResQ Podcast.
Hell yeah.
What? My man, dude.
Thanks, dude.
I can represent. Noted around the world, brother.
Rock on.
Dude, I appreciate you sharing that with me.
Yeah.
Sick.
Yeah. So it's just kind of funny. Like I said, I don't care about awards. I really don't give a shit.
Yeah, nor do I.
You know, I like writing them for other people. It's really hard for me because now you kind of have to write your own awards sometimes.
Yep.
If you want a good one, you better write it yourself. I hate writing. I love writing awards for my guys. I don't like writing them for myself. I never have, never will. I just don't like that shit, man. I don't need it. You know?
I've never written one for
I'm not
myself.
even worried about it.
Not one.
You know?
Yeah.
I mean, it'd be cool to have an air medal or a DFC or something, but whatever. You know, I don't care.
Hey, you know what? Your medal
two
and
shits.
your medal that you've earned and my medal that I've earned, $250 will get us a cup of coffee.
No, that and
$5.
$6.50 will get you a peppermint mocha.
So it didn't mean anything really, other than like, hey, a nice little like something on your chest.
Awesome. Yeah, dude. It's just like I was just like really happy to help. That's it. Happy to help.
Exactly. I love what we do.
Yeah.
What we do is amazing.
Yeah.
Right on. All right, brother. So you've got one more rescue that we haven't talked about yet, which is in line with your very last flight in the United States Coast Guard.
Yeah. It was kind of a last minute split decision at the end of this last case.
Kind of badass, actually.
Yeah, it was like a really cool, dude. It's kind of like my whole career, dude. Like I just was very truly blessed with a lot of like opportunities to just help people, you know, and with like very, very positive outcomes. Like, you know, I just thank God every day that it went the way it did, man. I feel like I feel truly blessed
to
be able to just like, you know, come out of it all unscathed, maybe a few sore muscles and a couple broken bones, but fairly healthy body and mind. And I was able to just help some people out, you know.
I love it, dude.
So, yeah.
I love it. All right. So what'd you get launched out on? We're going to divert real quick to thank our sponsors. Attention all rescue professionals and tactical athletes. Ready Swimmer and the Real ResQ have teamed up to bring you the ultimate solution in tactical athlete training. Developed by military rescue professionals, our team boasts over 60 years of combined experience. Elevate your performance both physically and mentally with our individualized programming. Contact us at readyswimmer.com or through therealresq.com and unlock your full tactical athlete potential. The question is, are you ready?
So, this case was up in Juneau. There were some people hunting. I think they were hunting goats, and they were, they were on it was a smaller, steep, like a creek that fed into this one river, because we had to fly up this one river to get to where the creek was. And so we're up above Juneau. We're like flying up this river, trying to actually figure out where the creek was, because there's a lot of creeks that flow into this one river. It's a pretty big river. I cannot remember the name of it, damn it. So we're flying, and we're just like kind of like looking at the maps and everything, trying to figure out exactly where this place is. And we find this one steep creek. It's almost like waterfalls just coming out of the mountains, you know, down into this river. And we just like, we're hovering over the river, like right where the creek feeds off. The creek is kind of off to our 9 o'clock. And I'm like looking out my window up the creek, and both the pilots are looking out at 9 o'clock, kind of up there. And I'm like looking, and I got the FLIR on, and we're looking up, and the weather's already shitty. It's already like, I think it was snowing a little bit. And then looking up this, I'm going to call it a gorge. We were looking up this gorge, and the weather definitely was not better up there. And I'm just like, oh man, here we go again. Here comes another one. And it's just funny that one, you know, it's like that one pilot and I, we'd get these crazy cases together. We got, you know, a few good ones. And I remember we're like looking up there, and he's looking up there, and he's like, what do you guys think? And I was just like, I can't remember exactly what I said, but I remember the co-pilot was like, oh, let's just go stick our noses in it. Just that classic line, man.
Yeah, totally.
And I love that saying.
Yeah, I just want to go stick my nose.
Let's go stick our noses in it. And
You know
so we
what
get
the
up in there,
well,
and then once
hold
you get up in there, it's like you can't really turn around unless it's like life threatening. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
You know.
But you know what's is funny about that is like everybody forgets like how much maintenance is involved when you stick your nose in it, and then you gotta come back and turn a helicopter around. You're like, God bless. It's like another 4 hours of work.
Yeah, man. Yeah. So we stuck our noses in it.
Nice.
So we, you know, hung right. I think, we went up this gorge. Excuse me, a left. Right would be 3 o'clock.
Yeah.
We hung a left at 9 o'clock.
Okay.
So, and we headed up this gorge, man, and we were looking for, I think it was 2 males and a female, and they were up there hunting, and it started snowing up there, and then I guess the creek had a lot of like water in it too. Maybe there was some snow melt going on and some sleet, whatever. All I know is that I forgot one part of it. We stopped and picked up Juneau Mountain Rescue. We stopped in Juneau before we actually went up, and we picked up Juneau Mountain Rescue.
What?
And I'm thinking, why are we picking up Juneau Mountain Rescue? Because like, how many freaking schools has the Coast Guard paid for me to go to learn how to do like mountain rescues?
Everything you need to do.
Yeah, and cliff rescues, and swiftwater rescues. Like, pretty well trained and well versed in all this shit. We train it all the time. We do vertical surface training all the time. So you're going to insult me by like picking up 3 other dudes and like letting them do my job? So I'm just like, why are we doing that? And then it's just like one of the pilots, I don't know, went on a spiel about it. And I was like, whatever. Okay, let's pick him up. And so we picked him up, got him in the helo, flew up. Fast forward to going up the gorge. So we start going up this gorge, and it's like not fun flying at all. It's like flying in a blizzard. And I kind of was like keeping an eye on those guys just to like see their reactions, and they were not comfortable, dude. Like white knuckling. Like you could tell that they were kind of shitting their pants a little bit.
Really?
I mean, I was too. I was like, this is not fun. And so we fly a ways up that gorge, and I'm looking in the river's like swollen. I'm like, that's a lot of water. Like nobody's going to be able to cross that. Like, I wonder which side they're on. And so we get way up in there, and I think they had lit a fire. Actually, and I saw it on the FLIR. And so we rolled up in there, and I can't remember if Juneau Mountain Rescue just didn't want to go down because of the conditions, or the pilots just decided to use me instead. But Juneau Mountain Rescue never left the helicopter.
Oh my gosh.
So they hoist me down, and I get down there, and it's not a friendly environment down there. It's like windy as fuck. The helo's just adding to the wind. And it's all boulders. It wasn't like solid ground. It was just like all these like boulders, and some of them were small, so they're like moving around. And I haven't really talked about any of my injuries in this podcast, but I had some injuries, man, some like lingering shit, dude. I could, start with my feet and work my way all the way to the top of my head. I got a few, like, I've had some broken bones. I've got some tears, like we all do.
Yep.
Story
of the job.
And that stuff, it just kind of like, it never goes away, and it does not get better with age, that's for sure. And at this point in time, this was 2019, which makes me 48. I think I was 48 in 2019, 47,
Okay.
48. So I'm kind of old, dude. And I'm like feeling it in my bones. And I'd been feeling it earlier on too, like especially when they changed that PT test over. They went from the old PT test to the new PT test. I was like, this is a young man's game. I feel like I'm like on, borrowed time. I don't know if that's the right word to use, but I was just like, man, yeah, I'm too old for this shit. That's the bottom line. But I get up there and I get down there and onto those boulders, and I got the two guys in, and then there was a female with them. I think it was it's a long time ago, but I remember I kind of had to like pick her up or do something to get her into the basket, and like I remember my foot slipped down into some boulders, and it was my bad knee, and I just like really, really tweaked my knee. I was like, oh shit, like this is that's not going to heal up very soon. I just could tell I did some more damage. And initially I'd injured it trying to keep up with the boys. We got some like new gear and we were out using it, and I was trying to keep up with, with everybody. And I was holding my own, but at the end of the day, I'd injured myself a little bit. So, but anyway, back to the story. So end up getting everybody, a basket hoist of everybody. And then I got back up into the plane, and it was just like a really successful, great case. It was perfect. And Juneau Mountain Rescue got to witness how great and how professional we operate. It was nice to have them along as an audience. It was great.
Oh, that's badass.
So then, we flew back down, dropped them off, I think at the airport right there in Juneau. And then we flew back and we dropped those people off, and then we flew back home. And I remember we landed and we were just like pulling up. I forget which spot it was, just to like fuel up right there in the fuel pit. And I was just like, we're still on ICS. And I was like, I think that was my last flight. And they're just like, no, you got to have you got to have a last flight, man, and do a free fall. And I was like, no, man. I'm like, that's how I want to go out right there. That was perfect. That was my last flight. I'm done. I'm officially done. Done.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah. So everybody's like, all right, cool, man. Because what a cool way to go out.
That's
a great, successful SAR case.
Amazing
That was
way to go out.
Last time I flew in a helicopter was that SAR case.
Oh my God.
Yeah, and I think a week later I had surgery.
Well,
I had to take care of some injuries before I got out.
Yeah.
Because I was retiring soon. I retired in 2019, so that was like a good way to go out at the tail end.
What an amazing way to go out.
Yeah, man.
Dude, good for you.
It was awesome.
What a career.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun, man. Helped a lot of people. That's what it's all about, man. Helping your fellow man. We've seemed to forget that along the way.
Yeah.
A lot of people, but it was I just feel truly blessed. I was able to like be a public servant and a first responder.
Dude, you did a badass job, man. There are a lot of people alive.
Made my life
of you.
very fulfilling.
Yeah.
So super stoked.
That's cool. That's
yeah,
very
man.
Cool. I'll tell you what, I know we're going to wrap up here pretty quick. You and I have been on for a long time now, but it's the idea that any one of us could do the job. It's timing. It's that at random, the alarm goes off when you have duty.
It's the luck of the draw, man.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So it just so happened that the alarm went off when you were on duty, and you got to impact a lot of people's lives.
Yeah.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just truly happy that I could be there to do that, man.
That's cool.
Just like sleep very well at night and just like have a lot of really, really good memories.
That's cool.
So yeah,
Dude,
stoked.
I like it. And to reiterate what school left on us is those in distress were praying for a miracle. They got you.
Dude, and I think that like those words fell heavy on my heart, and I tried to live up to that like my whole career.
I think you did.
Thanks, man.
You're freaking badass, brother.
Appreciate it.
Awesome.
Appreciate you.
All right, one more thing before I let you go. All right.
What now?
It's just look. All right, so there's been quite a bit of whiskey that's been drank. We did end that bottle that we had here, so that was kind of nice.
Yeah.
We've taken a couple of breaks and then come back a couple of times. So, but this has been totally worth it for me, and I can't thank you enough. But I want a piece of advice. If you would pass on any advice to everybody out there that either is doing the job, thinking about doing the job, what would it be?
A wise man once told me while I was in my trops, standing on his carpet in front of his desk, he said that bad news never gets better with age.
That's That's amazing.
Yeah,
actually.
I could like go into that story, but I won't. Just kind of to protect everybody.
That's awesome.
Involved.
Hey, you know what?
But-
Here's what I'll touch on is that you might have been standing up there on your chops because of an incident, whatever that might be, right? And then that being said, that this is like very true words. Like bad news does not get better with age.
And here's a side note.
Yeah.
Something I was taught by a bunch of very intelligent men at the Chiefs Academy is keep things at the lowest level.
Right?
Keep it at the lowest level, man.
Gosh, yeah.
People
Keep it in the
don't-
shop.
Yeah,
You don't need to go up with this.
You don't.
No.
No.
And if you fix it or you squash it or you do whatever you need to do to get it done, leave it there.
But be smart and don't be like me and maybe think about it a little more. And if it does need to go to a higher level, then take it to the higher level.
There you
But
go.
If not, then yeah.
I'm going to jump on Jocko with this one and like extreme ownership.
Yeah.
Just
man.
own it.
Own your shit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thanks,
I try.
Jocko.
Try my best.
Awesome.
Yeah. Love you, Jocko. Much love.
Brother Tony, it has been an absolute pleasure to
Dude,
have you on.
Thank you so much for having me. It's been a pleasure kind of, telling you all this stuff. It's like a little bit therapeutic, actually. Feels good.
Oh, good. We're going to hug it out after.
Of course,
Can I
man.
get a heart after this?
You're not getting a heart. I haven't had that much to drink. Sorry, buddy. Not tonight.
I fucking love it. Dude, the greatest part about it is even after you and I are done here recording, we are still going to catch up on more and tell more stories and stuff. And I almost feel bad that everybody else cannot hear the rest of the stories that we're going to be able to share together. But you know what? It doesn't matter. Like, you're my brother, and I look forward to talking to you
No, man.
again and again
Love
and
you
again.
forever. We got a lot to talk about.
Yes, we do.
For sure.
Awesome. Well, I enjoy the whiskey, and I enjoy hanging out with you more. So
Likewise, man.
let's do this.
It's been a good time.
Right on.
All right.
And with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are out of here.
Whoop,
Go. Now it's time for me to pull chocks and take off. But before I go, I'm always looking for the memorable rescues that people have done. If you have one that you're willing to share or know somebody who has a story, please feel free to reach out to me. I'd love to highlight it here at the Real ResQ. For everybody that is standing by for that SAR alarm, remember, those in distress are praying for a miracle. They are going to get you. So until next time, fly safe and swim hard. Thank you for joining me today here at the Real ResQ Podcast, powered by Vertical Helicast. We'd also like to say thank you to our sponsors for this episode.
Breeze Eastern. For over 80 years, Breeze Eastern has designed and manufactured battle-proven aerial rescue hoists, winches, and cargo hooks. Each product is carefully crafted to support demanding mission scenarios, ensuring the job gets done safely and efficiently. Visit them today at www.breeze-eastern.com. Axnis. The Axnis P&G wireless ICS system delivers cutting-edge wireless ICS technology to any aircraft as a fully integrated system or as a carry-on, carry-off mobile base station. The P&G wireless system is the right solution for any mission. Blue Drop Training and Simulation. Blue Drop Training and Simulation for equipping your team with essential training solutions, including highly interactive courseware and advanced VR/MR simulation training tools. Explore more of Blue Drop's training solutions at bluedropts.com.
And
SpectroLab. SpectroLab, a pioneer and world-leading supplier of high-intensity searchlights for all para-public operations. Visit www.spectrolab.com to learn more about our third-generation Night Sun series high-intensity searchlight. When reliability and performance is critical to your mission, count on SpectroLab Night Sun searchlights.
So this is how you really end a podcast recording. After you're done the next day, you go to the beach and you go fishing with your boy. Right there. Get some, Tony. $4.99 in the house. Bye. Been an awesome time, dude. I was psyched to be here with him.